Hey there. While the world sleeps and dreams of comfort, you'll be walking into the mind of power itself. Tonight, you won't just rest, you'll change. By the time dawn arrives, something inside you will be different, calmer, sharper, more in control. The hesitation that once slowed you will fade. The need to be understood or approved will drift away like smoke in the wind. You already feel it, the quiet knowing that the world doesn't reward kindness alone, but calculation. That mercy without strength is surrender. That surviving isn't enough. Real peace comes from control of your mind, your emotions, your life. This isn't a normal bedtime story. These are the lessons that built empires and ended them, the same truths that turned men into rulers and rulers into myths. For the next few hours, let these words work through you, slow, steady, cutting away what is weak. Let them remind you that emotions can serve you, that silence can protect you, and that power, true power, belongs to those who stay composed when others break. If this kind of calm strength speaks to you, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly helps you grow. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's powerful to know who else is out there, sharpening their mind while the rest of the world sleeps. So dim the lights, breathe deeply. Let the noise of the day fall away, let the voice of reason take over. And now we begin, where all rulers are born, in the shadows. Man is not a creature of reason, he is a creature of need. His loyalty bends to his hunger, his morals collapse beneath his fear, and his courage disappears the moment comfort whispers his name. A ruler must begin not by judging men as they appear, but by understanding them as they are. Fickle, ungrateful, deceitful, greedy, cowardly, and desirous of gain. To rule is not to uplift man, but to anticipate his weakness before he reveals it. You do not conquer nations, you conquer the nature that governs them. Most men live not by principle, but by convenience. They swear loyalty when watched, and betray when unseen. This is not corruption, it is instinct. They fear punishment more than they value honor. The ruler who understands this will never be surprised by betrayal, for he has already accounted for it. The wise do not curse the tide for changing. They build ships that move with it. So too must you. Build your plans around human instability. Assume treachery, and every act of faith becomes a gift. Assume loyalty, and every failure becomes your fault. You will meet men who speak with conviction, who promise eternity in their friendship, who kneel with eyes wet with devotion. But watch how quickly devotion fades when power shifts, when profit changes hands, when the scent of loss appears. The crowd cheers whoever stands upon the balcony, not because they love him, but because they fear missing the moment of victory. Admiration is temporary, utility is eternal. To rule men is to understand their uses. A ruler must love neither the crowd nor the courtier. Both are mirrors that distort truth. The crowd demands spectacle, the courtier demands favor. The ruler who seeks affection will find himself surrounded by liars, each smiling as they sharpen the knife behind him. The one who seeks only respect will stand alone, but his silence will command more obedience than 1,000 speeches ever could. Power is not maintained by pleasing others, but by never needing to. Understand this. Men forgive cruelty faster than weakness. They will kneel to a tyrant before they follow a fool. They despise what they pity, and pity what they cannot respect. The leader who bends to emotion becomes the servant of those he governs. Control yourself, and you will control them. Let them see calm when chaos erupts. Let them find no fear in your eyes, no doubt in your tone. In your restraint, they will sense authority. In your silence, they will sense depth. You will become the unmoving center around which their uncertainty revolves. There is a hidden truth in the nature of men. They long to surrender. They crave structure, command, and hierarchy, though they pretend to hate it. Freedom terrifies them, for it exposes their inadequacy. They seek rulers not because they are weak, but because they are tired. They wish to be told what to do by someone who does not tremble. If you can remain calm when others panic, decisive when others hesitate, and indifferent when others plead, they will give you everything they own just to feel safe beneath your certainty. Rule is granted not to the strongest, but to the most composed. To govern well, you must not expect men to be noble. You must expect them to be predictable. The ruler who builds on virtue builds upon clouds. The ruler who builds on fear builds upon stone. Men may love you today and despise you tomorrow, but they will always fear consequences. Fear never forgets. It lingers in the mind, whispering restraint long after affection fades. This is why punishment, when used wisely, is mercy disguised as cruelty. It teaches men the limits of their chaos. It keeps the order they themselves lack the discipline to preserve. In truth, human goodness is not absent. It is simply weak. It requires protection, boundaries, and guidance. Without command, goodness decays into indulgence. Without law, compassion becomes cowardice. The ruler's duty is not to indulge goodness, but to direct it, to harness the small decency that exists within men toward the stability of the whole. A state built on freedom alone is a garden left untended, beauty overrun by weeds. Discipline is the gardener's hand. Observe history, and you will see that every fall of empires begins with sentiment. A generation forgets the harsh lessons of its fathers. It grows indulgent, mistaking comfort for virtue. The ruler becomes lenient, the people become entitled, and soon what was built through discipline collapses through softness. Men forget that peace is born from fear, and that safety is maintained through vigilance. Thus, the ruler who loves his people must sometimes act against their desires, for their desires often lead them to ruin. The ruler must be as a surgeon, cutting to heal, inflicting pain to prevent decay. Modern men, though they live with light instead of fire and speak through glass instead of air, are no different from those who came before. The same instincts burn beneath their inventions. They worship power in every form, money, fame, approval, and yet they pretend to despise those who possess it. They crave leadership, yet mock authority. They shout of equality, but dream of superiority. It is not the world that has changed, only the disguises men wear to conceal their hunger. The wise ruler sees through these masks and names each vice by its true nature. Your task is not to hate mankind, but to read it. Study men as you would study a battlefield, not to pity the fallen, but to understand the terrain. The one who knows human weakness can predict every movement before it occurs. Learn to listen not to what men say, but to what they avoid saying. Learn to observe the slight tremor before betrayal, the over-eager smile before deceit, the sudden silence before ambition. Every soul leaks its truth through hesitation. Train your perception until nothing surprises you. Not love, not loyalty, not treachery. But remember this, while you are studying them, they are watching you. Your every gesture, every delay, every word will be weighed and judged. The ruler who forgets that he too is seen becomes the subject of another's game. You must remain unpredictable. Let your mercy surprise them. Let your anger confuse them. Let your stillness terrify them. The one who cannot be read becomes invincible, for he removes from others the power to prepare. Now, close your eyes and imagine the world beneath your feet. Millions of minds spinning in chaos, each believing they act freely. You will move among them as one who knows the script of their thoughts, the limits of their courage, the price of their loyalty. You will see their motives before they are spoken, and their fear before it finds words. You will not hate them. You will use them, as nature uses wind and tide. For to understand the nature of men is not to condemn them, it is to master the currents that carry them. And when you finally understand this, that men are not good or evil, but instruments awaiting the hand that dares to play them, tell me, when you take the throne within yourself, will you rule them with restraint or with precision? Fortune is a storm. She does not favor the righteous or the wise, only the prepared. To those who wait for her smile, she brings ruin. To those who seize her hair while she passes, she gives a kingdom. Men call it luck, the wise call it timing, but I tell you this, it is neither. It is readiness meeting inevitability. Fortune cannot be controlled, but she can be mastered by those who refuse to kneel before her. You must learn to bend the world by force of will, not prayer. The weak trust destiny to guide them. They speak of signs, stars, and fate, as if the heavens concern themselves with their comfort. But the world is deaf to your hopes. The universe does not remember your name. What it does respect, however, is discipline, the relentless hand that shapes events before they can shape him. Fortune may scatter opportunities like coins upon the earth, but only those who rise early, eyes sharp and hands steady, will collect them before others awake. The rest will call it unfair, never realizing that fairness is the illusion of those too lazy to act. Virtue, the quality that separates the ruler from the ruled, is not virtue as men know it. It is not moral goodness. It is strength of spirit, mastery of circumstance, and the ability to impose form upon chaos. Virtue is the will that turns disaster into design. It is the refusal to submit to the unpredictability of life. The man of virtue does not wait for fortune to be kind. He corners her. He strikes before she decides. And when the storm rages, he does not pray for calm. He builds sails that catch the wind. You must learn to see opportunity where others see ruin. Most men run from uncertainty, yet uncertainty is the only field where fortune plays. Those who hide behind comfort never meet her eyes. She does not visit the cautious, for she despises stagnation. She belongs to those who risk, to those who act when others hesitate. This is why kingdoms are built by the reckless few and inherited by the timid many. The founders of empires did not wait for permission. They moved before the world could think to stop them. Do not mistake impulsiveness for virtue. The man who moves without foresight is not bold. He is blind. Virtue acts with calculation disguised as courage. Every move is premeditated, though it appears spontaneous. The ruler must make chaos look like art. Inevitability like accident. Let others believe you are guided by luck. It disarms their suspicion. Let them think your victories are chance. They will never prepare for your next strike. Those who believe you are favored by fortune will fear you, for they cannot fight what they think the heavens have chosen. The masses adore stories of chance, for they excuse failure. They speak of bad luck as if it absolves them of weakness. But fortune punishes the idle. She visits the man already in motion. Every act of preparation is a silent invitation to her presence. Clean your weapons before the war begins. Study your enemies before they appear. Guard your mind before betrayal tempts it. By the time fortune turns her gaze toward you, she must find a man already standing, not kneeling. History remembers only those who treated fortune as a rival, not a mistress. Caesar crossed the Rubicon not because he trusted in luck, but because he knew hesitation would let others move first. Alexander burned ships not out of madness, but to remove the choice of retreat. Virtue demands audacity, the kind that forces destiny to surrender. There is a moment in every ruler's life when the gods look away. That is the moment you must act. When divine order sleeps, human will reign supreme. Understand that fortune is cyclical, like the turning of seasons. There will be times of favor and times of drought. The fool celebrates in summer, the wise prepares for winter. When fortune smiles, gather resources. When she turns away, endure in silence. Those who panic when she withdraws, lose twice. First their composure, then their position. Treat both victory and loss as visitors passing through your gates. Welcome neither too warmly. Both corrupt those who trust them. A ruler with virtue knows that control is never complete. The world will always resist. People will betray. Plans will falter. Storms will rise. But power lies not in avoiding resistance. It lies in adapting faster than anyone else. When the river changes its course, you do not curse it. You build new bridges. Fortune cannot destroy those who understand her nature, for they know she rewards resilience more than perfection. The man who recovers from loss with composure terrifies her. She cannot wound him twice. To the modern mind, fortune is called opportunity. Men chase it blindly, hoping it will redeem their mediocrity. They read books, attend lectures, whisper affirmations, all in pursuit of what cannot be summoned by words alone. They do not see that opportunity is not created. It is revealed through movement. The motionless never see it. Only those who dare to step into uncertainty will notice how the path rearranges itself in their favor. Fortune loves momentum. She despises hesitation. Every delay is an offering to your rival. In the realm of power, fortune tests you through loss. She will strip away comfort, loyalty, and illusion until only your will remains. If you crumble, she moves on. If you stand, she kneels. The man who survives his own ruin becomes untouchable. His calm becomes legend. His endurance becomes myth. Fortune may destroy what he owns, but she can never take what he has become. This is why the greatest rulers are shaped not by their victories, but by their recoveries. Fortune, then, is not your enemy. She is your measure. She reveals whether your power is borrowed or born. The weak call her cruel. The strong call her teacher. She will visit you as loss, betrayal, failure, and doubt. If you greet her with patience, she will repay you with clarity. If you fight her with emotion, she will humiliate you. The true prince learns to dance with her chaos, never stepping out of rhythm, never letting her lead. Tonight, as you drift between sleep and awareness, think of every failure you have known. Each was not punishment, but initiation. Each loss was fortune whispering, build again, but this time, stronger. You will learn to smile in her storms, to see collapse as construction, to feel calm in the moment others drown. And when fortune returns, as she always does, she will no longer recognize you. You will not beg for her favor, you will command her obedience. And when you finally stand in that calm, with fortune beneath your feet and the world at your command, will you thank her for the chaos, or will you wonder why you ever feared it at all? Power does not require truth, only belief. The world does not obey the righteous, it obeys the convincing. You will learn that men follow images more faithfully than principles, and symbols more loyally than laws. It is not the substance of power that governs them, but the shadow it casts. A ruler who understands this will care less about being virtuous, and more about being seen as virtuous, for the people do not see your heart, they see the theater you build around it. The crowd does not look deeply. They have neither the time nor the will to see beyond the mask. They judge by what they can touch, by what shines, by what sounds certain. To appear honest is better than to be honest. To appear strong is better than to be invincible. Men are not moved by invisible virtues, but by visible gestures. They cannot read your intentions, but they can feel your tone. They cannot see your strategy, but they will remember your posture. Appearances, then, are not deceptions, they are instruments, and those who refuse to use them are not moral, they are blind. Consider this. When a man carries himself with composure, even without proof of power, others sense authority. The stillness of his manner, the precision of his movements, the coldness in his eyes, these make him untouchable. He might be weak beneath it all, yet he will command those stronger than him, for confidence is its own armor. Perception is reality, and reality is what men perceive. If they see control, they will submit to it. If they sense doubt, they will devour it. You are not what you are what they believe you to be. A prince cannot afford sincerity without calculation. Honesty is a luxury of the powerless. The ruler who reveals himself completely becomes predictable, and predictability is the death of fear. You must master the art of partial revelation. Show just enough truth to appear transparent, yet conceal the hand that moves the strings. Let them trust the performance, not the actor. The audience must believe the mask is your face. For once they believe it, even when they know it is a mask, they will obey it just the same. Appearances rule because men hunger for simplicity. They do not want truth. Truth is complex, exhausting, and threatening. They want a story that flatters their hopes and confirms their fears. Give them symbols to worship, enemies to despise, virtues to praise. Feed their need for illusion, and you will never lack followers. Those who chase truth end up alone. Those who craft illusion end up obeyed. The wise ruler knows that illusion is not falsehood, it is mercy. It shields the masses from the chaos of reality while binding them to the illusion's author. It is better to be perceived as consistent than to be consistent. Men hate change in those who lead them, even though they live in contradiction themselves. They want your words to feel eternal, even when they are strategic. Repeat the same gestures, the same tone, the same image. Let familiarity replace truth. When your mask becomes ritual, it ceases to be questioned. The people will not care whether you are genuine, only that you are stable. Predictability in appearance breeds loyalty in chaos. But beware, appearance is not decoration. It is warfare. Every image you project is a weapon or a weakness. A misplaced smile can destroy years of discipline. A single gesture of uncertainty can unravel the illusion of control. The ruler must be an artist of perception, sculpting not only how others see him, but how they see themselves in relation to him. If they see in you what they wish to be, they will serve you out of admiration. If they see in you what they fear becoming, they will obey you out of necessity. Both forms of obedience are useful. Sentimentality toward either is not. To maintain appearances, one must study theater. Every meeting, every pause, every silence is a scene. The ruler is both playwright and performer. Speak slowly, move deliberately, never explain too much. Explanation weakens mystique, and mystique is oxygen to authority. The crowd must sense depth they cannot measure. They must suspect intelligence they cannot define. They must imagine greatness you never confirm. Let them complete the myth themselves, and they will protect it from doubt. In modern times, the stage has only grown larger. The new courts are digital, the new courtiers are audiences, and men now perform for each other more than they live for themselves. The masses reveal their every mood, thought, and wound, believing exposure equals authenticity. Yet the more they reveal, the weaker they become. Their transparency makes them predictable. Their predictability makes them controllable. The ruler, therefore, must remain the last mystery in a world addicted to disclosure. When all others speak, your silence becomes divine. Learn to master both masks, the one that inspires admiration and the one that inspires dread. They must coexist, like sun and shadow. Too much charm invites familiarity. Too much fear breeds rebellion. Alternate between warmth and distance until your followers cannot tell which is your true nature. Their confusion becomes dependence. They will seek your approval as if seeking oxygen, never sure which gesture secures it. A ruler's greatest weapon is ambiguity. It keeps every man guessing his place. But remember, the mask must never crack. Once the illusion collapses, men turn from reverence to vengeance. They do not forgive exposure. They despise the one who deceived them, even if they begged for the deception. Guard your composure as you would guard a fortress. Show no fatigue. Reveal no emotion that cannot serve a purpose. Even your laughter must be deliberate, your stillness rehearsed. The people may see you as human, but never as ordinary. Familiarity breeds contempt. Mystery breeds worship. Appearances are not lies. They are translations. The world cannot understand your depth. You must give it symbols instead. Virtue must look like virtue. Wisdom must look like calm. Power must look like inevitability. Every ruler becomes his own mythology. Whether you are hero or villain depends not on your actions, but on who tells your story first. Control that story, and you will live forever in the minds of men. Now ask yourself, when the world looks upon you, when they whisper your name in private and imagine your face in silence, do they see who you are, or only what you've allowed them to believe? Every ruler must face this question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Those who do not rule will tell you love is greater, for they have never commanded obedience. They mistake affection for loyalty, forgetting how quickly both fade. Love binds men only as long as it pleases them. Fear binds them even when it does not. Love is a promise, fear is a memory. A promise can be broken, a memory endures. To love someone is to give them freedom. To fear someone is to give them boundaries. Love invites approach. Fear enforces distance. The ruler who seeks to be loved is already begging to be understood, forgiven, accepted, and in doing so, he places himself beneath those he commands. The one who chooses fear accepts solitude, but gains permanence. Men may curse his name, but they will obey his silence. They will betray their own morals before they test his limits. Understand this. Men are good only while it is convenient to be so. Their love for you lasts only until another offers more comfort, more pleasure, more advantage. Affection is the currency of weak alliances. The moment hardship comes, love turns to resentment. Fear, however, endures crisis. It lives in the mind, even when loyalty falters. It reminds the coward of consequences, the traitor of cost. Fear is the invisible chain that keeps chaos from entering the gates. But fear must be crafted carefully, for terror without control is destruction. You must never let fear become hatred, for hatred desires revenge, and revenge never forgets. The ruler must create fear as the sculptor creates marble, through precision, not frenzy. The people must fear the law, not the hand that enforces it. They must dread your displeasure more than your cruelty, for cruelty is predictable but disappointment is mysterious. What they cannot measure, they cannot escape. To be feared is not to be cruel. The lion does not roar to wound the gazelle. He roars to remind the jungle of order. The sound alone maintains hierarchy. In this way, power sustains itself without waste. The wise ruler uses punishment sparingly, so that the mere possibility of it keeps men in line. Mercy must appear as choice, not obligation. When you forgive, let it feel deliberate, never desperate. Your mercy must humiliate, not encourage. It should make men whisper, "He could have destroyed me." That whisper spreads faster than your kindness ever could. Love makes men expect fairness. Fear makes them accept reality. When they love you, they dream of equality. When they fear you, they accept your superiority. A nation built on love will demand comfort. A nation built on fear will maintain order. One breeds complacency, the other vigilance. And yet, the ruler who relies only on fear forgets that even terror grows dull when constant. The people must occasionally see your warmth, not because you owe it, but because it sharpens their dread. Fear is strongest when paired with hope. You must appear capable of both cruelty and compassion, yet beholden to neither. Let men see that you punish reluctantly and reward without enthusiasm. They will call you just, even when you are not. For justice, in their minds, is simply the balance between pleasure and pain. Appear balanced, and they will believe you are righteous. To maintain such equilibrium, you must never let emotion dictate judgment. Emotion clouds the precision of fear. Detachment ensures that punishment feels inevitable, not personal. The ruler who rules through love must speak endlessly to maintain it. The ruler who rules through fear speaks rarely. His silence does the work for him. Men will fill it with their own imaginations, each fearing what it could mean. The fewer words you use, the more weight each carries. Let your approval be quiet, let your anger be quieter still. The soundless ruler governs the loudest. Modern rulers misunderstand fear. They believe it must come through violence or domination. But fear, in its purest form, is psychological. It is the uncertainty that keeps men obedient. In the age of appearances, fear is subtle. The threat of exclusion, the possibility of disfavor, the silence after expectation. You need not raise your hand to command submission. You need only withhold attention. Indifference is the new cruelty. To make a man invisible is to unmake him. Yet do not forget, to be feared is to stand alone. There will be nights when isolation presses against you like armor grown heavy. You will watch others laugh freely while your gaze remains distant, calculating. You will miss the simplicity of being loved, and then you will remember that love demands vulnerability. The ruler cannot afford that luxury. What others call loneliness, you will call sovereignty. It is the silence in which power rests. Love gives, fear preserves. Love fades, fear repeats. The wise ruler knows how to weave both, to smile with warmth that confuses the mind, then speak with cold that freezes the heart. The people will love you because they fear losing your favor, and fear you because they love your strength. When both forces intertwine, your rule becomes eternal. But remember this law above all. Love creates expectations. Fear creates discipline. Men can forgive cruelty, but never weakness. When the day comes that they no longer fear you, they will not betray you for gold. They will betray you for sport. To be loved and weak is to be devoured with a smile. To be feared and silent is to live beyond their reach. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, ask yourself, when you finally hold power in your hands, will you choose to be adored and disposable, or feared and eternal? Truth is a weapon that dulls when used too often. Those who speak it freely lose their mystery. Those who conceal it rule the world. Power, at its core, is deception refined into discipline. The ability to decide not only what others see, but what they believe they have discovered. To rule is not to command through honesty, but to guide perception through illusion. Every great empire rests on lies arranged so elegantly that even truth serves them. The ruler must understand that men crave deception. They will beg to be lied to, provided the lie flatters their hope. They do not want reality, they want reassurance dressed as reason. Give them order when there is none, purpose when there is chaos, enemies when they grow restless. Lies are not evil when they preserve stability. The ruler's duty is not to speak the truth, but to maintain the illusion that keeps the world intact. Truth shatters men, illusion makes them obedient. But deception, to be art, must never appear deliberate. The most effective lie is the one built upon fragments of truth. A flawless falsehood invites disbelief. An imperfect truth breeds loyalty. Reveal enough to convince, conceal enough to control. Let others think they see your intentions. Let them analyze your gestures, misinterpret your silences, debate your motives. The more they study you, the less they understand. Complexity is the cloak of power. When men cannot define you, they cannot predict you. You must learn the elegance of misdirection, not to deny, but to redirect. Never contradict directly. When accused, laugh. When confronted, deflect. When questioned, answer something true but irrelevant. The human mind cannot resist closure. It will fill in what you omit. Give men half the picture and they will paint the rest in your favor. A skilled deceiver never hides, he distracts. He creates motion where there is nothing, sound where there is silence, light where there is fog. Deception is not betrayal, it is protection. The truth in its raw form invites destruction. Every secret, Every vulnerability, every honest word can and will be used against you by those who claim to admire you. Men cannot resist exploiting what they understand. Therefore, make yourself unknowable. Hide not your weakness, but your boundaries. A ruler who reveals what offends him gives his enemies the map to his ruin. Let them strike where you have already prepared defenses. Let them aim at the shadow, not the substance. In politics, religion, love, and war, deception is the bridge between intention and result. The warrior disguises strength as hesitation to lure his prey. The merchant hides greed behind generosity. The priest conceals ambition behind devotion. The lover masks manipulation as passion. All power demands theater, and the best performances are those whose actors forget they are pretending. Practice deception until it becomes nature. Speak truth only when it benefits the lie. The art lies in restraint. Those who deceive too often become tangled in their own web. The master deceiver knows when silence serves better than invention. To lie well, one must know when to stop speaking. A pause can mislead more effectively than a sentence. Say less, reveal less, confirm nothing. The mind of the listener will work harder than your tongue ever could. The less you explain, the more powerful your presence becomes. Simplicity conceals depth. To deceive successfully, you must first deceive yourself, not into believing the lie, but into embodying it. Conviction sells illusion. The trembling hand betrays more truth than the stammering tongue. Control your expression, your breathing, your stillness. The audience does not follow words, it follows confidence. Truth is irrelevant when power speaks. People believe not what is real, but what is spoken without doubt. A ruler must therefore master performance until sincerity and deceit become indistinguishable. The masses crave narratives, not accuracy. They do not want to understand. They want to belong. Give them stories that order the chaos of their lives. Feed them symbols, rituals, heroes, and villains. They will choose your fiction over another's truth. Every ideology, every nation, every religion is built upon this principle. The more comforting the illusion, the more willing the sacrifice. Men die not for facts, but for meaning, and meaning is the grandest deception of all. But deception, like power, carries weight. Use it carelessly, and it will crush you beneath its consistency. Every lie must serve a purpose. Deceive not for pleasure, but for stability. Manipulate not to humiliate, but to secure the structure that keeps order intact. The deceiver who lies for vanity will drown in the very fog he created. The ruler who deceives with discipline will command men who never realize they were guided. Understand this. Deception is the only truth men can handle. They cannot bear the cold logic of reality, the absence of purpose, the emptiness of freedom. They need illusions to survive, illusions of love, of destiny, of progress. To take these from them is cruelty. To direct them wisely is mastery. Deception is not merely survival, it is governance. So study silence, timing, and subtlety. Let your truth be hidden beneath layers of contradiction. Let your words mean more than they say and less than they promise. Let your enemies believe they see through you, for there is no greater blindness than the arrogance of understanding. The ruler who deceives with elegance does not lie, he sculpts belief. And as you drift towards sleep tonight, remember this: the most dangerous truth is the one that reveals too much too soon. Power requires illusion, as the body requires breath. Without it, chaos enters. And when the time comes to reveal your true face, if it ever comes, will you still recognize it, or will you discover that the mask has become the man? A ruler learns more from weakness than from strength. Power reveals nothing, fragility reveals all. To understand a man, observe what offends him. What he defends too quickly exposes his fear. What he mocks exposes his envy. Weakness, when mirrored back to him, makes him speak truths he does not know he possesses. The wise ruler does not interrogate with words. He reflects with silence. People expose themselves in the reflection of their own insecurity. Pretend ignorance, and they will rush to display knowledge. Pretend fear, and they will reveal courage or the lack of it. The art of ruling men begins with letting them believe they are wiser than you. Flatter their intelligence, and they will offer their secrets freely. They will show you the architecture of their vanity, stone by stone, mistaking their pride for dominance. Weakness invites confession. The mask of humility is the most powerful disguise, for it convinces others to lower theirs. Men crave superiority. To feed this craving is to disarm them. When they think they are teaching you, they stop guarding their motives. Let them advise, let them boast, let them explain. The moment they believe you depend on them, they begin to depend on your validation. You will become the unseen mirror through which they view their own importance. Then, when the time comes, you will turn that reflection against them, not in cruelty, but in control. Their ego will serve you better than their loyalty ever could. Do not correct a fool when he is speaking. Let him expand his weakness until it surrounds him. Do not expose the liar, let him believe you believe. The liar who feels unseen grows bolder, and in his boldness, predictable. There is no advantage in crushing a weakness too soon. To exploit it, you must first understand its rhythm. Every weakness has a pattern, a cycle of pride and guilt, confidence and collapse. Learn this pattern, and you will know exactly when to strike, when to retreat, when to praise, and when to destroy. Weakness is not always visible. Often it hides behind strength, the kind too loudly displayed. A man who boasts of courage fears irrelevance. One who speaks of loyalty dreads abandonment. One who preaches morality hides temptation. The ruler's eye must see the contradiction in every virtue, for every moral declaration conceals an opposite impulse. Every claim to goodness hides a plea for validation. The key is to make them reveal which impulse rules them. To study weakness is to study humanity. No man is free of it. Even you, who listen to these words with growing stillness, are made of the same contradictions. The difference lies in awareness. The ruler acknowledges his weaknesses, then binds them. He does not erase them, he commands them. The common man hides his flaws and calls the act humility. The ruler names his and turns them into weapons. Fear becomes caution, envy becomes strategy, anger becomes momentum. The difference between ruin and power lies not in purity, but in control. The mirror of weakness is not held to mock, but to measure. When you learn to see weakness in others, you begin to recognize its reflection within yourself. Do not despise this. To deny your weakness is to remain ruled by it. To observe it is to separate from it. The moment you can say, "I am not my impulses," you are no longer their prisoner. The man who knows his own corruption becomes incorruptible, for he can no longer be bribed by what once tempted him. To manipulate another, you must know which part of them believes it is strong. People are not governed by their fears, but by their denial of them. They will sell their soul to preserve the illusion of strength. If you threaten that illusion, they will fight. If you protect it, they will serve. Make a man believe he is powerful, and he will hand you his power. The art of domination is to make the other believe it was his choice. The greatest weakness in men is the desire to appear consistent. They will destroy truth to protect an image. They will lie, betray, and suffer just to appear right. This is why contradiction is the ruler's greatest tool. Present them with a choice that undermines their self-image, and they will expose their priorities. If they choose pride over survival, they are ruled by vanity. If they choose survival over pride, they are ruled by fear. Once you know which god they serve, you know which chain to pull. Never forget, your enemy's weaknesses are not flaws to shame, they are instructions. Each insecurity tells you how to handle them, how to bribe, how to threaten, how to break, how to rebuild. The fool sees an opponent's flaw and laughs. The ruler sees it and waits. Waiting is the sharpest blade in power's arsenal. The unrestrained man burns through his advantage in haste. The patient man wins wars without moving. There will come a time when someone mirrors your weakness back to you. They will flatter what you secretly despise about yourself. They will challenge you in the one place you have not yet mastered. When that happens, do not react. Reaction exposes the wound. Stillness conceals it. If they cannot see where to cut, they cannot draw blood. Calmness is the silence between recognition and exposure, the mark of those who rule themselves. To master others, you must first become the perfect mirror, reflecting everything, revealing nothing. Let them see in you whatever strengthens their illusion. Let their projections keep them blind. Deception is unnecessary when others deceive themselves. The mirror does not need to speak to control the image. And so, as you descend deeper into the night, think of every person who has underestimated you. Think of how they revealed themselves while trying to measure you. You will learn to thank their arrogance, for it has given you a map. Weakness, once seen clearly, ceases to be dangerous. It becomes a resource. Now tell me, when the next man stands before you, and you see his fear reflected in your calm, Will you shatter his illusion, or let him believe the mirror still lies? Mercy is beautiful in peace, but ruinous in power. The ruler must understand that cruelty, when measured, is not evil, it is architecture. Every empire is built upon acts that gentle hearts could never commit. Weak men imagine cruelty as chaos. The wise understand it as order enforced by severity. A kingdom without the capacity for cruelty will soon be devoured by one that possesses it. For mercy without fear is nothing but permission disguised as kindness. To rule is to accept that the world cannot be governed by goodwill alone. The ruler who hesitates to punish invites rebellion. The ruler who punishes without calculation breeds hatred. Between those two extremes lies mastery, cruelty that corrects rather than corrupts. When used precisely, cruelty saves lives. When delayed, it multiplies bloodshed. For a single decisive act of violence can prevent 1,000 acts of chaos. History forgives brutality that restores order. It never forgives weakness that destroys it. Cruelty must be an act of governance, not emotion. It must come not from anger, but from reason. The moment you punish to satisfy your rage, you become the thing you claim to control, a slave to impulse. The ruler's cruelty is not personal, it is systemic. It teaches, deters, warns, and balances. Like a surgeon cutting to preserve life, you must learn to wound with purpose. Your hands must be steady even when your decisions horrify those who cannot see beyond sentiment. The world's peace often rests upon the ruler's cold indifference to pity. Most men imagine that mercy makes them noble. They believe forgiveness elevates them. But mercy is meaningless when it carries no consequence. To forgive without judgment is not virtue, it is negligence. When men know they can sin without price, they will sin without limit. Cruelty then becomes the hidden foundation of civilization. It reminds men that freedom without fear becomes decay. Discipline begins where sentiment ends, and those who can act without hesitation when punishment is required become the spine of order itself. When you rise to power, you will discover that pity is the most seductive weakness. It will whisper to you that to rule gently is to rule justly, but pity blinds the ruler to the future. You will see one man suffering and forget that sparing him may cause the suffering of 1,000 others. In sparing one, you betray the many. In hesitating once, you invite endless defiance. Mercy must therefore serve justice, not replace it. To act with compassion when strength is required is to betray both your duty and your people. But cruelty without strategy is suicide. A ruler must never make blood his habit, nor fear his only language. Cruelty must end the moment it fulfills its purpose. Beyond that, it becomes rot, a toxin that poisons even the victorious. The people can forgive one necessary execution, one public humiliation that restored stability, but they will never forgive the ruler who enjoys cruelty. The wise use it like poison, effective only in precise doses. Administered too often, it kills the patient and the physician alike. You must learn to separate appearance from intention. Let your cruelty appear reluctant, even when it is deliberate. Let your punishments seem driven by necessity, not choice. The people must believe you are compelled by duty, not by desire. They will accept any cruelty that feels inevitable. Present your acts of punishment as burdens upon your conscience. Speak softly when you order them, wear sorrow when you command them. Men will forgive any act done with the face of reluctance. They will hate those who punish with joy, but they will obey those who punish with gravity. There is also cruelty of omission, a colder and subtler form. To deny, to ignore, to withdraw protection is cruelty of the highest efficiency. It leaves no blood, no body, only silence, and silence frightens more than screams. The ruler who kills through neglect rules longer than the one who kills with his hand, for fear of the invisible is eternal. Let them never know whether your inaction is strategy or disdain. The doubt alone will paralyze rebellion. Consider how even nature maintains balance through cruelty. The hawk kills not from hatred but necessity. The winter freezes so that spring may bloom. Decay feeds creation. Cruelty is not the opposite of virtue. It is its guardian. Without it, life would dissolve into disorder. So too must your rule. The people may never understand this, but their safety will depend upon your capacity to act when others tremble. The leader who cannot be cruel at need is not merciful, he is weak. And weakness, in power, is the truest form of cruelty. In the modern world, cruelty has been given new names. efficiency, pragmatism, discipline. The hand has not changed, only the glove has. Corporate rulers destroy livelihoods with polite signatures. Politicians ruin nations with smiles. Lovers wound each other through indifference and call it closure. Civilization simply made cruelty quieter, but the principle remains: to command is to harm, intentionally or otherwise. The difference lies in who chooses when and how. You must decide whether your cruelty will be chaos or control, whether you will let the world's disorder force your hand, or whether your hand will shape the world's order. The cruel act done late is barbarism. The cruel act done early is prevention. Timing is the measure of moral weight. History will not judge you for your ruthlessness, only for your failure to succeed. For cruelty without victory is unforgivable, but cruelty that ensures peace is called justice by posterity. So let this truth sink into you as the night deepens. You are not asked to be kind. You are asked to be effective. You are not asked to be liked. You are asked to be remembered. Mercy builds comfort. Cruelty builds empires. And when the day comes that your mercy threatens your rule, will you hesitate to draw blood? Or will you understand that the hand that preserves must sometimes destroy? Fear is the oldest currency of power. It existed before language, before law, before gods were named. Every structure of authority, from the throne to the altar, rests upon it. Love may inspire, but fear compels. Men act for affection only when convenient. They act from fear, even when unwilling. The wise ruler therefore does not destroy fear. He cultivates it, shapes it, and teaches it to serve him. To understand fear, you must see it not as panic, but as awareness. It sharpens the mind, orders chaos, creates obedience where words cannot. A kingdom ruled by affection will crumble the moment hardship comes. A kingdom ruled by fear will endure even the silence of famine. For fear binds not hearts, but instincts. And instinct does not reason, it obeys. This is why all enduring power begins not in love, but in the cold architecture of controlled fear. The people do not need to love you to follow you. They need only to believe you cannot be defied without consequence. Fear is not hatred, it is memory. It lingers long after your voice falls silent, long after your eyes have turned away. It lives in the pauses between your gestures, in the calculation before a man dares to speak. True authority is not in command, it is in hesitation. The instant they pause before crossing you, you have won. Yet fear must be pure. It must be created without cruelty and sustained without spectacle. The tyrant seeks to be feared by all and is destroyed by everyone. The strategist needs only to be feared by those who must never forget him. Fear should never be random, for chaos breeds defiance. It must be organized, hierarchical, predictable, a system of invisible boundaries. Men can endure fear if it feels just. They revolt only when fear feels aimless. Therefore, you must punish with precision, reward with restraint, and maintain the illusion of fairness even when none exists. Fear is most effective when unseen. The sword that gleams loses its terror. The sword that waits in the dark multiplies it. The silent possibility of punishment is more powerful than punishment itself. The moment they know your limits, fear weakens. The moment they believe they understand you, power slips. Keep your reach uncertain. Let them think your patience endless, yet your vengeance immediate. Fear grows strongest in ambiguity, when they cannot tell whether you have forgiven or simply delayed. In every hierarchy, fear flows downward, but respect flows upward. If fear is too concentrated, it poisons the base. If too dispersed, it evaporates. You must balance both. Allow your underlings to fear your disfavor more than your wrath. Anger fades, withdrawal lingers. Let them feel your absence like exile, your silence like judgment. To be ignored by power is to vanish. Make neglect your sharpest blade. A ruler must never fear being feared. To be loved is to live conditionally. To be feared is to live defined. The people may whisper against you, but they will still obey. They may resent your severity, but they will protect your stability, for it shields them from chaos. Fear, when tempered by justice, becomes trust in disguise. When they say, "He is strict but fair," know that they mean, "We dare not betray him." In private, you must know what you yourself fear. The ruler who is ruled by his own anxieties will seek to control through excess. He will punish too often, shout too loudly, defend too quickly. His fear will become visible, and thus contagious. You must fear nothing but disorder. for disorder dissolves all empires. Let every other fear starve within you. The man who cannot be frightened cannot be manipulated, and the man who cannot be manipulated is the only one fit to rule. Modern men think fear primitive, something civilization has transcended, but they misunderstand. They have only replaced it with subtler forms. Today, fear hides beneath reputation, relevance, cancellation, rejection. People live not in terror of death, but of invisibility. They fear being forgotten, replaced, ignored. You can rule them not through violence, but through silence. Withdraw attention and watch how they beg for it. Deprive them of acknowledgement, and you will see panic greater than that caused by pain. In the digital age, absence is execution. The foundation of fear is respect for limits. Men must believe there are lines they cannot cross. Invisible, unspoken, yet absolute. When a ruler eliminates boundaries, he invites his own erosion. Familiarity destroys fear. Accessibility destroys reverence. Let them approach you but never touch your mind. Let them speak to you but never know your thoughts. The distance you maintain becomes the air they breathe. Fear, however, must not harden your spirit. The ruler who delights in it becomes predictable, and predictability is death to authority. The highest form of fear is calm. Rage terrifies for a moment. Composure terrifies forever. When they scream and you do not move, when they confess and you do not react, when they insult and you only smile, they will begin to fear not what you will do, but what you could do. That is the kind of fear that survives generations. Do not mistake serenity for mercy. The ocean looks peaceful before it consumes ships. The ruler's calm must carry that same warning. Let your demeanor suggest depths that no one dares test. Power without anger, cruelty without noise. This is the perfection of fear. It governs without touch. It preserves without violence. It is the fear of the divine, distant, unprovable, yet omnipresent. As you drift into sleep tonight, imagine yourself surrounded by silence. No armies, no advisors, only the weight of your unseen authority. Men wait outside your chamber, uncertain whether your stillness means approval or doom. They whisper, "He does not need to threaten." And they are right. For when fear becomes structure, you no longer enforce power, you embody it. Now answer, quietly to yourself. When they finally fear you not for what you might do, but for what you might think, will you still remember what it felt like to be human? The favor of the people is both armor and poison. It can protect the ruler from conspiracies, but it can also make him their prisoner. The crowd gives power in waves, sudden, noisy, and fleeting. One day they call you savior, the next, tyrant. Their love is a tide that obeys no law but appetite. To depend on it is to build a fortress on the sea, yet to despise it entirely is to invite revolt. The ruler must learn to stand between indulgence and contempt, to use the people without ever belonging to them. Men praise what benefits them. Their loyalty is not to your name, but to their own survival. They will love you as long as you serve their illusion of prosperity. They will call you just while your rule brings comfort. But when famine strikes, when the harvest fails, when misfortune falls upon them, their devotion will evaporate. They will not blame fortune, they will blame you. And so the ruler must never seek to be loved, only to be necessary. For the people will forgive cruelty, but never irrelevance. The favor of the people is maintained not through truth, but through theater. Give them symbols to worship, gestures to interpret, enemies to despise. Let them feel part of something greater, though they never see the strings that hold it together. The illusion of inclusion is stronger than any law. Speak to them as though they matter, but decide as though they don't. Promise them stability, then give them fear. They will mistake it for safety. Promise them unity, then divide them. They will call it justice. The crowd does not want freedom, it wants direction. You must learn to feed the people's emotions the way a falconer feeds his bird. Just enough to keep it hungry, never enough to make it wild. Give them hope sparingly. Hope, when rationed, becomes sacred. When abundant, it becomes noise. A ruler who gives too much comfort weakens his people, for comfort breeds expectation, and expectation breeds rebellion. The most loyal subjects are those who live close enough to fear to remember who gives them peace. The crowd believes it chooses whom to love, but in truth its affections are engineered. The ruler decides which virtues to display, which scandals to permit, which myths to feed. The people are not won through honesty, but through rhythm, through the steady repetition of strength and compassion, dominance and humility. The same mind that tires of tyranny will worship it again when repackaged as protection. Human memory is short, collective memory is shorter. Therefore, do not fear the outrage of the present, it will decay by tomorrow. Popularity is useful only as a shield. The ruler who treats it as a crown will drown in it. The crowd loves too loudly and listens too little. When they cheer, they stop thinking. When they stop thinking, they grow dangerous. A wise ruler allows the people their passions but never their power. Give them parades, songs, rituals, distractions to drain the energy that might otherwise turn against you. Let them feel victory through your image, purpose through your wars, pride through your order. The people will endure hardship if you convince them it has meaning. They will riot if they believe it does not. Be cautious of giving the people too much voice. They will demand what destroys them, and then mourn their own freedom. They will choose flattery over truth, comfort over discipline, and blame over reflection. The ruler must save them from their desires and take their hatred as the price. Men would rather curse a tyrant than confront their own incompetence. Therefore, you must rule in such a way that even their resentment serves you. Let them hate your discipline more than they hate their weakness. Let their opposition confirm your necessity. When rebellion stirs, remember this: revolts are rarely born from starvation, but from envy. The poor do not revolt because they are hungry. They revolt because they see another man eating better. Envy, not suffering, ignites revolution. Therefore, equality must always appear possible, but never be achieved. Let men climb, but never reach. Let them chase reward, but never own it. The illusion of progress will pacify where force would fail. Those who believe they are improving do not rebel, they compete. There will come a time when your rule depends on appeasing the people's fury. When that moment arrives, offer them sacrifice. Give them an enemy, a traitor, a scapegoat, someone upon whom they can project their failure. The crowd does not seek justice, it seeks relief. Let their rage burn through another's name while your authority remains intact. A ruler who understands this can survive even the collapse of faith. The people must always have someone to blame other than themselves. That too is leadership. But the ruler must never love the people. To love them is to forget that they would devour you if given the chance. Affection toward the masses clouds the mind, softens the hand, and makes a ruler mistake noise for devotion. They will embrace you when strong, curse you when weak, and cheer for your successor before your body grows cold. Their gratitude is wind, felt only in motion, forgotten in stillness. Therefore, rule them with distance, protect them without intimacy, and use their adoration as camouflage, not comfort. The people's favor is a fire, bright, useful, dangerous. Warm your hands by it, but do not step too close. It will turn on you the moment you believe it loves you. Keep it burning by feeding it small offerings, spectacle, discipline, and mystery. Let them adore your image while fearing your indifference. Their affection must never feel returned, for nothing intoxicates the masses more than chasing the approval they will never truly receive. So when you walk among them and they shout your name, remember, they are not cheering for you, they are cheering for the idea of you, the reflection you've given them, the illusion they need to survive. Smile, wave, nod, and when you turn away, let your mind whisper what they must never hear, that the love of the crowd is not a gift but a leash. And when they pull that leash, when they demand your favor, when they beg you to speak, will you remind them that they are subjects, or will you let them believe they are free? Power must appear righteous even when it is not. The ruler's actions may be carved from iron, but they must be painted in gold. Men obey those they perceive as good, not because they care for goodness itself, but because virtue gives them comfort while being ruled. The ruler must therefore learn the oldest and most necessary art of all, to sin as a saint would, and to command as if by divine right. The mask of virtue is not deceit, it is armor. Without it, every act of necessity becomes scandal. With it, every cruelty becomes justice. A ruler cannot afford sincerity. Honesty is too naked a weapon. It cuts the wielder before the enemy. You must learn to appear just, merciful, and compassionate, even when your intentions are purely strategic. Let your smile be the disguise of control, your silence the suggestion of depth, your words the mirror of virtue. Men cannot see your motives, only your expressions. They will believe whatever gives them peace, and peace is the product of illusion, not truth. Virtue, in politics, is not moral integrity, it is performance. The people demand a moral theater, and you must provide it. Display your devotion to justice, but define justice yourself. Speak of morality, but use it as language, not law. Let your subjects think your decisions come from conscience when in truth, they come from calculation. The masses, after all, do not want truth. They want the comfort of believing they are ruled by righteousness. Feed them that belief, and they will follow even into ruin. You must act as if every choice was sanctified by reason or faith. Never allow hesitation to stain your virtue. When you execute, do so as though the heavens themselves demanded it. When you reward, make it seem like divine benevolence. Men will forgive almost anything if it wears the scent of morality. Religion understood this long before politics, that the appearance of purity justifies any act committed in its name. Let your image carry that same fragrance, even when your hands are soaked in the quiet blood of necessity. But beware, the mask of virtue must never look deliberate. The saint who knows he is holy is already corrupt. Display your virtue subtly, like light through smoke. Too much goodness appears suspicious. Too much humility looks like manipulation. The people must believe you virtuous by nature, not design. Let them see your morality in fragments, in restraint, in patience, in small acts of public pity. Each gesture becomes a coin that buys their faith. Once you have it, you may spend it as you please. A ruler's reputation is more sacred than his morality. The public will forgive vice, but never the exposure of vice. Scandal destroys power faster than sin. Therefore, guard not your conscience, but your image. Let every whisper of corruption be met with grace, every accusation with silence. The less you defend yourself, the more they will defend you. The guilty man protests too loudly. The ruler merely smiles. Innocence is not proven, it is projected. You must understand that virtue serves power, not the other way around. Virtue without control is impotence, but control disguised as virtue becomes destiny. Men fear cruelty, but they worship moral authority. Cloak your ambition in moral language, and they will kneel while you enslave them. Tell them your wars are for justice, your laws for peace, your discipline for their safety. The more noble your explanation, the less they will question your intent. They will thank you for their obedience. The mask of virtue also protects you from your own conscience. Every man of vision will one day commit acts his former self would condemn. The difference between the ruler and the victim is how they justify it. You will learn to sanctify your necessity, to see each ruthless decision as a sacrifice for a higher order. You will become both priest and executioner, blessing your blade as it falls. If guilt ever whispers, remind it that mercy for the few is cruelty to the many. The gods themselves rule with violence veiled as harmony. In the modern age, the mask has evolved. Virtue now speaks through empathy, through promises of progress and equality. The new rulers speak gently, but their softness hides the same teeth. Corporations preach sustainability while enslaving labor. Politicians cry compassion while consolidating control. The form has changed, the essence has not. Morality remains the disguise of ambition. You will live among wolves who wear the skin of angels. Learn to do the same, or be devoured by them. Do not mistake the mask for hypocrisy. It is protection against the blindness of the masses. They cannot understand the machinery of governance, only its theater. You must give them beauty to distract from blood. That is not deceit, it is mercy. They cannot bear to see what sustains them, the manipulation, the surveillance, the quiet punishments that preserve their peace. Let them believe you pure, for their sanity depends on it. There will come a day when your virtue is tested, when doing what is right will threaten your rule, and doing what is necessary will condemn your soul. That is the day you must choose between being good and being effective. History remembers neither innocence nor guilt, only results. The mask of virtue ensures that when the world judges you, it judges the image, not the truth. You will stand untarnished in memory while your enemies rot in honesty. So as you close your eyes tonight, imagine yourself wearing that mask, flawless, serene, untouchable. The world believes it sees a savior, beneath a strategist breathes. And when dawn comes and they praise your purity, will you smile in gratitude or in quiet amusement, knowing that every virtue they admire was born from necessity? Power speaks most loudly when it does not speak at all. Words are invitations. Every one of them opens a door you may later wish had remained closed. The ruler who masters silence rules not only through command, but through mystery. He understands that silence is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of control. When a man cannot read your voice, he must read your actions. And when your actions too are deliberate and sparse, he will fear the depth he cannot measure. The undisciplined man explains. He feels the need to justify himself, to be understood, to be liked. Each word becomes a confession. He builds his own prison out of explanations. The disciplined man resists this urge. He lets misunderstandings serve him. He allows rumors to circulate, because each one multiplies his legend. The less he clarifies, the more powerful he becomes in the imagination of others. Silence is a blank canvas. It allows others to paint their fears, their hopes, their guilt upon you. Let them. The more they project, the less they perceive. A ruler must learn to endure the discomfort of silence. Most cannot. They rush to fill it with noise, fearing what stillness might reveal. But silence is a weapon sharpened by patience. In negotiation, it unravels the impatient. In interrogation, it exposes the guilty. In leadership, it breeds reverence. When you withhold speech, you create space for others to betray themselves. They will talk until they say too much. They will interpret your quiet as judgment, wisdom, or anger, whichever their conscience fears most. Silence must be paired with observation. Every gesture, every blink, every pause in the air tells a story. When you speak, you control one conversation. When you listen, you control many. The man who listens rules those who speak. Every secret worth knowing is revealed not in words, but in hesitation. The ruler gathers power in silence, like a hunter draws in breath before the strike. Unseen, unnoticed, inevitable. Do not confuse silence with timidity. To stay quiet when insulted is not weakness, it is calculation. The wise man knows that words given to fools are pearls thrown into mud. The fool shouts to be heard. The ruler remains silent to be remembered. When you answer every challenge, you reduce yourself to the level of those who question you. When you ignore them, you force them to question themselves. The most devastating response to provocation is indifference. It denies your enemy significance, and significance is what every adversary craves. Yet, silence must not be absolute. Too much of it becomes suspicion. Speak only when your voice will shift the atmosphere, when your words can stop a room or ignite an army. Let each phrase sound like a verdict, not a contribution. When you finally speak after long restraint, the world will listen as if hearing a prophecy. The fewer your words, the heavier they fall. The echo of silence gives them weight. Silence also disciplines the self. It trains the mind to think before it bleeds. Every man who cannot control his speech cannot control his thoughts. He exposes his insecurities by his need to be heard. The ruler must learn to enjoy the taste of restraint, to savor the power that grows in withholding. The silence within becomes the silence without. When the mind grows still, every decision becomes clear. In that stillness, emotion loses its grip, and the heart becomes the servant of strategy. In the presence of allies, silence demands respect. In the presence of enemies, it provokes fear. Allies will interpret it as composure, enemies as calculation. Both serve you. Speak to neither too freely. Even friendship becomes leverage in silence. The one who always listens learns what others would die to conceal. And when he finally speaks, his words can shape alliances like steel-shaped swords through heat and patience. In the modern world, silence has nearly vanished. Men broadcast every thought, every hunger, every fear. They confuse attention with power, exposure with significance. They reveal their weaknesses publicly and call it authenticity. But the true ruler remains invisible. He observes the noise of the world as a spectator at a play, unmoved, detached, deliberate. He knows that to be silent in an age of noise is to be godlike. The more the world speaks, the more powerful becomes the one who does not. Silence also heals what anger would destroy. It denies your enemies the pleasure of reaction. When they insult you, wait. When they provoke you, smile. The moment you respond, you accept their framing. But in silence you remain sovereign. You force them to fight shadows, to invent motives, to misjudge your strength, to reveal their desperation. Your silence becomes a mirror in which they see their own chaos. The ruler must train his inner court, his mind, to mirror this stillness. Speak to yourself with precision, not chatter. When doubt arises, do not argue with it. Let it speak, then fade. Internal silence precedes external command. A man who cannot quiet his own thoughts will never quiet a crowd. There is a kind of authority that only silence can create, the authority of the unseen, the unprovable, the mythic. Words bind you to the world of men. Silence binds men to the world of your myth. Let them wonder what you mean. Let them fear what you might think. Let them invent stories about your patience, your calm, your cruelty. Each one adds to your legend. The less you speak, the more they will write your scripture for you. And as night deepens, remember, the universe itself rules through silence. The stars do not announce their light. The ocean does not boast of its depth. The mountains do not speak, yet no man doubts their power. Be like them, vast, wordless, unmovable. Your silence will become your shadow and your crown. So ask yourself, when the next voice demands your answer, when the world presses you for reaction, will you fill the silence or will you let it rule for you? Power is measured not by what is said, but by what is withheld. Every unnecessary word is a coin spent, every silence a coin saved. Most men live in debt, speaking endlessly to purchase validation, to prove intelligence, to fill the emptiness they fear. The ruler speaks as one who already owns the room. His words are currency, his restraint, wealth. When he speaks little, men assume depth. When he speaks precisely, men obey. The difference between authority and noise is economy. You must treat speech as an investment. Before you open your mouth, ask what the return will be. Will these words strengthen your image or dilute it? Will they reveal intent or obscure it? Will they serve the future or merely soothe the present? The man of discipline learns that speech is the costliest of all impulses. It exposes desire, reveals fear, and gives others the keys to his mind. The fool leaks power through conversation. The ruler accrues it through silence. The economy of words is not minimalism for its own sake. It is precision as dominance. When you say only what must be said, your words acquire the gravity of prophecy. The listener leans closer, desperate for more. Restraint transforms speech into an event. Each syllable becomes an instrument. Every pause an act of authority. Men will begin to measure your silences as carefully as your commands. The less you speak, the more your silence must be interpreted, and in interpretation lies control. Speak rarely, but speak clearly. Vagueness is weakness disguised as sophistication. Use words the way a sword is used, only when a cut is needed, and never twice for the same wound. The true master of language does not adorn it, he sharpens it. Each statement should strike cleanly, leaving no doubt, no argument, no opening. A ruler's words must not wander, they must arrive. Understand that excessive speech is the mark of insecurity. Men who fear being forgotten attempt to immortalize themselves through noise. They mistake attention for reverence. They drown in their own explanations, mistaking persuasion for power. But persuasion is the tool of the weak. Authority is the privilege of the silent. To explain is to beg for understanding. The ruler never begs. He lets his actions make words unnecessary. Yet even silence requires strategy. Too much of it, and you vanish into irrelevance. Too little, and you join the chorus of the ordinary. The economy of words is balance. Enough to direct, never enough to depend on. Use speech as a bridge, not a dwelling. The moment your authority relies on rhetoric, it has already weakened. A ruler's voice must carry not because it is loud, but because it is rare. Consider the value of scarcity. Gold is prized not because it glitters, but because it is rare. So too with words. If you speak constantly, your speech loses currency. If you speak sparingly, even your silence becomes gold. Men will begin to hear meaning in your stillness, wisdom in your restraint, prophecy in your quiet. They will hang upon your lips not because you speak well, but because you speak less. Rarity breeds worship. In counsel, speak last. Let others expend themselves in argument, in wit, in pride. Watch as they entangle their ambitions in their own verbosity. When you finally speak, distill everything into one decisive phrase. End the discussion without raising your voice. The greatest leaders do not win debates, they end them. Men will remember not your reasoning but your finality. The economy of words also extends to praise and condemnation. To praise too easily is to cheapen favor. To condemn too often is to dull fear. Reward with brevity. A nod, a single sentence, a gesture. It will echo louder than speeches. Punish with equal restraint. Let your words of judgment be few and unforgettable. Enough, leave, do not return. Such phrases become legends when wielded by one who does not waste them. Do not seek to be eloquent. Eloquence is theater, not truth. It seduces but rarely commands. Those who aim to impress become servants to their own performance. Speak instead with the calm of inevitability. Authority resides in stillness, not ornament. When your words sound like decisions rather than arguments, men will stop listening to respond. They will listen to obey. In the age of abundance, language has become inflationary. Words are printed endlessly until they lose value. Men trade opinions like counterfeit coins, none worth the breath that minted them. The true ruler operates like a banker of meaning, issuing speech in limited supply, backed by intent. When he speaks, his words purchase silence in others. Your private speech must follow the same rule. Even in solitude, do not chatter in your mind. Every internal argument weakens decision. When your thoughts become economical, your actions become absolute. The inner economy of silence funds the outer economy of command. When faced with provocation, remember this: silence is not empty, it is a verdict. When you choose not to answer, the world fills the gap with reverence or fear. The wise ruler allows others to destroy themselves through speech. A man who cannot stop talking exposes every weapon he holds. Let him. Every unnecessary word from his mouth is one less he can use tomorrow. So discipline yourself until even your smallest statement feels intentional. Every word must land like a seal on parchment. Deliberate, final, irreversible. Speak as though each sentence could be your last, for the listener must never forget it. And when you finish speaking, leave silence behind you like an aftertaste of judgment. Now ask yourself, if the value of your words were measured in power, how much wealth would your voice hold? The ruler who reveals his thoughts has already surrendered his crown. Secrets are not merely withheld information, they are power concentrated. Each unspoken truth is a fortress, each concealed intention a weapon. The more you reveal, the less they fear you. The more they know, the more they can predict. Power thrives in uncertainty, and secrecy is its shadow. Without it, even the strongest ruler becomes transparent, and transparency is the beginning of defeat. Men hunger for knowledge, not out of wisdom, but out of control. They believe that by knowing, they can influence. Deprive them of that satisfaction, and they will orbit you in speculation. Secrecy transforms your mind into a mystery, your silence into a temple. They will begin to imagine depth where none exists, genius where you are merely patient, strength where you are simply unreadable. The fewer truths you share, the more they will create on your behalf. Secrecy turns perception into armor. You must never allow others to map your intentions. Reveal nothing prematurely. Let your plans mature in darkness until they are unstoppable. The seed grows strongest beneath the soil. The moment it surfaces too soon, it becomes prey. So too with ambition. Speak of your goals only after they have taken root in reality. The ruler who confides too early creates a chorus of saboteurs disguised as advisors. Every plan half-built invites destruction. Conceal, then act. Surprise is the final signature of mastery. But secrecy must be disciplined, not paranoid. The man who trusts no one is as vulnerable as the man who trusts all. Isolation makes the mind brittle. Choose confidants as you would choose stones for a foundation, few, heavy, and immovable. Test them with small secrets before giving them large ones. Observe not how they speak to you, but how they speak of others. A man who gossips for you will gossip about you. Loyalty cannot be inherited. It must be proven under silence. Understand that secrecy is not hiding. It is structuring visibility. You decide what to reveal, when to reveal it, and to whom. Control of information is control of perception. A well-timed revelation can inspire awe, fear, or devotion. The ignorant man speaks for validation. The ruler speaks for effect. To withhold is not to vanish. It is to dictate the rhythm of understanding. Secrecy allows you to choreograph revelation itself. When the world sees only what you permit, you cease reacting to events and begin designing them. There is no loyalty stronger than the loyalty to a secret shared. Confiding in someone is not weakness, it is temptation weaponized. When you entrust another with knowledge, you bind them to you with invisible rope. They carry your secret like a relic, both privilege and burden. It flatters their ego while ensuring their silence, for confession would destroy their own honor. A secret can enslave without chains. The art lies in choosing what to conceal and what to give. A true ruler understands that not every secret is hidden, some are planted. But you must also guard yourself from your own need to confess. The human spirit longs to be understood. That longing is a liability. The moment you share your pain, you invite leverage. The moment you share your fear, you grant someone the power to summon it. Even love can become treachery when it knows too much. Be kind, but never transparent. Affection may be real, but privacy must be absolute. No one should ever fully know you, not enemies, not allies, not lovers. Mystery is the last refuge of command. In the modern world, secrecy has been devalued. Men document their every thought, photograph their every act, and publish their every desire. They have turned confession into culture. They mistake exposure for authenticity. But authenticity is not vulnerability, it is discretion. The one who shares everything owns nothing. Every confession is a surrender. Every overshared truth, a self-inflicted wound. The man who guards his privacy now stands apart like an ancient fortress in a land of open windows. His restraint radiates power because restraint has become rare. Understand also the distinction between secrecy and deceit. To deceive is to distort the truth. To conceal is to preserve it. There are truths too valuable to be spoken, too powerful to survive exposure. Words weaken what silence protects. When men demand transparency, they do not seek truth, they seek access. The wise ruler grants them symbols instead, gestures, smiles, partial glimpses of meaning. He satisfies their curiosity with illusions so they never suspect the depth beneath them. Every hierarchy is sustained by what remains unseen. A general's plans, a priest's doubts, a lover's intentions, all depend on shadows. Remove secrecy from power, and power dissolves. The unseen creates distance. Distance creates reverence. This is why the gods never answer directly, why their silence commands more worship than their words. Learn from them, speak less than you know, promise less than you intend, reveal less than you possess. The invisible is eternal, the visible decays. There will come a day when your enemies demand to know your thoughts. They will flatter, provoke, seduce, and threaten, hoping to open the vault of your mind. Give them fragments, half-truths wrapped in sincerity. Let them believe they've pierced your armor while they wander deeper into misdirection. The clever will suspect deceit, but their pride will compel them to believe anyway. Pride blinds the intelligent more surely than ignorance blinds the simple. Use it. Secrecy also protects your peace. When you guard your inner world, no betrayal can reach it. When others' opinions cannot find your core, their hatred loses aim. The man of secrecy is untouchable because his identity is ungraspable. They may attack your image, but they can never touch your essence. You become, to them, both presence and ghost, seen enough to be feared, unknown enough to be eternal. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, remember this. Even God hides behind the sky. The greatest forces are unseen. The wind that carves mountains, the silence that governs stars. You too must learn to rule unseen, to move like shadow through the minds of men. Let them see your light only when you wish it, and let that light blind them. So when they come seeking your truth, smiling and sincere, will you give them honesty, or will you give them faith in what they will never truly know? The ruler without enemies is already dying. To be hated is proof that you exist with force. To be opposed is confirmation that you are moving. The absence of resistance is not peace, it is decay. A wise ruler does not fear his enemies, he cultivates them. They sharpen his judgment, measure his strength, and remind his followers why they need his protection. Enemies give shape to power. Without them, power drifts into indulgence. The common man seeks approval. The ruler seeks opposition. He understands that greatness cannot be born in comfort. Harmony breeds stagnation. Only friction reveals form. It is your adversaries who will define your legend, not your friends. A friend reflects what you are. An enemy reflects what you could be. He forces you to evolve. The hostility of others is a mirror of your significance. When they plot against you, it is because they cannot ignore you. The ruler must never ask to be loved by all. He must ask to be feared by enough. Enemies provide focus. They clarify priorities, awaken dormant energy, and demand vigilance. The ruler who is unopposed becomes lazy. His thoughts lose edge. His actions lose urgency. Adversity cleans the mind. It reminds you that complacency is the first betrayal of ambition. Those who hate you unknowingly protect you from becoming ordinary. Their malice is your discipline. Every insult is an alarm clock. Every plot is exercise for the will. Yet, not all enemies are equal. The ruler must distinguish between the necessary and the dangerous. The necessary enemy challenges from afar. He strengthens you by existing. The dangerous enemy grows close. He poisons, flatters, and hides. One sharpens your defenses. The other corrodes them. Keep your distant enemies alive, for they give your people unity. But destroy the hidden ones quickly, for they spread infection beneath the skin of loyalty. There is no cruelty in this. It is medicine. You must also learn the art of selective tolerance. Some enemies are too useful to kill. A ruler who crushes every opponent loses the tension that sustains his authority. The people grow restless without a threat. They require something to fear, something to despise. Give them an enemy, and they will forget their hunger. Unite them against a common danger, real or imagined, and they will protect the very hand that manipulates them. An external foe is the internal glue of empires. Understand this paradox. A ruler without enemies invites rebellion. A ruler with controlled enemies prevents it. When people turn their hatred outward, it spares the throne. So let your enemies exist, but define them yourself. Let their image serve your story. Demonize those who cannot truly harm you, and keep your real threats invisible. The people cannot fear what they do not know, but they will fear what you tell them to. The unseen enemy is chaos. The named enemy is order. Control the narrative, and you control both. You must not hate your enemies. Hatred clouds precision. To despise a man is to tie yourself to him. Hate is emotional slavery. Indifference is mastery. Study your adversaries with the same calm you'd reserve for a chessboard. Each one is a piece that serves a purpose. Some must be sacrificed, some must be displayed, and some must remain alive, simply to justify your vigilance. The ruler's wisdom lies not in destroying opposition, but in knowing which enemies to keep breathing. Enemies are also the truest form of praise. They confirm that you have disrupted equilibrium. The coward has no enemies, for he offends no one. The great are always surrounded by hostility, not because they are cruel, but because they are unignorable. You will know your rise is real when opposition begins to organize. Let that hatred soothe you. It is the applause of those incapable of competing. Never allow the desire for peace to weaken your instincts. Peace is a pause, not a state. Permanent peace is only achieved in death. The wise ruler maintains tension, not enough to destroy, but enough to discipline. A touch of fear keeps your allies sharp, your subordinates loyal, your enemies cautious. Remove the enemy, and you remove the story that sustains your people. The wolf is hated by the flock, but it keeps them together. Even within yourself, cultivate an inner enemy, the shadow of your potential failure. Let it hunt you. Let it whisper that comfort is death. Compete against your own softness as you would against a rival prince. Each day you defeat that internal adversary, your power grows. When external enemies appear, you will already be trained. The man who conquers himself fears no conspiracy, no betrayal, no war. In the modern world, enemies have changed form. They no longer wear crowns or armor. They wear influence, applause, and ideology. They attack through narrative, not sword. Learn to fight within perception, not just politics. Your enemy today does not seek to kill your body. He seeks to contaminate your name. Protect it more than your throne, for reputation is the skin of power. Once pierced, it bleeds endlessly. Respond not with outrage, but with elegance. When you are slandered, let the lie echo unanswered. Silence humiliates the accuser more than denial. The world believes the calm man, not the loud one. Treat your enemies as storms. Sometimes you must endure them, sometimes redirect them, sometimes let them destroy themselves. Every act of aggression against you reveals a weakness in them. Study each attempt. Behind every insult hides insecurity. Behind every alliance against you hides fear. Collect these truths like currency. When the time is right, use their own ambitions to destroy them. The most elegant victory is to make an enemy believe he has won. And when they finally fall, do not celebrate. To gloat is to confess that they mattered. Step over them with quiet indifference. Let others speak of your triumph. Remain silent. Nothing terrifies survivors more than an enemy who does not rejoice in conquest. The ruler's restraint after victory is more frightening than his fury before battle. So tonight, remember this. You need your enemies more than they need you. They are the mirrors that keep you awake, the architects of your vigilance, the proof that you are alive. A man without adversaries is a man without purpose. And when dawn comes, and another enemy rises from the horizon, will you curse his name, or thank him for reminding you that you still have something worth defending? True loyalty does not come from affection. It comes from necessity, from the quiet understanding that betrayal costs more than obedience. The ruler who depends on love will lose both power and respect, for love is as changing as the seasons. But fear, when tempered and disciplined, remains constant. It survives through crisis, through envy, through time. The wise ruler knows that men remain faithful not to virtue, but to the order that protects them, and nothing preserves order more completely than fear. Fear is the spine of allegiance. Those who follow you out of admiration will leave you when admiration fades. Those who follow you out of profit will abandon you when profit ends. But those who follow you out of fear will stay until the very air trembles. Their loyalty may be cold, but it is reliable. You do not need their hearts, only their hesitation. The pause before rebellion, the silence before deceit, the calculation before betrayal, that is fear at work. And that silence is worth more than any oath sworn under joy. But fear must never humiliate. Terror that breaks a man also breaks his usefulness. The ruler who rules through brutality alone breeds enemies in secret. Fear must not make men despair, it must make them attentive. They should not hate you for your severity, they should thank you for their survival. If your subjects fear chaos more than your command, their loyalty will never waver. To achieve this, you must make yourself synonymous with stability. You are not the reason they tremble, you are the reason they endure. The loyalty of fear depends on consistency. You must punish predictably, reward cautiously, and never make threats you cannot fulfill. An unkept threat kills fear faster than mercy. Men can live under harsh rulers. They cannot live under uncertain ones. The tyrant who rages without pattern teaches his people to gamble. But the sovereign who punishes only when order demands it teaches reverence. When your wrath appears lawful, your severity becomes justice. And men do not resist justice, they submit to it. The ruler must also learn the delicate art of controlled mercy. Fear without reprieve leads to revolt, but fear balanced with grace becomes faith. Occasionally, spare those who expect punishment. Let them live, not out of kindness, but calculation. A spared man becomes an example. His gratitude turns into myth. He could have destroyed me, he will whisper, but he didn't. That whisper will travel farther than cruelty ever could. It teaches the people that obedience can still purchase life. The loyalty born of fear must be layered. Soldiers must fear failure more than death. Ministers must fear exposure more than dismissal. Friends must fear your disappointment more than your anger. Each must hold a personal terror, invisible yet unforgettable. But none must fear you so much that they stop functioning. Fear should tighten their discipline, not suffocate their reason. The ruler who inspires panic loses precision. Keep them afraid of the consequences, not of the command. To sustain fear, one must master composure. Rage destroys authority. Calm intensifies it. The wrathful ruler teaches his subjects to endure. The quiet ruler teaches them to obey. Anger can be measured and predicted, but composure terrifies because it cannot be read. A calm punishment feels inevitable. A calm ruler feels eternal. When you punish without passion, your enemies will sense that your will is colder than justice itself. Fear lives longest in stillness. You must understand that even those who appear loyal are calculating. Each man measures risk and reward, deciding whether obedience serves his survival. Your task is to make betrayal cost more than faith. Let every traitor's ruin be swift, public, and total. The execution of one teaches restraint to 1,000, but never kill from impulse. Each death must serve as language, a word in your vocabulary of deterrence. Excessive cruelty speaks of weakness. Precise cruelty speaks of control. There is a deeper layer to fear, reverence. When men begin to respect the necessity of your power, their fear transforms into faith. They stop fearing punishment and begin fearing your absence. This is the highest form of authority, when your people dread not your anger, but your silence. When they act not out of terror, but out of superstition, believing that without you, their world collapses. That is loyalty perfected. It is no longer obedience, it is worship. To achieve this, you must become predictable in presence, but unpredictable in action. Let them feel your oversight always, but never know what it means. The priest controls believers not by appearing constantly, but by reminding them that the divine watches without being seen. You must learn the same rhythm, near yet unreachable. The closer they believe they are to your favor, the more they will fear losing it. Fear deepens when it carries hope. In modern times, fear has changed its mask. It no longer needs the sword or the noose. It hides in contracts, reputations, and hierarchies. Men are ruled not by violence, but by consequence, the quiet dread of losing position, respect, livelihood. Use this. Let their dependence on the structure make them prisoners of their own ambition. You need not threaten them. Reality will do it for you. Create systems where disobedience collapses a man's worth. The most efficient fear is the one that governs itself. Remember that loyalty of fear must be renewed, like tribute to a god. If too much time passes without consequence, discipline fades. When comfort grows, respect dies. Periodically remind them of the order that sustains them. A subtle act of correction, a measured dismissal, a single punishment that reaffirms the hierarchy. Fear, like steel, must be kept sharp. But never forget that you too are bound by fear, not of men but of weakness. The moment you begin to rule for approval, you cease to rule. The moment you value peace over power, your crown begins to rot. Let your own fear of decline be the discipline that steadies your hand. You must never become what your subjects are, complacent, emotional, eager to be liked. You must remain the still flame they orbit, steady and untouchable. And so, as night gathers, understand this. Loyalty born of love dies with emotion, but loyalty born of fear endures beyond reason. Love asks to be felt, fear demands to be remembered. Now ask yourself, when your people obey, do they do so out of affection for your face or dread of your silence? And if tomorrow you vanished, which would they mourn more, your mercy or your control? Power is not measured by speed, but by timing. The impatient man believes victory belongs to the first who acts. The ruler knows it belongs to the one who waits for the moment when action becomes unavoidable. Delay, when deliberate, is not hesitation, it is calculation. The world worships motion, but motion without alignment is chaos. The man who moves too soon exposes himself. The man who moves too late is forgotten. The one who waits until his enemy's certainty collapses, that man becomes inevitable. The strategy of delay begins with understanding that time itself is an ally. Every second that passes weakens the impulsive. Most men cannot bear waiting. It corrodes their nerves, exposes their insecurity, and drives them into mistakes. You must learn to love the quiet between decisions, that space where others panic and you gather power. The longer you can endure uncertainty, the more you control those who cannot. Patience is not passivity, it is dominance disguised as calm. A ruler must not rush toward resolution. Urgency is the language of the desperate. The wise understand that delay allows revelation. Given time, lies reveal themselves, enemies overreach, and chaos shows its pattern. In every conflict, silence and stillness are the invisible battlefield. Act only after your opponents have exposed their plans, exhausted their confidence, and begun to doubt their own motives. Strike then, when they no longer remember why they wanted to win. That is how empires are taken without armies. There is a sacred rhythm to timing. Observe, wait, strike, vanish. Impatience disrupts that rhythm. The foolish ruler equates motion with progress and burns his strength in demonstrations. The disciplined ruler moves only when silence has prepared the world for his step. He advances when resistance is asleep. Delay is not idleness. It is the unseen gathering of momentum. Every storm begins as still air. The longer the calm, the more devastating the release. The art lies in appearing unhurried. Let others believe you have endless time. The one who seems unconcerned terrifies those who depend on urgency. Delay is psychological warfare. It turns the impatient into supplicants. They will beg for a decision, plead for movement, and reveal their motives in their desperation. Your inaction becomes interrogation. They confess simply to escape uncertainty. You learn everything by doing nothing. But delay must have structure. There is the delay of weakness, and there is the delay of mastery. The weak delay because they fear consequences. The strong delay because they design them. The ruler must know when to let time do what action cannot, dissolve alliances, expose betrayal, soften hatred. Often what looks like resistance is simply a man unready to fail. Give him time and he will destroy himself trying to reach you. In negotiation, delay is a blade without edge. Say little, decide slower. Let others fill the silence with offers, promises, and anxieties. Their need to conclude will make them vulnerable to suggestion. The longer they wait, the more valuable your eventual word becomes. When your yes or no finally arrives, it will sound like salvation. Timing turns your ordinary decisions into divine decrees. You must also learn when not to wait. Delay, when extended past necessity, becomes decay. The ruler who mistakes patience for perfection loses opportunity. Time sharpens until it snaps. There are moments when inaction ceases to be strength and becomes cowardice. The wise ruler recognizes the exact second when stillness must become strike. To delay beyond that moment is to surrender destiny to doubt. Delay prepares victory, but hesitation buries it. To perfect timing, you must master observation. Study the patterns of men, how their moods shift, how their tempers fade, how their confidence swells before collapse. Every man has a rhythm, every crowd a heartbeat. The ruler who knows this rhythm moves like a ghost between beats, striking when perception lags. Your timing must feel supernatural, as if the world itself bends to your decision. In truth, it is only awareness sharpened by restraint. Understand that time bends differently for the powerful. The impatient live within it. The ruler lives above it. He decides when time begins and when it stops. His decisions become calendars, his silence a season. The world moves according to his patience. You must learn to think in years while others think in minutes. Every impulsive rival will destroy himself, trying to outpace a man who measures in decades. Delay is also the cure for emotion. Anger, fear, desire, all decay under observation. The ruler who delays his response to insult becomes immune to it. The one who delays his reaction to flattery becomes incorruptible. When emotion first strikes, remain still. Count the beats of your heart as soldiers awaiting your command. Do not move until they obey you again. This is how composure is forged, by letting time suffocate impulse. In politics and war, men reveal more in their waiting than in their fighting. They grow restless, suspicious, divided. Let them feel abandoned in uncertainty, and they will begin to imagine your plans are larger than they are. They will retreat not from force, but from fear of the unknown. This is the perfection of delay, victory achieved through imagination alone. But delay is not meant only for conquest. It is the ruler's discipline in all things. Wait before you reward. Wait before you forgive. Wait before you speak, before you trust, before you act. Let time filter out what emotion exaggerates. What remains afterward is truth, stripped of illusion, tested by silence. In the modern world, impatience has become worship. Men demand immediacy. They are addicted to now. Every impulse must be satisfied, every decision instant. This is your advantage. The ruler who can wait in an age of urgency becomes untouchable. While others drown in reaction, you will move unseen, deliberate, unhurried. Time will bend to you because no one else remembers how to use it. Patience, therefore, is not softness. It is the slow sharpening of inevitability. It is not retreat. It is restraint perfected into fate. Delay is the art of appearing passive while orchestrating collapse. It is letting others burn while you breathe. So as you drift towards sleep, think of every hesitation you have cursed, every silence you have feared, every waiting you mistook for weakness. Each one was your training. Each one was sharpening your will against the impatience of the world. And when the next opportunity arrives too early, when fortune knocks before the door is built, will you open it, or let her wait until she realizes she was never the one choosing? Trust is the most expensive currency in the realm of power, and only fools spend it freely. The wise ruler treats trust not as a gift, but as a wager. Every time you place faith in another, you gamble with your future, for trust gives another man the map to your destruction. The hands you feed will one day hold knives. The smiles that greet you will one day weigh their worth in betrayal. To rule is to understand this. Loyalty is negotiable, and trust, once given, becomes leverage against you. Men want to be trusted, not to prove themselves worthy, but to gain advantage. When you trust a man, you disarm yourself. When he betrays that trust, you reveal your vulnerability to all who watch. Thus, the true ruler does not trust men as they are. He trusts them only to act according to their nature. He expects ambition from the ambitious, deceit from the clever, cowardice from the meek. He never asks loyalty from those who cannot afford it, and never doubts treachery from those who can. Expectation is protection. Disappointment is ignorance. The ruler must use trust as a tool, not a sentiment. Grant it strategically, to bind, to test, to control. Give men small truths, and watch how they carry them. Observe who repeats them, who distorts them, who guards them. Trust is not belief, it is experiment. Through it, you will learn which hands can hold weight and which will break under it. You must treat every relationship as a negotiation of survival. Men are loyal only while their dependence outweighs their desire. When that balance shifts, trust fractures. The price of trust is leverage. Never give what cannot be taken back. Never reveal what cannot be replaced. Share only enough that betrayal costs them more than it costs you. Make sure every man you trust stands in a room filled with mirrors, his actions visible from all angles. Do not rely on loyalty alone. Bind it with fear, with gratitude, with need. Trust, unguarded, becomes dependency, and dependency is the seed of ruin. In politics, trust is theater. Leaders speak of unity, transparency, cooperation, all illusions meant to disarm the naive. Behind every handshake lies calculation. Alliances exist only until their purpose is fulfilled. The ruler must be like a chess master, using each piece as long as it serves the game, then removing it without hesitation. The sentimental ruler confuses loyalty for friendship and loses both. The strategic ruler sees loyalty as temporary equilibrium. When interest shifts, he shifts faster. You must also learn to weaponize trust. The easiest man to betray is the one who believes himself trusted. Let your enemies feel secure. Let them think you blind to their ambitions. Their confidence will breed recklessness, and recklessness is self-destruction disguised as boldness. Pretend vulnerability, and they will reveal theirs. The most powerful snare is not fear. It is false faith. Give them enough trust to hang themselves. Understand this paradox. To be trusted, you must appear trustworthy. The people do not love honesty. They love the appearance of honesty. Speak with conviction. Look men in the eye. Keep small promises so you may break great ones. Let your reputation for integrity be the disguise that conceals your true intent. Trust, once earned, blinds others to your maneuvering. They will excuse your absences, justify your inconsistencies, defend your silence. The best liar is the one the world calls honest. There is a greater danger than misplaced trust, the need to be trusted. Many rulers fall not because they believed others, but because they desired to be believed. They crave moral validation, the illusion of goodness. That craving makes them manipulable. When you seek to prove your integrity, you give others the power to define it. The strong do not need to be trusted. They need only to be respected. Let others believe what they wish. Your results will speak for you louder than your promises ever could. In private, trust even less. Do not trust your emotions, for they serve the moment, not the mission. Do not trust memory, for it edits itself to preserve comfort. Do not trust desire, for it will always disguise itself as destiny. A ruler who cannot distrust himself will be destroyed not by others, but by his own sentiment. The highest form of intelligence is suspicion without paranoia, faith balanced with vigilance. Trust nothing completely, and nothing will surprise you. But you must not become stone. Total distrust breeds isolation, and isolation breeds blindness. You need eyes beyond your own. Trust can be given in fragments, a task here, a secret there. Divide responsibility so that no man holds all your keys. Let your circle be a chain of dependencies, each link watching the next. Paranoia is chaos, structure is control. Let every trust be conditional, every alliance provisional. Those who serve you should never feel secure, only useful. To maintain rule, you must understand the market of trust. Every man has a price. Some sell loyalty for comfort, others for recognition, a few for survival. Learn the currency of each. Pay them with what they crave, but never with what they love. For what a man loves most is what can turn him against you. You must feed their hunger without ever satisfying it. Gratitude fades, dependence endures. In the modern world, Men give their trust to those who flatter their illusions. Leaders rise not by truth, but by resonance. They echo the fears, hopes, and vanity of their followers. You must do the same, not because you believe in them, but because you understand them. Let the people trust you for the reflection they see in your words. The mirror does not love the face it reflects, yet the face depends on it. Betrayal, when it comes, should never surprise you. It is the natural conclusion of misplaced faith. Do not mourn it, use it. The betrayer exposes not your weakness, but his own. Every act of treachery teaches you whom to trust next. Fewer, smaller, wiser. With each betrayal, your understanding deepens, your power refines. The ruler who learns from deceit becomes untouchable, for he sees it coming in the eyes of every man before a word is spoken. So tonight, as you listen in stillness, remember this: to trust is to gamble your peace against another's nature. The wise ruler always plays with loaded dice. And when dawn comes and a man swears loyalty to you, looks you in the eye, hand over heart, will you believe him, or will you simply mark the clock, knowing how long until he proves you right? Every throne stands upon strings. The visible ruler governs faces and ceremonies. The invisible one governs decisions. The true art of power is not command, but orchestration. To rule through others, to move them as if of their own will, is the highest refinement of control. Men obey freely when they believe themselves independent. This is the puppet principle: to control without claiming, to dominate without appearing, to rule without ruling. Power that stands in the light invites envy and attack. Power that hides behind smiles, offices, and intermediaries lasts forever. The puppeteer's brilliance lies in his invisibility. He speaks through others, acts through others, triumphs through others. His fingerprints are nowhere, yet his rhythm guides everything. To rule directly is to expose yourself to rebellion. To rule indirectly is to make rebellion impossible, for your subjects will never know whom to fight. The first rule of manipulation is distance. The moment you touch the strings too openly, they see the hand. Conceal intention behind hierarchy. Give each subordinate a sense of importance, each minister a share of illusion. Let them feel indispensable, yet keep them replaceable. Allow them to believe that the structure could not function without them, even as you quietly ensure it can. Those who think they are essential never look for the one who truly is. To rule through puppets is to master delegation, not as efficiency, but as disguise. Every command must appear to come from another's initiative. Let your lieutenants believe they are acting upon their own ideas, while unknowingly executing yours. Suggest, never dictate. Plant seeds of thought in casual remarks, not decrees. When they later present your idea as their own, praise them. They will serve with devotion, intoxicated by the illusion of authorship. Control their pride, and you control their will. But beware, not every puppet knows its strings. Some resist, some suspect, some dream of independence. You must know how to loosen control without losing it. Give them victories. Let them win battles that do not matter. Let them experience freedom within the cage. A captive who feels unbound will never seek escape. The ruler who grants small liberties preserves great power. Your subordinates must feel as though they steer the ship, never noticing that you built the ocean. To maintain this network, you must understand each puppet's currency. One moves for wealth, another for praise, another for purpose. Feed each according to his hunger. Give ambition a ladder, vanity an audience, conscience a cause. Do not attempt to change their natures, exploit them. The wise ruler does not fight human weakness, he arranges it. When each string is tuned to its own desire, the symphony plays itself. And yet, you must not despise those you control. Puppets too are instruments of destiny. The ruler who sneers at his tools grows careless. The one who respects them remains precise. Control is not cruelty. It is the recognition that most men are happier serving than deciding. Freedom is exhausting. Obedience, a relief. You merely give them what they already seek, direction. They think they serve themselves. You know they serve you. The puppet principle extends beyond men. Institutions, traditions, and beliefs can serve as your extensions. Let systems rule in your name, so that your presence becomes unnecessary. A ruler who depends on personal authority must be awake every hour. A ruler who builds mechanisms of control can sleep. Bureaucracy, ritual, faith, these are your invisible strings. Once established, they rule even when you do not. The greatest puppeteer eventually disappears while the play continues forever. But remember, the stronger the network, the quieter you must become. Each word, each gesture from you can ripple through the structure, disrupting balance. The puppeteer's discipline is restraint. He moves not every string at once, but one at a time, with care and rhythm. Control too tightly and strings snap. Control too loosely and the show falls apart. The perfection of rule lies in subtlety, in touch so light that even those being guided believe they walk alone. Your image, too, can be a puppet. Sometimes it is useful to let a figurehead take your light. A king, a general, a public hero. Place them at the front of the stage while you remain behind the curtain. Let their glory distract the world from your shadow. If they fall, the story continues without you. If they rise, their success feeds your legend. The front must always be replaceable. The mind behind it must never be known. The puppet principle also guards you from accountability. When chaos arises, let blame fall upon the visible. The people crave faces to accuse. Give them one. A loyal subordinate destroyed at the right moment can preserve the ruler's eternity. Sacrifice is not betrayal when it sustains the throne. Empires are stabilized by scapegoats, not saints. History forgets those who burn. It remembers those who remain. In the modern age, puppetry is digital. Algorithms rule attention, attention rules minds, and minds rule behavior. Those who control information control humanity's pulse. You need not speak to the crowd to command it. You need only to design what it sees. Let narratives shape perception until truth itself becomes irrelevant. The invisible hand has never been more literal. The ruler of tomorrow will not conquer nations. He will curate reality. Yet even the master of strings must remember, every puppeteer risks entanglement. The network that obeys you can one day strangle you if neglected. Systems grow hungry, institutions forget their purpose. You must occasionally remind them of the hand that moves them, a subtle pull, a whispered correction. The puppet must never believe the stage is his. And when betrayal comes, for it always does, let it be from one of your own. The fall of a trusted puppet renews fear in the others. Nothing binds loyalty like witnessing disobedience punished by its own reflection. Power, after all, is not maintained by affection, but by choreography. Each fall must look spontaneous, each rise divine. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine yourself not as the actor beneath the lights, but as the silence behind the curtain. You need not speak, need not appear. You merely pull lightly, invisibly, and kingdoms move. Now tell me, when they bow before their chosen heroes, cheering for the faces on the stage, will they ever realize whose hands made them kneel? Power, like architecture, collapses without design. A ruler's strength is not in his armies or his wealth, but in the structure that holds both. Hierarchy is that structure, invisible yet absolute, the geometry that arranges men into order. It is not cruelty to divide, nor justice to equalize. It is nature to differentiate. The ruler understands that equality is a comfort to the powerless, but a death sentence to command. To lead is to shape distance, measured, deliberate, and unbridgeable. Every stable hierarchy begins with clarity. Men must know where they stand and where they cannot. The lines between ranks must be visible yet sacred, like the spaces between stars. Confusion is decay. When order blurs, ambition mutates into rebellion. Therefore, the wise ruler builds systems of recognition, signs, rituals, uniforms, and language that remind each man of his station. Let the people measure their lives not by freedom, but by proximity to your favor. The illusion of upward movement keeps them from questioning the height itself. Hierarchy is not oppression, it is coordination. Without rank, effort disperses into chaos. The ruler who tries to please all becomes the servant of noise, but the one who defines boundaries turns the chaos of men into a hierarchy of function. Every role, no matter how low, becomes meaningful when it belongs to a system. The mason who builds the wall must know he serves the architect, not himself. To give purpose to obedience is to make submission feel sacred. Yet hierarchy, once built, must be maintained with discipline. Power flows downward only when respect flows upward. When lower ranks cease to revere, the structure begins to rot. But the ruler must not confuse respect with familiarity. Familiarity erodes reverence. The ruler who jokes with his servants or mingles too freely with his soldiers breeds equality where there should be awe. Distance creates sanctity. Men worship what they cannot reach. A king who laughs too often becomes a man who bleeds too easily. The geometry of hierarchy demands symmetry between reward and control. Those at the top must never feel secure enough to become independent. Reward them sufficiently to inspire loyalty, but never enough to enable freedom. The moment your generals believe they can rule without you, the pyramid collapses. The same hands that build can also dismantle. Keep ambition chained to gratitude, rotate positions, reshape power regularly so that no man grows comfortable in his throne beneath yours. A frozen hierarchy invites revolution. A shifting one breeds vigilance. To govern effectively, the ruler must understand the mathematics of perception. The masses do not obey the ruler, they obey the image of hierarchy. The soldier obeys his officer not out of respect for the man, but for the rank stitched to his uniform. The uniform is a symbol of divine delegation. It carries authority even when empty. The ruler must therefore make his hierarchy visible, ritualized, and mythic. Let the people feel that the system is not man-made but ordained. A man-made order can be questioned, a divine one cannot. In every hierarchy, fear and reverence must coexist. Too much fear, and men break. Too little, and they forget. The secret lies in proportion. The ruler should be feared from afar and admired up close. His presence should calm and unsettle simultaneously, a paradox that sustains worship. Men must never know whether your approval is blessing or burden. Keep them seeking it, never finding it. When they live for your validation, they will maintain the hierarchy themselves. The geometry also applies to information. Knowledge, like power, must flow downward in degrees. Give lower ranks only what they require to perform their function. Curiosity breeds rebellion. The more a man knows of the whole, the more he imagines himself capable of replacing it. Let him master the part, not the system. Compartmentalize authority. Each man should believe he holds the key, never realizing his lock is one among thousands. To know only a fragment is to remain loyal to the structure that defines it. Hierarchy requires theater. Crowns, titles, ceremonies. These are the architecture of obedience. Appearances sustain what reason alone cannot. Men obey what they see more than what they understand. The peasant kneels not before the man, but before the robe. The general salutes not the body, but the banner. The hierarchy must look eternal, even when you are not. Therefore, design it like a cathedral, beautiful enough to make men forget it was built by human hands. The ruler must also know when to bend hierarchy to preserve it. Too rigid a system suffocates its own energy. Allow minor breaches, a soldier promoted for valor, a commoner rewarded for loyalty, to remind men that ascent is possible, but only by your will. Small exceptions reinforce the rule. They give hope to the obedient and warning to the ambitious. Never let advancement seem automatic, let it feel miraculous. You must appear as both gate and God, the one who opens paths and decides who walks them. In the modern world, hierarchy hides beneath the illusion of equality. Companies call their rulers leaders, armies call them commanders, but the geometry remains unchanged. Men crave the security of rank, even while they pretend to despise it. The strong will always rise, the weak will always follow. The ruler's task is to arrange this truth elegantly, to make subordination feel voluntary and power feel earned. Let them believe the pyramid is a ladder, and they will climb it without complaint. But hierarchy must not imprison you. You are both inside and above it. The ruler exists within the structure to maintain it, but outside it to control it. Never identify too deeply with the image of authority, for the image belongs to the hierarchy, not to you. Wear your crown lightly. The moment you believe in your own divinity, you become its prisoner. The ruler is the architect, not the cathedral. He designs the sacred, but he does not kneel inside it. Hierarchy, when perfected, becomes self-sustaining. The people protect it because it protects them. The generals enforce it because it exalts them. The priests sanctify it because it feeds them. Every man defends his rung, believing the structure eternal. And while they preserve it, you remain untouched, the invisible apex that no one dares to measure. So tonight, as the world dreams of freedom, remember this: liberty without order is chaos, and equality without distance is decay. Every empire that falls begins with a flattening, the collapse of structure into sentiment, rank into confusion. Keep the lines sharp, keep the distances sacred. And when they kneel before you, not because you commanded it, but because the geometry demanded it. Will you pity them, or will you simply marvel at how perfectly they arrange themselves? Power that announces itself invites its own destruction. The wise ruler understands that influence grows best when unseen, like roots beneath a marble floor, invisible, silent, but unmovable. The crude and impulsive demand recognition. They crave applause, witness, acknowledgement. But true dominance is quiet. It moves through whispers, glances, pauses, and gestures. The master of subtlety governs through suggestion, never declaration. He plants thoughts in others that they mistake for their own, and when they act, they believe themselves free. This is not deception, it is refinement. The science of subtlety begins with restraint. Do not force what can be guided. Do not shout what can be implied. When you impose too directly, you awaken resistance. Men instinctively resist visible chains, but carry invisible ones willingly. The ruler must therefore speak softly enough that obedience feels like choice. Give the illusion of autonomy, and the obedient will enslave themselves. Let them arrive at your conclusions as if they discovered them, for men obey most faithfully what they believe they chose. Every gesture, every silence, every delay must carry meaning. You must learn to communicate through implication. A nod where others would speak, a question where others would order. These are the strokes of a master. The greatest ruler does not persuade through argument, he persuades through atmosphere. His presence alters the temperature of a room. His tone guides the tempo of thought. Words are crude tools compared to the subtle architecture of demeanor. The man who can control the rhythm of interaction never needs to raise his voice. Subtlety also protects the ruler from exposure. The visible hand is the one cut first. Let your influence move like wind, felt but unseen. The moment your manipulation becomes obvious, it ceases to be power and becomes performance. You must never be the villain in anyone's story, even when you are the author of it. Blame must flow downward, credit upward, and your name must live in between, always implied, never spoken. The art is not in ruling unseen, but in making the scene seem self-born. You must learn to sense the invisible, the undercurrents of emotion, the quiet wars of ego, the invisible hierarchies that exist beneath words. Every man carries in him a map of vanity. To guide him, you must trace it gently. Subtle flattery softens him, subtle doubt destabilizes him. But do neither too sharply. Too much flattery offends intelligence. Too much doubt provokes rebellion. You must dose both like medicine, invisible in taste, potent in effect. To master subtlety, cultivate ambiguity. Let your motives remain half-glimpsed. The more they speculate, the more they fear misinterpretation. Men will hesitate to act against you if they cannot predict you. Ambiguity, wielded properly, paralyzes. Be warm but not familiar, distant but not cold, moral but not righteous. Contradiction confuses enemies and fascinates followers. They will project their desires onto your silence, their guilt onto your calm. Subtlety is the art of letting others build their own illusions around you. You must also understand the rhythm of attention. When you withdraw, curiosity grows. When you reveal, fascination fades. The ruler must move like a tide, receding before he is fully understood, returning before he is forgotten. Every absence builds legend. Every presence restores control. To be subtle is to master contrast, to disappear deliberately, to return strategically. The world cannot worship what it sees too often. Subtlety transforms punishment into theater. When you destroy an enemy, do not do it loudly. Let him unravel himself. Arrange his downfall so gently that even he believes it was fate. Interfere invisibly. A delayed letter, a whispered doubt, a rearranged meeting. Let misfortune appear natural. Men who fall by their own hand create no martyrs. Subtlety allows you to kill without blood, to dominate without threat, to erase without trace. But subtlety requires patience. The impatient mind wants results. The subtle mind wants inevitability. You must resist the urge to expose your control. The satisfaction of being recognized is the enemy of permanence. What begins as quiet mastery often ends in vanity. Let others claim victory. The illusion strengthens your hand. To be underestimated is to be unopposed. The master of subtlety never corrects the world's misjudgment. He hides behind it. You must also practice subtlety within yourself. Conceal your motives even from your emotions. When anger rises, let it dissolve in reflection. When pride tempts you to reveal, remind yourself that revelation is weakness. The ruler who cannot hide his inner storms will find them used against him. Composure is the foundation of invisibility. When you can smile at betrayal and speak gently to deceit, your enemies will lose their bearings. They will fight shadows while you remain untouched. In governance, subtlety replaces force with momentum. Instead of commanding the river, dig channels for it to follow. Instead of fighting resistance, redirect it. The visible tyrant spends his energy enforcing. The subtle ruler designs the environment so that enforcement becomes unnecessary. When the system itself compels obedience, you may rule indefinitely without appearing to rule at all. The clever obey because they believe it's strategic. The foolish obey because they never notice the cage. In the modern world, subtlety has been forgotten. Men equate influence with visibility, dominance with noise. They announce their plans, broadcast their ambitions, expose their desires to be admired for them. They do not understand that exposure is erosion. The more the world sees of you, the less it fears you. The ruler must move in the opposite direction. The less they see, the more they imagine. The more they imagine, the stronger your myth becomes. Subtlety is not cowardice. It is precision. The sword that is never drawn still dictates peace. The command that is never spoken still governs the room. The ruler's victory lies in prevention, not proclamation, in the quiet adjustment that avoids the need for battle entirely. So remember this, as you drift into sleep. The loud perish quickly, the quiet endure. The storm shouts and vanishes. The mountain whispers and remains. Influence that must be declared is influence already lost. And when you wake tomorrow, and someone mistakes your silence for weakness, will you correct them, or will you let their misjudgment become your shield? Power does not begin with control, it begins with attraction. Before men obey, they must first desire. Before they submit, they must first admire. Influence, therefore, is seduction refined into strategy. The ruler who commands without first captivating will always meet resistance. But the one who entrenches hearts before seizing minds conquers without a single blow. The art of domination begins not with the sword, but with the gaze. Influence is the ability to make others want what serves you. It is persuasion without effort, guidance without pressure. The masses call it charisma, the philosophers call it presence, but the ruler knows it for what it truly is, the weaponized illusion of harmony. You must appear not as threat, but as answer, not as master, but as mirror. Let others see themselves in you, and they will give you power in exchange for recognition. To influence is not to change people, but to reveal the version of themselves that obeys you willingly. Seduction begins with understanding human hunger. Every man desires validation, purpose, belonging. The ruler must become the supplier of all three. Speak to their vanity, and they will think you wise. Touch their insecurity, and they will think you kind. Make them feel seen, and they will never notice the leash tightening. The heart is the back door to the mind. Once it opens, command flows without resistance. But seduction must never feel manipulative. The moment influence feels intentional, it fails. You must master the rhythm of sincerity, to look genuine while calculating, to seem spontaneous while rehearsed. Authenticity is a costume that must fit perfectly. People will forgive deceit, but never discomfort. Let your charm feel effortless, your kindness habitual, your interest unforced. When your mask becomes second nature, no one will ever search for the face beneath it. Influence thrives on contrast. Be colder than they expect, then suddenly warm. Withdraw, then return. Create emotional rhythm, tension and release, distance and nearness. Predictability kills fascination. The unpredictable, however, commands obsession. Men follow what they cannot decode. You must learn to pace your warmth like a flame, close enough to comfort, never close enough to grasp. Those who reach for you must always feel they almost could and never quite did. To seduce effectively, you must master tone. Words matter, but rhythm controls. Speak slowly, as if every sentence were chosen by fate. Pause as though silence itself serves you. The uncertain will fill that pause with their own interpretations, projecting meaning onto your stillness. This is the secret of influence, to speak less and yet be understood more. When you master tone, even your silence becomes language. Influence also requires mystique. Mystery magnifies attraction. Reveal too much, and admiration turns to familiarity. Familiarity breeds indifference. People crave what retreats from them. To remain desired, you must remain slightly unknown. Let them know enough to worship you, never enough to define you. When men cannot categorize you, they will mythologize you. But seduction without discipline decays into vanity. Influence is not applause, it is obedience disguised as affection. The moment you seek to be liked, you become a performer instead of a ruler. Charm must serve a purpose, not the ego. Influence gained for attention is fleeting. Influence gained for control becomes legacy. Let every smile have intention, every kindness direction, every compliment an echo of strategy. Never flatter for pleasure, flatter for leverage. The ruler must also guard against his own susceptibility. Influence cuts both ways. The seducer can become the seduced. Every man longs to be understood, and in that longing hides danger. Those who study you closely enough to mirror your tone, your rhythm, your ideals can turn your reflection against you. Beware those who imitate your style. They are building temples to your downfall. You must remain irreplaceable by remaining unpredictable. Once you can be copied, you can be replaced. Influence is not always gentle. Sometimes seduction requires awe instead of affection. Some men submit to admiration, others only to intimidation. The ruler must know which souls bend through fear and which through fascination. To one, you must be an unreachable ideal. To another, an unavoidable force. Influence at its core is the art of emotional precision, knowing exactly what feeling will unlock which man. Modern rulers forget this art. They chase followers instead of influence, attention instead of allegiance. But attention is noise, influence is silence. To truly possess another's will, you must guide it quietly, without spectacle. You must make your image feel like gravity, unseen, inevitable, inescapable. People should not remember your words. They should remember how they felt in your presence. Feelings last longer than logic. Memory obeys emotion, not argument. The seduction of influence is most powerful when you do not seek it. True magnetism is born from control, not hunger. The ruler who needs admiration is already conquered. You must act as if the world's gaze is irrelevant, and because of that indifference, it will follow you endlessly. Detachment is the perfume of power. Influence flows naturally toward the man who seems untouched by it. Seduction must also extend to ideas. If you wish to change behavior, first change imagination. Make obedience feel romantic. Wrap duty in beauty, sacrifice in glory. Men will die for what they find poetic. Power that inspires is more stable than power that threatens. The tyrant rules bodies, the seducer rules souls, and souls obey longer. In the end, influence is the science of invisible alignment. It is the ability to pull another's mind into orbit around your gravity without them realizing it. It is not conquest, it is choreography. When mastered, you will no longer need to persuade, intimidate, or explain. People will simply move toward your will, as rivers move toward the sea. So tonight, remember this: you need not shout to be followed, nor demand to be obeyed. You need only become the silent force that others cannot stop thinking about. And when they finally kneel before you, smiling, grateful, certain it was their choice, will you pity their innocence or admire how beautifully they walked into your design? Clarity comforts the masses, but confusion rules them. Men crave certainty like warmth, and the ruler who can deny it at will becomes their god. The art of confusion is not chaos for its own sake. It is strategy that hides intent, exhausts prediction, and breaks the rhythm of opposition. The predictable man is vulnerable. The unreadable man is eternal. To wield confusion is to turn perception itself into a weapon. Every act of control begins with disorientation. When men cannot interpret your actions, they freeze. When they cannot locate your intent, they obey by instinct. Certainty gives courage. Doubt breeds dependence. The ruler must learn to create an atmosphere where every truth seems partial, every motive layered, every gesture uncertain. In confusion, only one voice will seem stable, yours. To use confusion wisely, you must first understand the hunger for explanation. Men fear the unknown more than pain itself. They will invent reasons to quiet their anxiety. Give them fragments, never the whole. Feed them symbols, statements, half-truths. They will spend their energy decoding what you never intended to hide. The more they search for meaning, the less they question your power. Confusion becomes control when it feels like revelation. A ruler's ambiguity is his armor. When they cannot define you, they cannot confine you. Let your enemies see contradictions, kindness and cruelty, generosity and austerity, silence and sudden wrath. The human mind cannot hold two opposing images for long. It will surrender to whichever suits its need. When you embody paradox, men interpret you according to their own weakness. To the fearful, you seem merciful. To the ambitious, you seem dangerous. You seem dangerous. To all, you remain unpredictable and therefore divine. In war, confusion is destruction without battle. A general who disorients his enemy wins before the first arrow flies. Spread misinformation, disguise your strength, divide their perception. Let them attack shadows, prepare for ambushes that do not exist, and distrust their own scouts. When their sense of reality fractures, discipline dissolves. No soldier fights well in fog. Confusion turns armies into frightened crowds. In politics, the same law reigns. Never let your motives be one-dimensional. When they believe you act for justice, allow hints of ambition. When they accuse you of greed, show moments of grace. Each interpretation will collide with another, and your image will become too complex to destroy. The crowd cannot hate what it does not fully understand. It can only follow it. Mystery is the highest form of persuasion. The ruler must also learn how to confuse, not through contradiction, but through silence. Say less than they expect, less than they can use. Let their own imagination fill the void. Men are terrified by what they cannot see. They will attribute genius, menace, or holiness to what they cannot decipher. You need only give them a shadow. They will paint the monster themselves. Silence, properly applied, is the purest form of confusion because it reflects the listener's own mind back to him. You must distinguish between confusion that strengthens and confusion that decays. Randomness destroys order. Controlled ambiguity multiplies authority. The difference lies in rhythm. You must always know the answer privately, even when you feign doubt publicly. The actor who forgets his script loses the play. The ruler who forgets his direction loses the kingdom. Confuse others, never yourself. Maintain a map behind the fog. Every mystery must serve an outcome. In negotiation, confusion becomes leverage. Speak in circles. Use abstraction to unsettle. When men cannot follow your logic, they assume it is beyond them. They will nod rather than ask. They will agree rather than appear ignorant. In their eagerness to regain certainty, they will give you what you want simply to feel stable again. The man who controls confusion controls the comfort that follows it. But be careful. Confusion must be earned. A fool who speaks in riddles is merely ignored. A wise man who does the same becomes prophet. Your reputation must precede your ambiguity. Authority gives confusion its power. Without status, it is noise. With status, it becomes mystery. Build credibility before distortion. Only the trusted can bewilder successfully. Understand also that confusion shields your flaws. When a ruler seems too complex to judge, his failures appear intentional. His mistakes become riddles, his blunders, strategies. The uncertain public will invent genius where there was merely improvisation. Never deny their interpretations. Let them protect you. Every false explanation they create is another layer of armor. Modern rulers forget this ancient science. They explain, clarify, defend all fatal acts. Each explanation weakens the aura of inevitability. The moment you justify yourself, you lower yourself to reason. Power does not explain, it asserts. Confusion makes explanation unnecessary because it turns inquiry into reverence. The modern world worships transparency, yet obeys the opaque. Those who speak too clearly become predictable. Those who remain unreadable become immortal. The highest mastery of confusion is serenity. When others panic, remain composed. When the world demands answers, give silence. When they expect denial, give agreement. When they expect contrition, give indifference. In that calm dissonance, their certainty collapses. They will try to interpret what cannot be interpreted, and every failed attempt will tighten your hold. Stillness, not chaos, is the ultimate confusion. To the masses, you must appear simultaneously familiar and distant. They must feel they know you, yet realize they never truly do. Each public gesture should open new questions rather than close them. When people cannot categorize you, they will mythologize you. The mysterious becomes moral. The inexplicable becomes sacred. Confusion, sustained long enough, becomes legend. So remember this as you drift into the shadows. Clarity is mercy, but mercy weakens rule. Confusion is cruelty, but cruelty preserves it. Let them believe they understand you just enough to hope, but not enough to rest. And when they finally come to you for answers, kneeling in exhaustion, whispering for truth, will you free them with clarity or rule them forever with questions? There are moments when strength hides best behind surrender. The ruler who always appears powerful becomes predictable. The one who occasionally shows weakness becomes invisible. To feign fragility is to set a trap deeper than fear. It disarms caution, invites arrogance, and turns enemies into volunteers. The mask of weakness is not deception for its own sake. It is the discipline of restraint, the art of lowering the sword so the opponent steps closer. Men fear what they cannot defeat, but they despise what they think they can. Their contempt is your camouflage. Nothing blinds pride more quickly than the illusion of superiority. Pretend inferiority long enough, and the ambitious will expose themselves, eager to display strength against you. In that eagerness lies their undoing. While they celebrate their imagined victory, you will be counting their weapons, their allies, their flaws. To act powerless is to make others speak freely. To appear conquered is to move unseen. Weakness, when performed with precision, creates permission. It allows entry into rooms guarded by arrogance, into hearts protected by pride. The ruler who appears humble, wounded, or uncertain invites trust, and trust is a door that locks from the inside. Every secret offered in comfort becomes a weapon, later refined by memory. The great strategist uses empathy, not as kindness, but as access. Men tell their truths only to those who seem harmless. Be that until the truth is yours. The mask of weakness works because it mirrors human vanity. Men wish to believe in their superiority. They long for validation of their power. Offer them that illusion. Let them think they lead, advise, teach, praise their insight, nurture their ego. Once they feel ownership of your destiny, they will defend it as their own. To make another man protect your interests, first make him believe they are his. Weakness achieves what strength never can, loyalty born of pride. But you must never internalize the act. The danger of pretending submission is forgetting that it is theater. Many rulers, in mastering humility, began to believe it. They traded strategy for self-pity, performance for surrender. The mask must remain external, deliberate, and temporary. Weakness is a blade's reflection, not the blade itself. Remove it once its purpose is fulfilled. To remain small after the threat has passed is not humility, it is suicide. When surrounded by the powerful, weakness becomes invisibility. Let their confidence blind them to your calculation. The loudest man in the room reveals himself with every word. The quiet one absorbs him entirely. While they fight to be noticed, you will build your empire in silence. In councils, appear hesitant. Ask questions instead of making claims. The illusion of confusion protects true understanding. When they underestimate your capacity, they expose their own. Their contempt will become your map. Weakness also pacifies aggression. When you act unthreatening, even the cruel grow merciful. Pity is the most seductive form of protection. It softens the hearts of enemies, lowers their defenses, and feeds their illusion of control. But pity must be transient, a passing fog. Too much, and it breeds disgust. Too little, and it fails to settle. Master it as a musician masters silence, as a pause that magnifies the next note. When pity fades, reveal precision. Nothing terrifies more than the prey that strikes back. To wield weakness, you must master timing. Reveal fragility only in the right moment, when it buys pause, not punishment. When confronted by a greater force, appear resigned. When accused unjustly, seem hurt, not defiant. When underestimated, smile faintly as though agreeing. Then, when your enemy lowers his guard, strike with the patience of inevitability. Surprise magnifies the blow. A single act of strength, after long submission, feels divine. The contrast becomes your weapon. Even within your own ranks, weakness has its place. To show perfection constantly is to breed resentment. Your followers must believe you human enough to understand, but unreachable enough to obey. A ruler who never reveals fatigue invites rebellion from those who mistake his endurance for arrogance. But one who admits strain strategically earns devotion. The moment your followers think you still bleed, they forgive your distance. Weakness, in small doses, becomes charm. You must understand that every illusion of frailty is also a lesson in control. When you can pretend to break, yet remain whole, you prove mastery over the self. Most men are destroyed by what they attempt to hide. The ruler, however, chooses his fractures. He decides when to bend, when to yield, when to crumble, and when to rebuild. Feigned weakness is not falsehood, it is art. The marble statue that seems delicate endures storms that shatter iron. In the modern age, power has forgotten this art. Men mistake dominance for noise, assertiveness for command. They declare themselves unbreakable, and in doing so, become targets. The truly strong no longer need to roar. They smile, they wait. They let others underestimate them until the right moment to remind the world that silence was never surrender. Weakness, when worn correctly, is invincibility disguised as fragility. It is the cloak that turns enemies into allies, predators into prey. It is humility sharpened into weaponry. So remember this: the wolf that limps lures the hound. The warrior who bows first controls when the battle begins. The man who kneels voluntarily cannot be forced to. And when they offer their hand to help you rise, will you take it with gratitude, or will you pull them down beside you? Gratitude, when misunderstood, enslaves. Men are taught that to be thankful is virtue, that to owe is noble. But the ruler sees deeper. Gratitude binds men more tightly than fear ever could, because it disguises obedience as love. When properly used, it creates loyalty without chains, submission without struggle. Gratitude is not a moral sentiment, it is currency. And like all currency, it must be controlled, measured, and spent with precision. The psychology of gratitude begins with human guilt. Every gift, every favor, every gesture of generosity awakens a silent debt in the heart of the receiver. He feels compelled to repay what he cannot truly return. This discomfort becomes dependence. The wise ruler gives not to enrich, but to obligate. To bestow something is to own it twice, once in your hand when given, and once in his mind when remembered. The man who receives from you carries your invisible mark. You must never give without calculation. Random kindness is wasteful. Every act of generosity must serve a purpose, even when disguised as compassion. The clever ruler ensures that his gifts are just heavy enough to inspire guilt, just visible enough to inspire retelling, just personal enough to breed loyalty. Give to one in the presence of many, and the many will imagine what it feels like to be chosen. Generosity displayed publicly becomes a prophecy of dependence. But the ruler's gift must never feel transactional. Gratitude only binds when it appears voluntary. If they suspect obligation, they will rebel. Therefore, give lightly, speak softly, and disappear quickly. Allow them to believe their gratitude is self-born. The best gift is the one they think they asked for. Never demand thanks. Let them invent it. Forced gratitude is short-lived. Silent gratitude lasts forever. To maintain power, you must also know when not to give. A gift to the unready corrupts both giver and receiver. When generosity is wasted on the proud, it turns to poison. They will interpret it as pity, and pity breeds resentment. Never rescue a man who does not believe he is drowning. Instead, let him sink until he begs for your hand. Then save him just enough to breathe. The gratitude born of near death is eternal. Gratitude, when properly directed, can chain entire hierarchies. Reward your lieutenants with honors that cost you nothing but mean everything to them. A word of praise, a glance of acknowledgement, these feed ambition without draining your treasury. Let them think they are noticed, that their loyalty is personal. They will defend your name even in absence, not from fear, but from devotion to the image they've built of your favor. The most faithful servant is the one who believes he is loved. However, beware of being grateful yourself. Gratitude softens judgment. It blinds the mind with emotion, turns analysis into sentiment. The moment you feel indebted, you become manipulable. Accept gifts with grace, but without attachment. Every favor accepted is a thread tied to your wrist. Cut it quickly, or be led by it. The ruler may thank others with words, but never with his will. Gratitude should never influence decisions, only behavior. Smile, nod, and forget. There is also power in withholding gratitude. When others serve you, remain gracious but reserved. Let them wonder if you noticed. Let them ache for your acknowledgement. This hunger will drive them to greater effort. Recognition, when delayed, multiplies in value. When finally given, it will feel like sunlight to a starving plant. To master gratitude is to ration approval the way a priest rations absolution. Salvation must always feel scarce. Use gratitude to pacify those who cannot be controlled by fear. Some men, especially the noble or the proud, resist domination but crave meaning. Let them believe their service contributes to something grander than themselves. Thank them as if they were architects of destiny. Praise them as equals though they are not. Their pride will turn obedience into purpose. The illusion of dignity transforms submission into virtue. To deceive through gratitude is not cruelty, it is mercy. Most men would rather feel useful than free. They cannot bear insignificance. When you thank them, you affirm their importance, and in doing so, you tighten your hold. Gratitude offers warmth, where fear offers coldness, but both lead to the same obedience. The difference is aesthetic. Some must tremble before you, others must smile. Both are ruled, but only one believes it chosen. Even enemies can be conquered through gratitude. When a rival does you harm, forgive him publicly and thank him privately for testing your strength. This disarms vengeance. Gratitude unsettles the malicious more deeply than retaliation. They expect anger. When you give appreciation, they lose direction. A man who cannot provoke you becomes your student. His hatred decays in confusion until it resembles admiration. In diplomacy, gratitude must be theatrical. Praise allies excessively in public, but question them subtly in private. The praise binds them with pride. The doubt keeps them obedient. Never let your thanks feel cheap. The higher the compliment, the deeper the control. Men will forgive betrayal, but they will never forgive being taken for granted. In your private life, you must master the balance between generosity and detachment. Give freely, but without emotional residue. Receive kindly, but without moral debt. Gratitude is useful only when it circulates. Once it roots itself in you, it grows vines around your strength. You may appreciate beauty, but you must not worship it. You may honor loyalty, but never depend on it. Detachment turns even thankfulness into strategy. In the modern world, gratitude has been commercialized, transformed into currency for validation. Men perform thankfulness to be perceived as virtuous. They parade their humility as proof of goodness. But real gratitude is dangerous. It acknowledges debt, and debt, once felt, must be balanced. The wise ruler never feels indebted, he only remembers. Gratitude is not an emotion, it is a record. So remember this as the night thickens around you. To give is to bind. To thank is to yield. Every thank you spoken from weakness is a thread around your neck. Every gift given from strength is a leash around another's heart. And when someone kneels before you in thanks, whispering your name with trembling devotion, will you lift them up as ally, or leave them kneeling, grateful to remain beneath you? Reason may convince, but emotion commands. The mind hesitates, the heart obeys. Every ruler who seeks to control without mastering emotion rules nothing but machinery. To command men, you must speak to their pulse, not their logic. Emotion is the true language of power, invisible, universal, and ancient. It is what moves armies, sways crowds, wins allies, and blinds enemies. The ruler who understands emotion does not need to explain, he only needs to feel selectively, deliberately, dangerously. Emotion is a stage, and every man performs upon it. The wise ruler never joins the play, he directs it. He knows that anger, sorrow, and joy are instruments, not truths. When he appears moved, it is calculation. When he seems calm, it is theater. Every tear, every sigh, every moment of silence can be used to shape perception. Men believe in sincerity because they need to. They crave authenticity like warmth in winter. The ruler gives it to them, not as truth, but as design. To master emotion, you must first master your own. The one who cannot control his inner weather cannot command the storms of others. Rage must never dictate. Sorrow must never linger. Joy must never intoxicate. You must learn to pause between feeling and action, to observe your emotions as tools, not masters. The heart, when trained, becomes a weapon sharper than intellect. Only the undisciplined drown in what they feel. The disciplined sail it. Fear, admiration, guilt, pride. These are the four winds that steer humanity. Learn their directions, and you can move any crowd. Fear unites, admiration inspires, guilt paralyzes, pride blinds. Use them not in isolation, but in sequence. First inspire admiration, then fear losing it. First evoke pride, then offer redemption. Human nature is predictable when seen from above. The same emotions that build empires destroy them. The difference lies in who conducts the orchestra. In council, emotion is leverage. When others raise their voices, lower yours. When they beg for reason, speak in imagery. Men tire of facts, but they will die for feelings. Paint with tone, not argument. Use silence where they expect fury, serenity where they expect defense. The shift confuses, then captivates. Emotion, when inverted, becomes hypnosis. They will follow what they do not understand, simply because it moves them. You must also learn to read the temperature of others. Every conversation carries invisible heat, desire, insecurity, longing for validation. Sense it, match it, reflect it. The most persuasive ruler is the mirror, not the flame. When people feel mirrored, they call it connection. They mistake reflection for empathy. In truth, it is control through resonance. The heart that feels seen becomes the heart that obeys. But emotion is not only for control, it is camouflage. The ruler who never shows feeling seems inhuman. The people revolt against ghosts. Show enough emotion to seem mortal, never enough to be predictable. Let them glimpse your humanity as they glimpse the moon through clouds. Briefly, beautifully, never fully, mystery sustains devotion. Transparency kills awe. Emotion also has architecture. In crowds, it behaves like water. It floods low places, amplifies echo, and drowns resistance. To manipulate a crowd, never confront emotion, redirect it. When their anger rises, give them a villain. When their despair deepens, give them a savior. When their joy erupts, claim it as your doing. Emotion needs structure, and the ruler provides it. Without you, they drown in their own feelings. With you, they call it meaning. Never fear the passionate, fear the indifferent. Passion can be guided, indifference is decay. When men feel nothing, they no longer serve. The ruler must therefore refresh emotion periodically, through spectacle, victory, tragedy, or reform. Give them something to feel, even if it is pain. A nation in grief is easier to lead than a nation in boredom. The heart must always be occupied, or it will turn against its keeper. In private, use emotion as a sculptor uses light. Let those closest to you see fragments, enough to believe they know you, enough to make them underestimate your distance. When you weep, do so with purpose. When you laugh, do so with timing. When you praise, let your tone carry both warmth and warning. The subtlest emotional contradictions are the most controlling. They keep others chasing equilibrium you alone define. The theater of emotion extends even to your enemies. Rage them when they expect diplomacy. Pity them when they expect vengeance. The emotional script of your opponent is his defense. Rewrite it. Each reaction you predict becomes a move you own. Those who cannot control your emotions will eventually act out theirs, and in doing so, lose composure, clarity, and command. The ruler who stays emotionally still in a storm owns the storm. The modern world, drenched in expression, confuses honesty with exposure. Men parade emotions like banners, revealing not their depth but their weakness. They seek catharsis, not command. Yet the one who withholds, who feels but conceals, gains the air of mystery that the exposed can never recover. In a world addicted to emotional noise, calm becomes divine. To control emotion is not to kill it, it is to consecrate it. The ruler who masters emotion becomes priest of human nature. He confesses nothing but draws confession from all. He needs no army, no chains, no laws, only presence. For in the end, men do not serve power, they serve the feeling it gives them. So as you drift toward the edge of sleep, imagine every emotion you've ever felt. Joy, fury, longing, pride, as instruments in an orchestra awaiting your hand. You are the conductor now. The world is your audience and silence is your opening note. And when the moment comes to move their hearts again, will you play softly enough to make them cry, or loud enough to make them kneel? Power does not live in reason. It thrives in spectacle. Men are not ruled by logic, but by what they feel. Emotion is the oldest empire. It conquers the will, blinds the intellect, and crowns illusion as truth. The ruler who understands this does not argue, he performs. Every gesture becomes a script, every silence a scene, every word a weapon shaped by tone. To rule emotions is to rule perception, and perception in all ages is reality. The theater of emotion is the stage upon which power is made believable. Men do not follow what is true, they follow what moves them. A wise ruler therefore crafts experience, not argument. He knows that tears persuade more deeply than proofs, that fear binds more tightly than loyalty, that hope lasts longer than reason. Emotion is the bridge between the invisible and the obedient. To command it is to write the laws of the human heart. But emotion cannot be forced, it must be evoked. The audience must feel that the play was written for them. To achieve this, you must understand the desires that drive each man's theater, the need for significance, the fear of abandonment, the hunger for meaning. Appeal to these, and even the rational will kneel. Speak not to what they know, but to what they lack. Make them feel seen, and they will mistake recognition for revelation. Every ruler must learn to wear emotions like costumes. Display anger to intimidate, sadness to disarm, joy to inspire, but never let the costume cling to the skin. Emotion to the ruler is utility, not identity. The actors who believe their own performance become puppets of feeling. The sovereign must remain behind the curtain, manipulating his own expressions as deftly as he manipulates his court. To feel is human, to command feeling is divine. The true genius of emotional power lies in contrast. Stillness amplifies wrath. Gentleness magnifies authority, restraint intensifies passion. Never reveal emotion at its peak. Let it simmer beneath the surface like a storm behind glass. The imagination of your observers will complete what you withhold. They will attribute depth to your calm and calculation to your silence. The less you display, the more they project. Emotion restrained becomes myth. A ruler's mastery of emotion extends to timing. To show compassion too early is weakness. Too late is cruelty. Expressing joy after victory diminishes its sacredness. Mourning too long after loss invites pity. Each emotion must appear precisely when it can shape behavior. The timing of feeling determines its power. Emotion without control is chaos. Emotion delivered with precision is prophecy. You must understand that emotion governs not just individuals but crowds. The masses do not think, they echo. They are moved not by truth but by rhythm, repetition, and image. A ruler who wishes to control them must become conductor, not debater. Orchestrate emotion through ritual, symbol, and myth. Let them chant your name not because they understand it, but because it feels inevitable. A nation in rhythm is easier to rule than a nation in thought. The theater of emotion thrives on illusion. People do not need happiness. They need the image of it. Give them parades, lights, victories, and tragedies. Let them feel the pulse of destiny, and they will never question the machinery behind it. You need not create progress, only the sensation of motion. Men will suffer endlessly if they believe it leads to glory. The ruler must therefore master both pain and pleasure, giving each just enough to keep the audience watching. In private, emotion must be dissected, not felt. The ruler cannot afford sincerity without awareness. When anger rises, he studies it. When joy arrives, he measures it. When fear whispers, he listens without belief. Every emotion is intelligence if observed, poison if indulged. He must learn to transform feeling into fuel, not to be consumed by it, but to use it as signal. Where emotion surges, strategy must begin. You must also learn the art of emotional reflection. Mirror the feelings of others until they believe you understand them. People love their own emotions reflected more than any truth spoken. This is how devotion is born, not from honesty, but from recognition. When they see themselves in your calm, they will call you wise. When they see their wounds in your silence, they will call you deep. They do not love you, they love their own image on the throne of your composure. Emotion in rule must always flow downward, never upward. Let the people display passion, you remain still. Their cries, their celebrations, their rage, these are waves against a cliff. Absorb them, do not echo them. The moment you descend into their noise, you become one of them. A ruler must always represent the unmoved center. The mountain does not rage against the storm, it endures until the storm defines itself against it. Modern rulers fail because they seek empathy instead of awe. They want to be understood rather than revered. But understanding destroys mystique. Empathy collapses distance. The people cannot obey what they feel equal to. The ruler who cries with his subjects ceases to command them. Compassion must be measured like mercy. shown sparingly, when its effect will echo longest. In the theater of emotion, perception must never end with you. Let every emotional performance build the myth that governs beyond your presence. When you die, your tone, your pauses, your fury must live on in memory, copied, repeated, institutionalized. The emotional aura of the ruler becomes the doctrine of the empire. Kings perish, but atmospheres endure. So remember this: the heart is not to be trusted, but it is to be used. Control it in yourself, and you will control it in others. The greatest tyrants never raised their voice. The greatest liberators never shed a tear that wasn't rehearsed. Emotion is not the color of power, it is its disguise. And when the crowd rises for you, tears in their eyes, chanting your name as if it were a prayer, will you weep with them, or will you let them drown in the dream you created? Equality is the most beautiful lie ever spoken to mankind. It soothes envy, conceals hierarchy, and disguises the truth that nature itself denies it. The ruler understands that men are born unequal, in strength, in courage, in clarity, in will. No system, no doctrine, no revolution can alter this divine asymmetry. Power, like gravity, always descends toward the capable. Equality may comfort the masses, but it is hierarchy that sustains civilization. The wise ruler never destroys this illusion, he refines it. Men do not desire equality, they desire superiority disguised as fairness. Every man wishes to be equal to those above him and superior to those below. This is the engine of society, ambition wearing the mask of justice. The ruler must feed this hunger carefully, promise equality loudly, deliver hierarchy quietly. Let the crowd believe they are all the same, even as you divide them by privilege, access, and proximity to your favor. They will defend the illusion because it flatters them. Equality is poison when believed, but medicine when administered. Give the people small doses, enough to prevent rebellion, never enough to cure discontent. Let them vote, but count. Let them speak, but not decide. Let them rise, but not reach. Men who believe they can ascend will not burn the ladder, they will polish it. Equality, when used wisely, becomes the leash that feels like freedom. The myth of equality also protects the ruler from hatred. The masses will tolerate any hierarchy so long as it appears invisible. The rich man's mansion must be hidden behind trees. The ruler's privilege must be cloaked in humility. When superiority parades itself, envy sharpens into revolt. When it disguises itself as modesty, it becomes virtue. Therefore display simplicity, even when surrounded by gold. Let them see your discipline, not your abundance. They will call it fairness, while kneeling before its opposite. You must understand that equality is an emotion, not a reality. Men are equal only in their dependence on illusion. They demand fairness, not because it exists, but because it excuses their failure. The belief that we are all the same absolves them of ambition. It transforms mediocrity into virtue. Let them cling to it. The belief in equality pacifies the weak and flatters the ignorant. It makes them manageable. The ruler, however, must never believe his own myth. The moment he imagines himself equal to those he commands, he forfeits authority. Empathy must not become identification. You may understand the struggles of your people, but you must never share them. To rule is to remain slightly apart, close enough to appear human, distant enough to seem chosen. Equality destroys aura. Familiarity kills reverence. The people cannot worship what they see as their reflection. Yet, complete inequality breeds despair. The ruler must maintain a balance between superiority and accessibility. Give the people enough vision of ascent to inspire effort, but never enough success to inspire pride. A single man lifted from poverty into privilege is worth 1,000 speeches. He becomes proof that equality exists, even when it does not. Symbols of fairness matter more than fairness itself. In governance, equality must exist in language, not in law. Speak to the people as if they are your partners, but decide as if they are your subjects. The illusion of consultation soothes ego while preserving control. Ask for opinions you have already dismissed. Request feedback on decisions already made. Let them feel heard. It will keep them from noticing that they were never meant to speak. The myth must also extend to opportunity. Create systems that seem open but are structured to protect the hierarchy beneath. Reward effort, but define its value yourself. The peasant who works harder must gain slightly more, never enough to reach the master. Meritocracy is simply monarchy, with better manners. The wise ruler understands that equality of opportunity is the most elegant form of inequality. It allows failure to blame itself. Equality weakens rulers who fear moral judgment. Those who try to abolish hierarchy end up replacing it with a new one, always crueler, always hungrier. The crowd, once given the illusion of power, demands blood to sustain it. They will destroy their kings, only to crown new tyrants in their likeness. The ruler who understands this never fights equality. He manages it as myth, as ritual, as anesthetic. In the modern world, equality has become the religion of the mediocre. It flatters weakness by condemning excellence. The masses no longer seek to rise, they seek to drag the strong downward. The ruler must resist this contagion. True equality exists only in obedience. The command is given, the order is fulfilled. In that instant, all are one. Beyond that, inequality is the law of existence. To preserve rule in an age obsessed with equality, speak of fairness while practicing discipline, praise diversity while enforcing hierarchy. The modern mind worships symbols. Let them have symbols. Kneel with them in rhetoric, but stand above them in decision. They will thank you for your humility, never realizing it was performance. The modern ruler must become bilingual, fluent in equality to pacify, fluent in hierarchy to rule. You must also remember that equality within your court is more dangerous than equality among your subjects. When those near you begin to believe they stand beside you, rebellion begins. Friendship among rulers is treason disguised as intimacy. Keep your lieutenants respected, never equal. Reward them lavishly, but separate their privileges like fences. Even lions must be fed apart, lest they taste each other's blood. The illusion of equality must even exist in punishment. When you correct the high and the low alike, the masses believe you just, yet ensure that punishment falls softer on the useful. Justice to the ruler is always weighted toward necessity. The law must appear blind but serve vision. So remember this as you drift into sleep. Equality is not truth, but tool, a language to pacify, a mask to rule. The world demands fairness, but it secretly loves hierarchy. It prays for equality while dreaming of kings. And when the people cheer your name as the leader of all men, smiling at your humility, your modesty, your fairness, will you bow in return, or will you simply raise your glass, knowing the distance between you and them was the very illusion they begged you to believe? Pity is the most seductive poison ever brewed for rulers. It masquerades as virtue, whispering of goodness and mercy, while draining the will to command. The moment a ruler begins to pity, he descends from throne to witness, from judge to participant. Pity blinds judgment, disarms reason, and in time destroys respect. To feel compassion is human, to display it unwisely is fatal. The wise ruler learns not to kill pity, but to chain it. Pity thrives on the illusion of sameness, that your suffering mirrors theirs, that your pain must echo theirs. This is the lie that destroys dominion. The ruler must never see himself reflected in the suffering of others, for the moment he does, authority dissolves into sentiment. The heart that bleeds too freely becomes prey. Pity is not mercy, it is contamination. It spreads through empathy, infecting strength with softness. Once infected, the ruler apologizes for his own power, and the ruled, sensing this, take more than forgiveness, they take control. You must understand, men often display misery, not to be saved, but to manipulate. Weakness is a performance, an unspoken currency of guilt. They will suffer loudly to soften you, to make you question your own severity. Do not mistake this theater for innocence. The strong who pretend to suffer test your boundaries. The weak who perform pain crave control. Compassion must be filtered through logic, not impulse. If aid cannot strengthen order, it must be denied. Never confuse pity with mercy. Mercy is chosen, pity is stolen. Mercy is the ruler's decision, deliberate, strategic, silent. It preserves structure while sparing the useful. Pity, however, is weakness, pretending to be kindness. It gives without measure, forgives without condition, and restores those who have not earned redemption. To show mercy is to extend power. To show pity is to surrender it. Mercy reinforces the throne, pity erodes it. The trap of pity appears noble because it flatters pride. Men love to see themselves as saviors. The ruler who rescues too many begins to live through their gratitude, mistaking their dependence for love. This is how tyrants become martyrs, drowning in the tears they once inspired. The truly strong save rarely, and only when it serves balance. To intervene constantly is to interrupt natural selection, to preserve the very weakness that feeds decay. Learn to recognize the faces of manipulation. Some will come to you with trembling voices, speaking of injustice, demanding sympathy for their wounds. Others will bow, thanking you for your generosity, while planting seeds of guilt for not giving more. This is the tyranny of pity, to be ruled by the emotions of others. The ruler must remain unmoved. Observe the spectacle, feel its shape, but do not become its participant. The world will always cry. You are not required to weep with it. To govern effectively, the ruler must replace pity with clarity. Instead of asking, what do they feel? Ask, what do they gain? Emotion conceals motive. Behind every sob is a strategy, behind every plea a negotiation. The wise ruler listens to stories of suffering with the calm of a surgeon, attentive but unshaken. The blade does not tremble for the wound it must cut. The strongest antidote to pity is understanding. When you see human frailty as pattern, not tragedy, your heart becomes steady. The drunkard, the coward, the traitor, they repeat like seasons. Their pain is not unique, it is predictable. You do not hate the rain for falling, nor the tide for rising. You simply use them to sail. Pity dissolves when you realize that human weakness is nature, not injustice. There is, however, a place for simulated pity, a mask that softens fear. The ruler who never appears compassionate becomes a monster. The ruler who does so too often becomes a servant. You must appear merciful at intervals, like sunlight through clouds. Offer small kindnesses at public moments. Pardon a man when it costs you nothing, but ensure all believe it cost you something. Pity performed without sincerity is not deception, it is theater. The people need to believe their ruler feels. The wise ruler allows them that illusion while remaining untouched by it. Remember, pity is most dangerous when aimed inward. The moment you pity yourself, your empire fractures. Self-pity is treason against destiny. It replaces discipline with despair, action with reflection, and transforms challenge into injustice. The ruler who begins to question "why me?" is already descending into mediocrity. Do not allow your suffering to become sacred. Treat pain as proof that you are still above what it tries to break. Pity is for those who need to be saved. You were chosen to endure. You will be tempted, in moments of silence, to mistake coldness for cruelty. But cruelty, when used to preserve order, is compassion for the world. The ruler who spares the guilty endangers the innocent. To withhold punishment out of pity is to trade justice for sentiment. Every forgiven traitor invites another betrayal. Kindness must never cost control. Understand this law. Pity demands you lower yourself. Mercy allows you to lift others. The former equalizes, the latter exalts. When you act mercifully, the world sees your strength. When you act from pity, it sees your need to be loved. Power must never kneel to affection. So the next time tears are shed before you, ask not whether they are real. Ask whether they are useful. Emotion is currency, and every sob is a transaction. Pay only when the return is power. And when the world kneels before you, pleading for compassion, whispering that strength is cruel, will you dry their tears, or let them drown in the ocean of their own making? Familiarity dissolves awe. The closer men believe they are to you, the less they feel your gravity. Power weakens when it becomes reachable, and dies when it becomes explainable. The ruler must never walk among the crowd too long, nor linger too often in the gaze of his subordinates. Presence must be rationed, like gold. Distance is not absence, it is design. It builds mystery, magnifies presence, and keeps reverence alive. Men desire what retreats from them. The moment they can touch power, they cease to worship it. This is why kings hide behind walls, why prophets speak from mountains, why even gods remain silent. Distance creates imagination, and imagination is stronger than memory. The ruler who is too visible invites judgment. The ruler who is too hidden invites myth. It is myth that sustains obedience. You must balance the two until your presence feels like an event, and your absence feels like a prophecy. Distance is not coldness, it is control. By remaining apart, you define the rhythm of access. You decide who may approach when and how. Each step closer must feel like privilege, each conversation an honor. When your company becomes common, your words lose weight. The wise ruler allows his image to travel farther than his voice. Let them hear of you more than they hear from you. Whispered stories breed devotion faster than explanations. You must understand the geometry of reverence. Authority radiates outward. The farther it travels, the more it depends on perception. If the center is too available, the circle collapses. Keep your court guessing, your allies wondering, your enemies imagining. Confusion creates caution, and caution sustains respect. They must never feel they know you fully. They must always fear they never will. The unknowable cannot be defied. It can only be obeyed. Distance also sharpens desire. The servant who is often seen becomes forgettable. The ruler who vanishes becomes unforgettable. When men rarely see your face, they begin to idealize it. When they rarely hear your voice, they begin to quote it. The absence of the ruler becomes the canvas upon which loyalty paints devotion. This is why rulers must retreat, not to escape, but to expand. Withdrawal multiplies presence. Consider how lovers chase what withdraws, not what clings. The same principle governs nations, armies, and courts. When you give yourself too freely, they lose the hunger to serve. When you retreat, they crave your return. Power is not maintained by constant display, but by rhythmic concealment. Appear, and they will kneel. Disappear, and they will pray. Even within intimacy, distance is essential. The ruler may have confidants, but never equals. You may share your thoughts, but never your fears. To be fully known is to be fully disarmed. Every vulnerability revealed becomes potential leverage. Trust no man with your entire truth. Speak always with a veil, a layer of silence between what you feel and what you say. Those who love you will accept mystery as nobility. Those who hate you will find nothing to use. To master distance, you must also master patience. Resist the temptation to correct every misconception. Let rumors shape themselves into myths. The crowd must never be certain whether you are merciful or ruthless, visionary or cruel. Their uncertainty becomes your armor. Explanation is the death of enigma. The less they know, the more they believe. Distance is a mirror that magnifies everything. Your smallest gestures become monumental when viewed from afar. A nod becomes law. A smile becomes salvation. A pause becomes prophecy. You must therefore be deliberate with every action, for its reflection will grow in proportion to your absence. When you speak, your words must carry the silence of a man who rarely needs to speak. When you move, your steps must echo as though they've been awaited. Understand also that distance protects peace. The closer people are to power, the more they wish to test it. Familiarity breeds not loyalty, but competition. The servant who dines too close to the throne begins to imagine himself worthy of it. Keep your inner circle small, your boundaries sharp, your presence rare. It is not cruelty to remain apart. It is survival. The ruler must always see without being seen too clearly. In public, your distance must feel like reverence, not arrogance. Appear gracious but ungraspable. Listen more than you speak. And when you depart, leave silence behind, not conversation. The people must leave your presence feeling as if they touched something sacred, not social. Let your image dwell in their minds as a vision glimpsed, not a man met. Even in leadership, distance creates authority. When you issue commands through intermediaries, your orders carry the weight of mystery. The unknown hand of the ruler terrifies more than the visible face. Men obey faster when they fear disappointing an unseen power. This is how empires last, when the image of command is greater than the commander himself. But beware of excessive retreat. Too much distance breeds rebellion through imagination. When absence becomes abandonment, men begin to fill the void with their own gods. Distance must be alive. It must breathe through symbols, decrees, and presence felt though unseen. The sun need not touch the earth to warm it. The ruler must remain like that sun, visible enough to inspire, distant enough to remain untouchable. Modern rulers fail because they confuse attention with influence. They crave visibility, validation, applause. In their hunger to be seen, they exhaust their mystery. The crowd that once adored them now demands more, then more, until nothing sacred remains. Power collapses when it becomes entertainment. The ruler must never compete for attention. He must create silence in which his absence is felt as command. Distance refines the soul. When you withdraw, you begin to hear what noise once concealed, the pulse of purpose, the rhythm of destiny. In solitude, you cease to perform and return to essence. The ruler who cannot stand distance from others cannot stand himself. Those who need constant recognition are already slaves. So remember this: proximity is warmth, but warmth melts iron. Keep your fire guarded, your aura intact, your presence rare enough to feel eternal. The closer they come, the less they understand. The less they understand, the more they obey. And when they finally stand before you, trembling, silent, desperate to speak your name aloud, will you step forward and grant them closeness, or will you let them kneel in wonder at the distance that made you divine? Loyalty is never given. It is traded. It is not a virtue but a currency, one that inflates and collapses according to necessity. Every man who swears allegiance to you does so for profit, protection, or pride. Love rarely survives power. Gratitude never survives opportunity. To rule wisely, you must learn the price of loyalty, the interest it accrues, and the cost of its decay. The fool believes loyalty is earned by goodness. The ruler knows it is maintained by leverage. Loyalty is built on exchange, not emotion. Men follow as long as their gain exceeds their risk. Remove advantage, and affection turns to analysis. Remove fear, and reverence turns to rebellion. Therefore, your power must always feel useful. Your presence must mean something tangible to those beneath it. Loyalty must never rely on sentiment. It must rely on economy. To keep men bound to you, you must make them fear loss more than they desire freedom. The greatest mistake of rulers is assuming loyalty is permanent. It is not blood, nor oath, nor time that binds men. It is relevance. When you no longer serve their ambition, they will serve another's. The wise ruler does not demand eternal devotion. He rents it, renews it, and collects payment in silence. Treat every pledge as temporary. Gratitude fades. Dependency endures. Make them need you, not love you. To control loyalty, you must distribute it unequally. Never allow all men to feel equally favored. Favor must rotate, so that each man believes his moment may come again. Jealousy fuels obedience when managed well. Let them compete for your approval, and their rivalry will protect you better than their friendship. When loyalty becomes a contest, no one will risk losing your favor. Divide their ambitions, and you will unify their service. Reward loyalty publicly, but purchase it privately. Public rewards inspire imitation. Private ones breed intimacy. A public ceremony creates the illusion of fairness. A secret favor creates a bond of guilt. The man who owes you in silence will serve you longer than the one who thanks you aloud. Gratitude expires in daylight. Debt survives in the dark. The ruler must therefore give both, the gift seen by the crowd and the one whispered in secrecy. But loyalty is not sustained only by gifts. Fear must anchor what affection begins. A man must know that betrayal costs more than obedience. Yet this fear must remain invisible, implied, never declared. To threaten openly invites resistance. To hint invites imagination. The fear of what you might do is more powerful than the memory of what you have done. When men believe you can destroy them at will, you need not ever raise your hand. Trust no loyalty that is untested. A man's allegiance is only as strong as his fear of losing it. To know his heart, create the illusion of abandonment. Withdraw favor, deny privilege, delay recognition. Watch his reaction. The loyal will endure in silence. The opportunist will flee to your rival. This is how you separate servants from survivors. Those who remain faithful in obscurity have proven that your shadow is their sun. You must also understand that loyalty cannot exist without hierarchy. Equality dissolves devotion. Men cannot remain loyal to what they see as their reflection. They must believe you stand slightly above them, not by cruelty, but by inevitability. If they feel too close, they will question. If they feel too distant, they will despair. Rule them as the mountain rules the valley, unreachable but necessary. In court, loyalty must be orchestrated like music. Each man should serve his own melody, never realizing he plays your song. Rotate confidants, limit power, and let them distrust one another enough to depend only on you. Divide responsibility so that failure requires your judgment to assign blame. When all lines lead upward, loyalty flows in one direction toward you. Do not be fooled by those who speak of loyalty as if it were love. Love demands equality. Loyalty demands authority. Love forgives. Loyalty obeys. Love fades when tested. Loyalty hardens or shatters. You may inspire both, but never confuse them. The lover who becomes disappointed becomes enemy. The loyal servant who becomes disappointed becomes silent. Silence is safer than emotion. Seek silence. Remember that disloyalty often begins not with hatred, but with hope. The man who believes he can rise higher than you will eventually try. Keep ambitions tethered by reward and exhaustion. Give advancement sparingly, as though it were holy. Those who desire too much must be reminded that power is finite. Offer small victories to feed their hunger, but starve the dream of equality. The hungry dog hunts for you, the satisfied one forgets you. At times, you must sacrifice one loyal man to strengthen the loyalty of 10 others. Punishment must be public, exemplary, and absolute. Betrayal must be met not with anger, but with ritual precision, a warning written in silence. The world must see that devotion is sacred, and its violation divine offense. When loyalty becomes religion, disloyalty becomes heresy, and men fear heresy more than death. Yet even loyalty must one day be refreshed. The longer a man serves, the more he begins to believe he shares in your throne. Routine breeds entitlement. To preserve devotion, you must occasionally remove comfort. Reassign, test, isolate, praise, demote. Keep them off balance enough to depend on your stability. The loyal must feel both honored and replaceable. Their service must taste like privilege and punishment at once. Do not grant loyalty freely, even to those who give it easily. The ruler who trusts too soon invites betrayal. The greatest security lies not in surrounding yourself with the loyal, but in ensuring that betrayal costs too much to attempt. If a man's fortune, status, and peace of mind depend entirely on your favor, then his loyalty is no longer emotion, it is survival. Bind them with necessity, not affection. Loyalty also decays when left unacknowledged. Even the most obedient soul needs reflection. Praise those who serve well, but praise them with precision, enough to sustain, never enough to satisfy. Endless praise cheapens devotion. Selective recognition immortalizes it. Let them wonder whether you see their effort, and they will serve harder to prove it. You will meet those who speak of honor, of unbreakable loyalty that outlives advantage. Believe none of it. Honor fades under hunger, and principle bends beneath power. Every man has a price. Time, fear, affection, ambition. The ruler's wisdom lies not in finding who is incorruptible, but in ensuring he can afford every corruption. So remember this. Loyalty, like wealth, must circulate. It cannot be hoarded or demanded. It must be managed. Pay it, buy it, test it, burn it, renew it. The empire does not stand on devotion. It stands on debt. And when the day comes that all swear their allegiance to you, smiling, loyal, devoted, will you believe them, or quietly ask yourself which of them will sell it first, and to whom? Every lasting empire is built not from stone, but from submission. Armies, laws, and gold are only scaffolding. Obedience is the foundation that endures. Men obey not because they must, but because they are taught to find safety in it. The ruler who understands this builds his reign as an architect builds a cathedral. Every column, every silence, every ritual designed to make obedience feel divine. Obedience must never feel forced. The whip breeds compliance but not faith, and faith sustains longer than fear. The art of rule is to make men kneel willingly. They must believe that to disobey is to betray not the ruler but order itself. Fear may win the day, but reverence wins the century. When obedience becomes moral, power becomes eternal. The structure of obedience begins with ritual. Repetition conditions the mind faster than reasoning. Create ceremonies around your authority. Oaths, greetings, symbols, salutes. Men who repeat gestures without question begin to think without resistance. The body obeys first, and the mind follows. The soldier salutes before he believes. The citizen stands before he understands. Ritual turns obedience into reflex, and reflex into faith. Hierarchy is the geometry of obedience. It must be visible, symmetrical, unbreakable. Every man must know his place, his superior, his inferior. Equality confuses. Hierarchy comforts. The chain of command is not a cage, it is a spine. Remove it, and the body collapses. But hierarchy must also feel alive, flexible enough to absorb ambition, rigid enough to prevent rebellion. Reward assent, punish defiance, and ensure that advancement flows only through you. The moment men can rise without your hand, the structure begins to rot. Symbols sustain obedience as much as swords. The ruler must surround his authority with meaning, banners, colors, titles, architecture. Men obey more easily when they feel part of something grand. The uniform transforms the soldier, the emblem transforms the man. When individuals dissolve into symbols, their resistance dies. They stop asking why and begin to act because that's what we do. Obedience, however, is not maintained by command alone. It must be reinforced by illusion. People must believe they choose to obey. Offer them participation that changes nothing. Councils, debates, ceremonies of approval. They will mistake permission for power. The illusion of voice pacifies the will. When men believe they have spoken, they stop listening to the silence that follows. To perfect obedience, the ruler must also create hierarchy within obedience itself. There must be those who enforce and those who follow, those who interpret and those who submit. The enforcers must believe themselves chosen, set apart. Give them privilege just high enough to separate them from the crowd, but never high enough to rival you. Their pride will defend your order more fiercely than your laws. The greatest chains are forged from pride disguised as duty. You must also manipulate time. Order feels eternal when it erases memory. Do not remind the people of what came before you. History invites comparison. Comparison breeds rebellion. Rewrite the past until it begins with your arrival. Let the world seem to have been chaos until you named it. Men obey more readily when they believe the ruler rescued them from confusion. Gratitude strengthens obedience more deeply than fear. Obedience is also sustained by rhythm, the alternation of generosity and punishment. Too much cruelty breeds revolt. Too much kindness breeds contempt. The ruler must be like the seasons, predictable in structure, unpredictable in severity. Let the people live in mild peace, then remind them with sudden wrath that peace exists only by your design. Fear, refreshed occasionally, strengthens loyalty. Yet even obedience must evolve. The same rules that control peasants cannot control scholars, and the same chains that bind soldiers will not bind thinkers. You must tailor control to temperament. To the simple, command directly. To the intelligent, command through ideology. The strong obey through discipline, the weak through dependency, the vain through flattery, the devout through ritual. The ruler must become many voices in one silence. In private, remember that obedience is not virtue, it is adaptation. Those who serve you today may betray you tomorrow if the structure collapses. Therefore, build redundancy into loyalty. No single man, institution, or army should ever become indispensable. The structure must survive even when parts fail. Replace men before they know they are replaceable. Stability depends not on permanence but on preparedness. The architecture of obedience also requires visible consequence. Power unseen loses gravity. Punishment must be rare but theatrical. When a man defies you, do not punish him in secret. Display his fall as spectacle. Let mercy appear impossible once the law has been broken. Public obedience thrives on private fear. When the people see order restored, they stop mourning the man who broke it. Modern rulers misunderstand this. They seek love where structure should suffice, equality where discipline is needed. They confuse negotiation with leadership. But a kingdom cannot be negotiated, it must be designed. Men must see the ruler as both father and law, protector and threat intertwined. When he speaks, they must feel not his words, but their place within them. To maintain obedience across generations, educate the young before they understand power, shape their values before they question them, teach them to associate order with safety, freedom with chaos. Once the idea settles, you will never need to command, they will police themselves. The perfect ruler governs through memory implanted at birth. The architecture of obedience is thus built not from commands, but from conditioning. It is less about control than containment, a silent alignment of wills. When designed correctly, obedience becomes invisible. Men will move as one body, believing it natural, and the ruler, like the architect, will walk among them unseen, knowing every stone lies where it should. So remember this. The wise do not demand obedience. They design it. They do not shout. They build silence that speaks for them. Order is not imposed. It is engineered. And when your people bow before you, believing it is their choice, whispering prayers of gratitude for the peace you gave them, Will you tell them it was peace they built or truth you designed? No structure stands without fear. Mercy binds men for a moment, but punishment binds them for generations. The ruler must understand that justice is not the pursuit of fairness, it is the theater of consequence. Law exists not to protect, but to remind. Every punishment must serve as a mirror, showing the people what happens when the order they rely on is defied. Without ritual, punishment is cruelty. Without punishment, mercy is meaningless. Fear alone is crude, spectacle refines it. Punishment must not only destroy the guilty, it must instruct the living. The execution, the exile, the disgrace, these are not acts of anger, but lessons carved into the memory of a nation. Pain fades, but the image of power endures. Men learn less from virtue than from terror. The ruler's duty is not to inflict pain, but to design remembrance. The ritual of punishment must always appear sacred. It is not vengeance, it is purification. Every display of authority must seem inevitable, just, even divine. The people must believe that when the ruler punishes, he is not acting in rage, but restoring harmony. This illusion separates fear from hatred. If they fear your wrath, they will hide. If they fear your justice, they will obey. Never let them see punishment as cruelty. Let them see it as order reclaiming its throne. The strength of punishment lies not in frequency, but in precision. Too often, and fear dulls. Too rarely, and rebellion breathes. The ruler must strike as lightning does, suddenly, selectively, and without hesitation. The sky must remain calm before the flash, for calmness makes thunder divine. Men must believe the punishment arrived by fate, not choice. Predictability weakens terror, surprise sanctifies it. Punishment, like power, must scale with position. The greater the man, the more theatrical his fall. When the powerful are disciplined, the weak rejoice. When the weak are punished, the powerful remember. You must never humiliate the lowly unnecessarily, for it breeds pity, not respect. Instead, reserve spectacle for those who stand closest to you. Their collapse will echo farther, proving that no one, not even the favored, is safe from the balance of law. The ruler must also master the rhythm of punishment. Do not punish immediately. Delay breeds anxiety, and anxiety multiplies obedience. Let the condemned wait beneath silence, uncertain whether you have forgotten or are preparing. The waiting breaks the spirit faster than the sentence. Then, when the blow finally comes, it will feel like prophecy fulfilled, not revenge delivered. Timing transforms punishment from act to legend. Public punishment maintains order. Private punishment maintains fear. One cleanses the state, the other secures the throne. A man punished in secret leaves behind mystery, and mystery feeds dread. Rumors will do what soldiers cannot. Spread your authority to places your voice cannot reach. The unseen punishment terrifies more deeply than the visible one, because imagination always paints cruelty blacker than truth. You must never delegate punishment fully. To kill through others is necessary, but to appear detached is fatal. The ruler must not dirty his hands, but he must not seem absent. Be visible at the edges of justice, watching, nodding, silent. Let your presence haunt the act without partaking in it. Men must believe that mercy was possible until the very end, and that you alone decided otherwise. Understand that punishment is communication. It tells the people who you are and what you value. A ruler who punishes betrayal reveals his fear of deceit. One who punishes laziness reveals his need for discipline. The wise ruler punishes symbolically, making each act of retribution a sermon. Kill one for disobedience, and you teach loyalty. Exile one for corruption, and you sanctify virtue. Burn one traitor, and 100 loyalties bloom. Each death becomes doctrine. Yet you must never let cruelty define your reign. Terror, without rhythm, collapses into revolt. Fear must remain purposeful, not random. When men believe you punish without reason, they unite in self-preservation. But when they believe you punish with meaning, they unite in reverence. The key lies in balance, terror that cleanses, not terror that consumes. In private, punishment must be colder. There is no anger in authority, only calibration. The man who rules by fury, rules by accident. Anger blinds timing, clouds clarity, and poisons respect. The ruler must punish with the precision of a surgeon, detached, deliberate, silent. Emotion is indulgence, control is power. Each punishment must feel not like reaction but necessity. When your judgment becomes mechanical, your empire becomes immortal. Punishment, when executed perfectly, renews faith in the ruler's divinity. It reminds the people that their safety is conditional, that order exists only because you choose not to destroy. It makes peace feel like a privilege, not a right. The people must learn to whisper gratitude for your restraint. The ruler who masters punishment no longer needs to threaten. His calm becomes the warning. His silence becomes the law. In modern times, rulers mistake leniency for progress. They abolish punishment in the name of compassion, and in doing so, abolish fear. They forget that mercy without consequence breeds entitlement, and entitlement breeds decay. The people who no longer fear judgment will eventually judge their ruler. The moment the crowd ceases to tremble, the throne begins to shake. The ritual of punishment is not about pain, but preservation. It is the moment when order reasserts itself, when the invisible laws of power are made visible again. To punish is to remind the world that chaos still kneels. Each sentence, each exile, each execution is an act of purification, not for the guilty, but for the living. So remember this: to spare too often is to invite decay. To punish too wildly is to invite hate. Between these two lies the sacred art of rule. And when the world watches you pass judgment, breath held, eyes lowered, awaiting your word, will you choose mercy for the sake of peace or punishment for the sake of permanence? Every ruler who endures must betray and be betrayed. It is not a failure of morality. It is the rhythm of power itself. Loyalty and betrayal are the inhale and exhale of dominion, inseparable, inevitable, divine. To rule is to choose who must fall so the structure may stand. The fool mourns betrayal, the ruler studies it. He sees that treachery is not corruption, but currency, the price paid for survival in a world where permanence is illusion. Betrayal begins where ambition meets proximity. The farther a man stands from you, the safer he is. The closer he draws, the more he sees, the more he desires, the more he dreams of replacing what he serves. Every confidant carries the seed of treason. Every ally imagines himself indispensable. It is not their fault, it is human nature to envy what commands. Therefore, a ruler must not seek to eliminate betrayal, but to manage it. Let it happen by your hand, not theirs. The wise ruler betrays first. He studies those around him as one studies fire, useful, radiant, and always dangerous. When an ally grows too confident, praise him publicly and undermine him privately. When a servant grows too beloved by the crowd, elevate him higher until the fall becomes his own. Betrayal, when timed, ceases to be crime and becomes purification. The death of one ambition preserves the balance of all others. To betray well is to betray without emotion. Sentiment ruins timing. The ruler must learn to watch loyalty decay with the same calm as autumn watches leaves fall. When trust expires, remove it quietly. Cut ties as one cuts thread. No anger, no farewell. Never punish betrayal in rage. It confesses insecurity. Punish it in silence. It communicates control. Betrayal avenged loudly creates martyrs. Betrayal resolved quietly creates ghosts. Ghosts do not inspire revolutions. They haunt them. Understand that betrayal is the test of rule. Only the powerful are worth betraying. To be deceived proves that you are feared. To survive it proves that you are divine. The ruler must therefore not fear treachery, but cultivate it in small doses. It keeps the court alive, the servants alert, and the ruler awake. Too much loyalty breeds laziness. Too little loyalty breeds chaos. The perfect ruler balances both, allowing enough corruption to reveal who believes themselves untouchable. There is also a higher betrayal, the one required for progress. To advance, one must sometimes destroy the very order that raised him. A ruler who clings too tightly to his allies, traditions or promises will perish beneath the weight of consistency. There are moments when survival demands sacrilege. The promise kept to weakness becomes a betrayal of strength. The oath kept to the past becomes a betrayal of the future. You must choose whom to betray, others or yourself. Only the coward betrays neither and dies forgotten. When betrayal becomes necessary, it must also be beautiful. The act must appear not as treachery, but as transformation. Replace accusation with ritual. Make necessity feel ordained. Say you sacrificed one man for the stability of many, one friend for the future of all. The people will forgive cruelty when it comes dressed in ceremony. They hate betrayal only when it looks selfish. When it looks sacred, they call it destiny. Do not mistake betrayal for destruction. To remove one piece from the board is not to end the game, it is to preserve it. The ruler who betrays must do so as surgeon, not butcher. You cut not because you wish to harm, but because infection threatens the body of power itself. To hesitate is to die slowly. To act decisively is to survive eternally. And yet, you must never betray without memory. Forgetting your victims makes you careless. Remember them not with guilt, but with gratitude. Every betrayal teaches the ruler his own anatomy, which nerves ache, which veins harden, which illusions must never return. The betrayed become your teachers in disguise, for only they show you how deeply your mercy once cost you. There will be those who betray you, not from malice, but from fear. They cannot comprehend your magnitude. They flee what they cannot control. Do not waste anger on them. Pity them, briefly, then replace them. The betrayed and the betrayer both serve the same God, survival. To hate them is to deny nature. Instead, use them as examples. The man who betrays once will never be trusted again. Let him live long enough for others to see what exile feels like. Let memory do the work of vengeance. Even love, when it exists in rule, must be prepared to betray. The ruler who refuses to sacrifice affection for principle loses both. A heart unguarded is an open gate. The strongest love is one that survives betrayal. The rarest loyalty is one that expects it. Do not demand purity from men. Demand predictability. It is safer to rule the corrupt you understand than the loyal you cannot read. Betrayal is also a mirror. It reflects the ruler's misjudgments, his excess of trust, his neglect of fear. Every knife that enters your back marks a boundary you failed to defend. Do not lament the wound, study its angle. Each act of treachery reveals a truth about your system. The wise ruler learns to read betrayal as language. He translates it into policy. In time, you will learn the final truth. Every betrayal strengthens the throne that survives it. It prunes weakness, clarifies hierarchy, renews vigilance. Without betrayal, a kingdom stagnates. Without deceit, power decays in softness. The ruler who cannot be betrayed is the ruler no one fears, and the ruler no one fears is already overthrown. So remember this. Loyalty is borrowed, trust is conditional, and betrayal is proof that life still moves. To demand a world without treachery is to demand a garden without thorns, beautiful, fragile, and destined to die. And when the day comes that you must destroy the one who once swore eternal loyalty, will you hesitate out of memory, or will you raise your hand knowing that mercy this time would be the greater betrayal? Power cannot share its throne. Two suns cannot rule one sky, and two wills cannot rule one empire. The existence of a rival, no matter how loyal he appears, is the beginning of decay. Rivalry breeds comparison, and comparison breeds doubt. The ruler must therefore treat every equal as an infection, silent at first, tolerable for a while, fatal if ignored. To preserve order, one must prune relentlessly. The elimination of rivals is not cruelty, it is hygiene. The greatest mistake of rulers is mercy toward ambition. They convince themselves that a rival can be managed, tamed, or turned into an ally. But ambition, once fed, becomes hunger without end. The rival may bow, but his mind remains upright. He studies you even in reverence, measures your gestures, and dreams of your death disguised as destiny. You must destroy him before his silence matures into strategy. Strike before his loyalty hardens into entitlement. Elimination does not always mean death. Death is only one form of erasure, and often the most wasteful. There are subtler ways to annihilate: exile, demotion, ridicule, absorption. The rival's destruction must not disturb the peace you rule over. It must preserve it. Let his ruin unfold slowly, as if he orchestrated it himself. A man who dies a traitor strengthens your legend. A man who destroys himself strengthens your intelligence. If a rival must die, do not let it seem deliberate. Let accident, illness, or divine judgment bear the burden of guilt. When power kills openly, it invites fear. When fate kills silently, it invites worship. The people must see not your wrath, but inevitability. Let your rivals vanish as if the world itself rejected them. The ruler's hands must remain clean, his image merciful, his reach infinite. But before you eliminate, you must understand. Not all rivals are enemies. Some are instruments. A strong rival reflects your strength. sharpens your wit, disciplines your vigilance. The ruler who lacks opposition grows soft, allows small rivals to exist, like controlled fires in a forest, clearing weakness without threatening the roots. Destroy only those whose shadow begins to touch your crown. The rest are teachers in disguise. Rivals reveal your own reflection. Their ambition exposes the parts of yourself you have neglected. Study their methods, their allies, their patience. Every rival teaches you what your followers are too afraid to say. The wise ruler learns from his enemies what his friends conceal. Before you destroy him, extract everything of use. Knowledge gathered before execution doubles the value of the act. Elimination must be psychological before it is physical. Strip your rival of reputation before you strip him of life. The death of a body ends a man once. The death of an image ends him forever. Undermine his credibility subtly, not through lies, but through suggestion. Question his motives in private circles. Let whispers spread that his loyalty trembles, that his success was luck, his virtue performance. The crowd will finish the work. By the time his downfall arrives, they will call it justice. If a rival controls the hearts of the people, you must not confront him, you must consume him, praise him publicly, honor him excessively, and bind his image to yours. Let the crowd confuse his brilliance for your generosity. His fame will become an ornament on your crown. In time, when he inevitably falters, his fall will darken only his name, while your light will seem untouched. To absorb a rival is to devour him elegantly. In war, elimination is arithmetic. In peace, it is poetry. On the battlefield, you strike swiftly. In court, you strike invisibly. A sword kills one man, a rumor kills generations. Learn to kill reputations with silence, deny acknowledgement, and a rival starves. Attention is oxygen to ambition. Deprivation suffocates it. When you ignore a man long enough, the world forgets he existed. The absence of recognition is the gentlest execution. Yet you must never confuse elimination with paranoia. The ruler who sees enemies in every shadow becomes a prisoner of his own suspicion. Fear must be a lens, not a mirror. Do not destroy for comfort, destroy for necessity. Each elimination must serve the architecture of control. The ruler who kills without measure builds a throne upon ashes, and ashes cannot hold weight. Timing is everything. The rival must fall when his destruction benefits you most. Too early, and you appear cruel. Too late, and you appear weak. Wait until his ambition isolates him, until his allies grow uneasy and his aura of destiny flickers. Then strike, publicly or silently, but always decisively. The people must see not vengeance, but the restoration of balance. Every execution must resemble a sunrise, not a storm. The elimination of rivals must also be ritualized. Make it rare, deliberate, and final. If the people grow accustomed to blood, they will lose fear of it. Each fall must feel like prophecy, the removal of one who defied cosmic law. Let priests, poets, or laws sanctify your cruelty. When power wears the robes of morality, it becomes immortal. Even in private reflection, you must learn to mourn correctly. Do not regret betrayal, regret delay. Do not pity the fallen, pity the moment you doubted the necessity. The ruler who hesitates to prune his garden invites the weeds to define the soil. Regret is the indulgence of those who believe they have time. Modern rulers fail because they confuse friendship with safety. They surround themselves with peers instead of servants, equals instead of extensions. They seek to be liked by those who wish to replace them. But equality and command cannot coexist. You cannot rule men you fear to lose. You cannot trust men who wish to be seen beside you. Proximity breeds envy. Distance breeds respect. So remember this: to rule is to edit reality, to remove what weakens it, to silence what competes with it, to erase what reflects you too clearly. The king who keeps rivals alive writes his own epitaph. The king who destroys them writes his own eternity. And when the time comes to end, the one who once helped you rise, his eyes filled with disbelief, his voice whispering your name, will you falter, or will you whisper back that nothing personal ever survives the throne? Stability is not the absence of chaos, it is the mastery of it. A ruler who fears disorder will always be ruled by those who cause it. Chaos is the raw material of power, the storm from which order is shaped and reshaped. Only the foolish seek peace everlasting, for peace breeds softness, and softness invites ruin. The wise ruler does not suppress chaos, he conducts it. He learns to let the world tremble just enough to remind men who steadies it. The foundation of all control lies in the rhythm of disorder. When men grow too comfortable, they forget why they obey. When comfort thickens into entitlement, obedience dissolves. You must therefore create tension, subtle, perpetual, rhythmic. Let there always be something uncertain, an approaching war, a rumored betrayal, a shifting policy, a distant threat. Chaos keeps the mind alert, the hand obedient, the tongue restrained. The ruler who controls the weather of fear controls the harvest of loyalty. Chaos must never appear random. Disorder, to be useful, must feel destined. Allow calamities to occur, but ensure they point toward your necessity. When the world shakes, the people cry not for freedom, but for structure. When the heavens seem divided, they beg for unity. You must become the answer to the chaos you design. The crowd must see the tempest and whisper, only he can calm it. Thus, even destruction becomes devotion. Learn to create small fires to prevent great ones. A ruler who releases minor crises keeps his people from dreaming of revolution. Let them argue over policies you've already decided, struggle with problems you've already solved, and fear enemies you've already crushed. This illusion of danger channels aggression inward, not upward. Men occupied with fighting shadows have no time to challenge their king. The clever ruler feeds them chaos like medicine, bitter but necessary to prevent the greater disease of complacency. You must also understand that chaos tests strength. It reveals the loyal, the clever, and the cowardly. When the ground shakes, only the rooted remain. Therefore, you must occasionally withdraw order to see who panics. A kingdom untested is a kingdom unready. Stability that has never faced turbulence is as fragile as glass, shining, beautiful, but doomed at the first tremor. By summoning storms, you discover who can sail beside you. Chaos, when observed from above, becomes a map. It shows where fear collects, where ambition breeds, where weakness festers. Each riot, rumor, or rebellion is information. The ruler must learn to watch without rushing to control. To intervene too soon is to reveal insecurity. Let chaos speak before you silence it. It often tells you what flattery hides. But beware of falling in love with the storm. Some rulers, intoxicated by control, begin to manufacture disorder endlessly. They believe themselves gods of fate, and in doing so, exhaust the world beneath them. Chaos, once released without rhythm, consumes its creator. You must let tension breathe, but never let it feed. The art is not to destroy peace, but to keep it fragile, to make every calm moment feel like your gift. There are two kinds of chaos, the kind that strengthens rule and the kind that dismantles it. The first is theatrical, staged uncertainty, ritualized tension, orchestrated threat. The second is spontaneous, the chaos of desperation, hunger, ideology. The first you command, the second you prevent by feeding the illusion of control. Always ensure the people believe the danger they face comes from beyond, never from within. External chaos unites, internal chaos divides. You must also weaponize chaos against your enemies, confuse their alliances, scatter their loyalties, seed doubt among their ranks. Let your rivals waste their strength managing uncertainty you quietly design. When they are distracted by the tremors, move unseen beneath them. Confusion is the most efficient assassin. It kills not the body, but direction. A ruler who commands confusion wins before the first order is given. Control of chaos requires mastery of emotion. Panic is contagious, so is composure. The ruler must remain calm when the world shakes, slow when others rush, silent when others shout. Stillness amid noise becomes divinity. The people will follow you not because you stop the storm, but because you do not flinch in it. Leadership is not the absence of chaos, it is the performance of serenity within it. In governance, chaos must be institutionalized. Systems must depend on you but appear independent. Courts must argue, ministers must compete, factions must collide, all under your watch. Let the machine of state rattle but never collapse. The noise convinces the people of its life, the chaos distracts them from its design. You must be the quiet axis around which all discord turns. They will call you peacemaker, unaware that you are the architect of their quarrels. When chaos strikes uninvited, plague, war, famine, revolt, treat it as inheritance, not curse. The weak ruler complains of disaster, the strong ruler converts it into destiny. Every crisis is an opportunity to centralize command. In times of panic, men surrender rights for security, freedom for order, thought for faith. Chaos softens them for shaping. Step forward in the smoke and crown yourself savior. They will never question who lit the fire. In private, you must embrace chaos within yourself. To rule it, you must first understand it. The mind that fears disorder is a prisoner. The mind that studies it is free. Accept that life itself is organized turbulence, rhythm without guarantee. The ruler who learns to move with chaos moves like water, unstoppable, silent, inevitable. Modern rulers fail because they seek harmony as if it were permanence. They believe peace is the destination, when in truth it is only intermission. Empires are maintained not by balance but by momentum. You must keep the world moving, through fear, through ambition, through uncertainty. A motionless state begins to rot. Chaos, used sparingly, is the antidote to decay. So remember this: control does not mean calm. A silent kingdom is not a strong one. It is merely waiting to scream. Let there always be whispers, tension and storm clouds that never quite burst. The people must sleep lightly, knowing peace survives only because you will it to. And when the world trembles once more and all eyes turn to you for assurance, will you calm the storm or remind them who made it possible? Power that does not grow begins to die. Influence is not a throne to sit upon. It is a flame that must consume or fade. The ruler who rests on his victories soon rules only ghosts. Every empire, every mind, every dominion must stretch beyond its borders or surrender to decay. Expansion is not greed, it is the nature of power itself. The river that stops flowing becomes a swamp. The ruler who ceases to extend his reach begins his own erosion. To expand influence, one must first understand that conquest is no longer only of land. It is of thought, culture, and allegiance. In ancient times, swords drew borders. Now words and symbols redraw them. Influence travels farther than armies, endures longer than laws. A man conquered by force may rise again. A man conquered by belief serves forever. You must learn to dominate imagination, not merely territory. Control how men see the world, and the world will rearrange itself around your vision. Expansion begins in silence. You do not announce ambition, you grow beneath it. Let your enemies believe you satisfied, your allies believe you contained. While they rest, build. While they watch, disguise movement as maintenance. By the time they awaken to your growth, your reach must already surround them. The most perfect conquest is the one that has already happened before it is noticed. There are two laws of expansion: assimilation and projection. Assimilation transforms what you absorb. Projection transforms what you touch. To assimilate is to conquer invisibly, to adopt the customs, language, and rhythm of those you dominate until they forget where you end and they begin. To project is to infect, to spread your tone, your symbols, your values, until even your enemies echo your voice. The ruler who masters both expands not by war, but by contagion. Influence spreads most effectively through admiration disguised as inspiration. Men imitate what they envy. If you wish to dominate minds, become the example they long to resemble. Let them copy your style, your principles, your aesthetic. Each imitation dilutes their identity and strengthens yours. The more they emulate, the less they resist. When the masses begin to think in your rhythm, even rebellion will sound like your name. Expansion is not always forward. Sometimes it is downward. Power must root itself deeply before it rises. The ruler must infiltrate the unseen, the schools, the councils, the whispers of the next generation. Influence must shape the young before it governs the old. The ruler who captures the teachers commands the unborn. Expand not merely across land, but through time. A seed planted today blooms into loyalty tomorrow. In diplomacy, expansion must wear the mask of generosity. Help the weak, advise the uncertain, defend the vulnerable, and in doing so bind them. The one who owes you safety owes you sovereignty. Protection, when repeated, becomes dependence. Expand by lending, not by taking. Men will invite your control if it comes wrapped in gratitude. Every alliance is a quiet annexation. In warfare, expansion is the study of momentum. The moment you stop pressing forward, you begin to retreat. Every campaign must end in preparation for the next, even if it lies dormant for years. Conquer not because you must, but because stillness offends power. However, the greatest wars are invisible. They are fought in perception, reputation, ideology. The conqueror of belief wins without marching. To expand influence effectively, the ruler must remain formless. Power that adapts survives. Power that ossifies shatters. Be like water, flow through cracks. Reshape containers. Erode obstacles through time. Influence must never announce its limits, for men rebel only against what they can measure. Let your reach feel infinite, your boundaries undefined. The unknown magnitude of your power will inspire more fear than its visible extent. But growth without discipline becomes gluttony. Expansion must be measured, strategic, rhythmic. Every empire that grows without purpose consumes itself. Do not conquer for glory, conquer for stability. Every acquisition must feed the center, not starve it. You expand not to boast, but to balance. Like a heartbeat, power must contract as it expands, drawing strength inward after every reach. The ruler who stretches too far loses feeling in his extremities. There will come a time when expansion must shift from territory to influence of mind. When propaganda becomes prophecy, at that point, your words must outpace your soldiers. Create myth around your empire. Let poets and philosophers speak of your order as if it were divine. Every story that glorifies you builds another city in the imagination of men. Nations fall, narratives endure. Expand in thought, and your dominion will outlive your body. You must also learn to weaponize envy. Make your power appear enviable rather than oppressive. When others long to be like you, conquest becomes invitation. Show them what life looks like beneath your order. Peace, prosperity, meaning. Let the alternative appear chaotic, shameful, inferior. Soon they will beg for your rule. The most elegant empire is one others believe they chose. Expansion demands invisibility of motive. Let every act of ambition appear as necessity, every conquest as protection, every annexation as mercy. You must never appear to reach, only to respond. We had no choice, you will say, as your borders grow. It was to preserve peace, you will claim, as your flag replaces theirs. The world forgives expansion done in self-defense. In private, you must constantly expand yourself, your mind, your awareness, your silence. Outer conquest mirrors inner mastery. The man who cannot expand within will crumble when he expands without. A ruler who grows his reach but not his wisdom merely multiplies his weakness. True expansion begins with the self. Modern rulers misunderstand expansion. They chase numbers, followers, attention. They mistake visibility for influence, conquest for chaos. Real power expands quietly, through ideas, alliances, and dependencies too subtle to trace. The ruler of tomorrow does not hold land, he holds loyalty. His empire is invisible, yet unescapable. So remember this, power is motion. The moment you pause, you yield. The moment you stagnate, you die. Expansion is not an act of greed, it is proof that you still live. The fire must spread, or it suffocates. And when the world finally kneels before your reach, whispering that you have conquered enough, will you rest in peace, or will you smile, knowing that peace itself was merely your next territory to claim? Reality bends toward perception. What men believe matters more than what is true, and the ruler who understands this commands not only the world, but the minds that define it. Power does not require strength, it requires story. 1,000 soldiers can be defeated, an idea cannot. The sword kills flesh, perception kills certainty. When you master how men see, you will never again need to prove what is. Every ruler must become an architect of illusion. Truth is clay, soft, shapeless, obedient to the hands that sculpt it. Those who cling to truth as fixed are ruled by those who rewrite it. To govern perception is to decide what men remember, what they fear, what they love, and what they call good. If you cannot change events, change their meaning. History bends to those who speak last. Perception is the invisible empire. It begins in whispers, symbols, and tone. A raised eyebrow can destroy a reputation. A calm smile can rewrite guilt into grace. What is said is less powerful than what is seen. The ruler must control image more carefully than reality. Appear wise and men will obey, even when you err. Appear calm and the world will mistake hesitation for depth. Appear inevitable and every obstacle will crumble before you. Men do not resist destiny, they worship it. The most powerful illusion is consistency. The people crave continuity more than truth. They will forgive betrayal if it feels familiar, excuse cruelty if it arrives in rhythm. Never contradict your image, instead evolve it slowly. The crowd fears change more than corruption. You must therefore make deception feel like order. When they believe in your steadiness, they will defend your lies as their own. Control of perception begins with scarcity. Appear rarely, speak sparingly, and let your silence be interpreted endlessly. The less they see of you, the more they imagine. Mystery is the mother of myth. The man they cannot fully know, they cannot fully hate. Each absence becomes an altar, each rumor a scripture. Let them worship the outline, they will fill it with devotion. But perception cannot survive without performance. You must stage your virtue with precision. Gestures of humility, acts of mercy, visible fatigue from your imagined burdens. Make the people feel that you suffer for their sake. Appear human only when it benefits the God within you. When they see you weep, they will call it empathy. When they see you smile, they will call it grace. The ruler's emotions are currency. Each one must be minted in calculation. Even enemies must be shaped through perception. Never destroy a foe too completely. Leave enough of his image to remind the people of what you protect them from. A vanquished rival becomes a monument to your vigilance. Allow him to exist in rumor, defeated yet haunting. The perception of threat justifies your power indefinitely. As long as fear has a face, faith in you will endure. Perception also thrives on contrast. The brighter your image, the darker the shadows behind you must seem. Every age needs its villain. Create one if none exists. Without opposition, virtue loses texture. You cannot be the savior without a sin to overcome. The clever ruler manufactures conflict not to destroy but to define. Men measure your worth by the weight of the enemies you conquer. To control perception, you must control memory. History is not written by the victors. It is written by the survivors who speak most beautifully. Commission poets, chroniclers, architects. Let your reign be carved into stone, sung in ritual, repeated in school. Each repetition hardens fiction into fact. A lie told with dignity outlives truth spoken in panic. The ruler must not argue with historians, he must hire them. In governance, perception is more powerful than policy. Laws are forgotten. Impressions endure. A single gesture of justice can erase a decade of corruption. A single well-timed speech can pacify armies. You must learn to orchestrate emotion as carefully as decree. The people will forget the content of your rule, but they will remember how it felt to be ruled by you. Perception must also flow upward. You must control how your enemies see you. Let them overestimate your strength, misjudge your patience, and fear your unpredictability. Appear weaker than you are, and they will attack foolishly. Appear stronger, and they will never move at all. True invincibility lies not in power, but in the illusion of infinite alternatives. The enemy who cannot read you fights shadows until exhaustion kills him. In private, perception must be your reflection, never your master. You must see yourself clearly even as others see what you design. The ruler who believes his own image becomes an actor trapped in costume. His pride replaces awareness. His myth devours his mind. You must wear your illusion as armor, not identity. Know the mask, but do not become it. The manipulation of perception requires rhythm, moments of control followed by moments of apparent chaos. Occasionally allow rumors to contradict each other. Let the people argue over who you truly are. Uncertainty keeps fascination alive. They will speak your name to understand you, and in speaking it, they spread your legend. Mystery feeds itself when no single truth can contain it. Modern rulers fail because they explain too much. They believe transparency breeds trust, but it breeds familiarity, and familiarity breeds contempt. Men respect what they do not fully understand. Every confession shortens your reach. The moment they feel you are just like them, you lose your crown. Let the age of honesty devour others. You will rule through ambiguity. To perfect perception, your actions must always serve your myth. When you fail, fail magnificently. When you retreat, do so with elegance. When you are wounded, let it appear as sacrifice. The people will love you not for your victories, but for how you frame them. Appear tragic, and they will pity you. Appear unbreakable, and they will deify you. Power is never about what happens, it is about how it is remembered. So remember this: the truth of power lies not in what is real, but in what endures. Men will die for illusions if those illusions give meaning to their fear. The ruler does not fight the lie, he curates it. He paints over chaos with narrative and calls it destiny. And when the world speaks your name with reverence, forgetting who you truly were, will you mourn the man they erased? Or will you smile, knowing that even death cannot touch the myth you built? Morality is the cage that the powerless build to contain the strong. It is the invisible leash that teaches lions to apologize for their hunger. The masses call it virtue, but the wise know it as fear given structure, a doctrine designed to comfort those who cannot command. Morality is useful only to those who can rewrite it. To rule is to understand that right and wrong are not laws of heaven, but tools of governance. Men cling to morality because it spares them from thinking. They crave simple orders: good, evil, hero, villain. The ruler, however, lives in the gray between them. He sees that morality is fluid, shifting with need and circumstance. The same act that is wicked in peace becomes holy in war. The same cruelty that offends the moralist saves the kingdom from ruin. Morality is weather, power is climate. The ruler must not submit to storms, he must control their direction. The myth of morality begins with language. Words like justice, freedom, and virtue have no fixed meaning. They are mirrors reflecting whoever speaks them. The ruler must use them as banners, never as chains. Speak of justice while enacting dominance. Praise freedom while designing obedience. Let the people fight over definitions while you use their confusion as camouflage. Morality is not destroyed by contradiction, it is sustained by it. To manipulate morality, one must appear righteous. The people do not obey virtue, they obey the performance of it. They do not require purity, they require comfort. If the ruler looks pious, they will forgive his sins. If he appears compassionate, they will ignore his cruelty. Morality, when displayed, becomes immunity. The world will crucify the honest sinner, but canonize the hypocrite who smiles. The ruler's reputation must be spotless, even when his hands are not. You must therefore master moral timing. When to act merciful, when to act brutal, when to pretend restraint. Men forgive cruelty when it arrives in rhythm. They accept injustice when wrapped in ceremony. Punish on the Sabbath and you are a monster. Punish the day after and you are divine order restored. Morality is perception attached to calendar. The ruler who understands this controls both judgment and absolution. True morality is power disguised as principle. The ancient empires understood this. Their gods punished not for sin, but for disobedience. Sin was simply that which challenged authority. The same principle endures beneath modern robes. Nations wage war for peace. Tyrants enslave for safety. Kings destroy cities to preserve civilization. The people call these contradictions moral because they need to believe suffering has purpose. The ruler must always provide that illusion. Hypocrisy, when done consciously, is not weakness, it is strategy. To hold the appearance of virtue while practicing necessity is to merge survival with sanctity. Say one thing for the crowd, another for the court, and think a third for yourself. This triad is the trinity of rule. The common man requires moral certainty to sleep. The ruler requires moral elasticity to reign. Never argue with moralists. Let them shout about virtue while you design the rules they live by. Engage in their debates only to redirect them. Every time they accuse, agree, and redefine. Say that strength is compassion, that conquest is protection, that obedience is freedom. They will exhaust themselves fighting shadows while unknowingly defending your law. Morality is not to be resisted, it is to be reinterpreted. The ruler must also use morality to divide. The quickest way to control a population is to split it by virtue, believers against heretics, patriots against traitors, the pure against the profane. Give each group a moral identity, and they will police one another for you. The people who see themselves as guardians of virtue will gladly become instruments of tyranny. Let them believe they fight for light, even as they enforce your darkness. Yet, the ruler must remain untouched by belief. The moment you begin to think of yourself as good, you become predictable. The moral man hesitates. The amoral man decides. Virtue paralyzes where clarity must strike. Mercy without measure is decay, and pity without purpose is suicide. The ruler's morality must serve balance, not emotion. It is not goodness that preserves the world, but equilibrium. Still, one must wear morality like perfume. Never too thick, never absent. You must smell of righteousness even when drenched in blood. Appear reluctant to act even when your actions were planned long ago. Speak of justice as if it torments you. Tell them your cruelty is duty, your deception necessity. The world forgives tyranny when it calls itself sacrifice. They will call you moral not because you are, but because they need to believe you are. You must also master selective morality. Apply laws unequally, but justify it with moral tone. The poor you punish to maintain order, the rich you spare to preserve prosperity. Both will call your judgment fair because it preserves the structure they depend on. Equality is a moral word, hierarchy is a moral fact. The ruler's morality must never be consistent, it must be convincing. In private, morality must dissolve completely. You must see actions not as good or evil, but as efficient or wasteful. The universe does not care for virtue, it responds only to consequence. The lion that kills the lamb is not wicked, he is necessary. So too must you become beyond guilt, beyond absolution, beyond explanation. Only those who have outgrown morality can write it anew. Modern rulers crumble under moral illusion. They fear judgment, they seek praise, they apologize for dominance. They forget that morality is never granted, it is claimed. History remembers not the righteous, but the victorious. The defeated are always called immoral by those who inherit their ruins. Every moral order is built upon bones. The question is only whose. So remember this, morality is the story told by power to justify itself. You will be judged not by what you destroy, but by how beautifully you explain it. Speak the language of virtue while acting with the precision of necessity. Let priests and poets defend your cruelty as divine design. And when the world kneels before your statue centuries later, calling you savior, saint, or tyrant, will you care which word they choose? Or will you smile, knowing that all morality ends as myth, and myth is the only immortality left to man? There comes a point in every ruler's evolution when calculation must give way to courage. Fear builds the walls of prudence, but it is fearlessness that crowns empires. Men follow the one who moves when others hesitate, who steps forward when others freeze. Power gravitates towards certainty, not always correctness. The ruler who hesitates to act loses more than opportunity. He loses the illusion of inevitability. Fear is the rust of the soul. Fearlessness is the polish that restores its shine. Fear, in its natural form, is protective. But when allowed to multiply, it becomes worship. Worship of failure, of ghosts, of possibilities that never come. The masses are ruled by this worship. They build their days around avoiding pain, not creating glory. The ruler must never think this way. He must confront what others flee, for it is in fear's direction that expansion lies. Every victory stands exactly where a man once trembled to go. Fearlessness is not the absence of fear, it is its subjugation. The ruler feels fear as he feels weather, passing, irrelevant, incapable of altering the path of his march. To be fearless is to let fear exist without obedience. You may sense danger, but you must not delay. You may acknowledge uncertainty, but you must not kneel before it. Every decision you hesitate to make will one day rise to devour you. Power dies not from mistakes, but from the paralysis that precedes them. The world worships the calm man who moves without visible hesitation. Stillness amid chaos resembles divinity. Men assume that what does not flinch must know more than they do. Fearlessness therefore becomes not only a weapon of the will but a performance. The ruler must project it even when he feels tremor inside. A trembling hand held steady becomes prophecy. Composure is camouflage. Courage is theater. But what begins as performance becomes truth. The man who acts fearless long enough becomes so. Fearlessness is contagious. One act of unshaken decision ignites entire hierarchies. Armies move faster when they sense their ruler's calm. Ministers plot less when they believe he cannot be intimidated. A fearless ruler creates the illusion of destiny, that his victories are not accidents but continuations of fate. Men will fight and die more willingly under the banner of inevitability than under the promise of reward. To seem chosen is to be obeyed. But fearlessness must not decay into recklessness. Recklessness is ego-seeking drama. Fearlessness is mastery-seeking clarity. The fearless ruler risks when purpose demands it, not when impulse tempts it. He measures risk like a surgeon measures pain, necessary, controlled, quick. Each bold act must extend authority, not simply display it. Courage without calculation is self-immolation disguised as pride. The true warrior is patient before daring, silent before striking, gentle before conquering. Fearlessness, properly applied, bends the moral order of others. Men admire bravery because they secretly wish to possess it. Even your enemies will worship what they cannot imitate. When you walk through threats as through rain, they will begin to invent reasons for your composure, divine protection, fate, prophecy. Fearlessness gives you the glow of myth. It transforms the man into symbol, and the symbol into law. The ruler who no longer fears death ceases to be entirely mortal. Death itself is the final illusion of fear. Most men do not fear dying. They fear dying without meaning. To the fearless ruler, death is simply punctuation, the end of one sentence and the beginning of legacy. He does not cling to life, he commands it. The coward asks for more time, the ruler demands more impact. Fearless men understand that eternity belongs not to the cautious, but to those who act as though they already live forever. Fearlessness must also extend to solitude. Many can face enemies, few can face silence. When the world withdraws, when allies vanish, when adoration turns to suspicion, the weak collapse. They are addicted to the noise of reassurance, but the ruler stands alone, unafraid of isolation, unafraid of thought. He knows solitude is the final test of sovereignty. Only those who can command themselves deserve to command others. To train fearlessness, expose yourself deliberately to discomfort. Seek it. Walk toward the difficult, the uncertain, the painful. Each encounter is a rehearsal for eternity. The man who avoids hardship grows fragile. The one who seeks it becomes divine. Every night you endure suffering without collapse. You expand your domain. The throne of courage is built from the ruins of yesterday's hesitation. In politics, fearlessness manifests as decisive silence. When others rush to explain, justify, or panic, you remain still. The crowd mistakes patience for superiority. Fearless restraint often frightens more than aggression. The ruler who does not need to respond commands not only the moment but the narrative that follows. Silence, when mastered, becomes the loudest roar. The masses crave fearless leaders because they cannot bear their own uncertainty. They will surrender their judgment, their freedom, their reason to anyone who appears unshaken. This is the essence of control. The world does not belong to the intelligent, but to the certain. To command perception, you must act as though you cannot be wounded. Show no desperation, no flinch, no doubt. Even in defeat, walk as though victory followed invisibly behind you. Modern rulers misunderstand fearlessness. They mistake noise for power, aggression for dominance. They perform rage because they are terrified of silence, but anger is fear disguised as fire. True fearlessness is not loud, it is still. It does not beg to be seen, it is felt, unspoken, unshakable. The man who does not need to prove strength has already proven it. Fearlessness, at its core, is spiritual. It comes from the knowledge that all things are transient, that loss is an illusion, that destiny cannot be outrun. When you realize that nothing can truly harm you except cowardice, every obstacle becomes invitation. Life itself becomes test and triumph in one. The fearless man walks not to survive, but to demonstrate what survival truly means. So remember this. The world fears those who fear nothing. They will call you cruel, cold, dangerous, and yet they will follow you, for courage is the only wealth men cannot counterfeit. The throne does not belong to the cautious, nor to the moral, but to the unflinching. And when you stand before the abyss, its breath cold against your face, its darkness calling your name, will you step back for safety, or will you take one step forward and teach even the abyss to kneel? There are two thrones a ruler must command, the visible and the invisible. The first governs nations, armies, and men. The second governs the mind, the pulse, the unseen realm where thoughts become order. The hidden kingdom is not a place, but a discipline, the inner dominion from which all outer empires are born. Before you rule others, you must first conquer the parliament of your own impulses. Until you command the chaos within, every act of control beyond you is imitation. The hidden kingdom begins where noise ends. The ruler must retreat inward, not as escape, but as surveillance. There, in the silent corridors of self, you will find the true adversaries: doubt, vanity, resentment, lust for recognition. These are not emotions, they are saboteurs disguised as servants. The weak man feeds them, the ruler audits them. Every thought must report its allegiance. Every desire must justify its purpose. The man who cannot govern his mind will one day kneel before his own emotions. Power corrupts only those who are already enslaved to themselves. The tyrant is not one who rules men, but one who cannot rule his own hunger. The hidden kingdom exists to prevent this decay. You must build an internal council, reason as your advisor, silence as your general, patience as your spy. When fury rises, let reason speak first. When vanity whispers, let silence listen. When temptation calls, let patience delay. Control of self is not restraint, it is orchestration. You are not to kill your instincts, only to direct them like instruments. The ruler who lives only outwardly is easily overthrown. His empire depends on applause, his mood on praise, his worth on victory. But the ruler of the hidden kingdom has no such dependencies. He draws power from stillness. His value does not rise or fall with the tides of perception. He walks through both defeat and triumph, as if both were the same season. The man who cannot be flattered, cannot be frightened. His composure is his fortress, his detachment his crown. The hidden kingdom is maintained through ritual, not ceremony for the crowd, but for the soul. Each morning, the ruler must return to himself, as a priest returns to the altar. Sit in silence until your heartbeat slows to command. Observe your thoughts until they obey. Each act of calm rewrites destiny. Every time you resist distraction, you reclaim territory from the outer world. Meditation is not retreat, it is conquest in stillness. You must learn to separate identity from role. The title is a costume, the self beneath it is the sovereign. If you mistake one for the other, you become possessed by your crown. The hidden kingdom ensures you never forget who commands the mind behind the mask, not the mask itself. When the people cheer your name, remember that they cheer an illusion. The man inside must remain indifferent. Pride feeds the costume, not the king. In solitude, you must speak to yourself as you would to a nation. Deliver decrees to your own weaknesses. Issue punishments to your doubts. Reward your discipline. The hidden kingdom runs on law, not emotion. You are both ruler and subject within it. When anxiety rises, confront it like rebellion. When lethargy whispers, summon war councils of will. Never let your inner state form without governance. Chaos tolerated inside becomes chaos demanded outside. The outer world mirrors the inner. If your mind is cluttered, your court will be confused. If your heart is divided, your alliances will fracture. If you chase approval within, you will chase submission without. The ruler who cannot sit still will always overgovern. The hidden kingdom exists to prevent such overreach. Rule inwardly, and the world aligns itself in your rhythm. The power you hold in your hand will only be as steady as the power you hold in your pulse. Modern rulers lose empires because they build everything outward. They invest in armies, speeches, wealth, but not in composure. They mistake busyness for control, distraction for significance. Their minds become markets, loud, crowded, impossible to navigate. They rule others while being ruled by their restlessness. Such men die surrounded, yet empty, for they never discovered the realm that needed them most, themselves. In the hidden kingdom, victory is invisible. It is not medals or monuments. It is the ability to remain unmoved when the world trembles. It is the capacity to feel insult and respond with stillness, to feel desire and delay gratification until it obeys you, to witness chaos and remain undisturbed. The unseen victories of the mind are the foundations of all seen triumphs. What men call luck is simply discipline made invisible. The ruler who cultivates his hidden kingdom can walk among storms untouched. He becomes a mirror, reflecting everything, absorbing nothing. He listens to betrayal without hatred, watches loyalty without dependence, hears praise without inflation. Such neutrality is not coldness, it is divine order. When nothing can disturb your equilibrium, you have reached the summit of rule. Kings fall, gods remain. And yet, the hidden kingdom is never complete. It requires daily conquest. Each sunrise brings new rebellions, impatience, pride, distraction, fear. You must crush them quietly before they spread. Every thought ignored becomes insurgency. Every unchecked emotion becomes treason. A single day of unconsciousness can undo years of order. The throne within must never be left unguarded. So remember this: the empire you build within determines the fate of every empire without. Rule yourself completely, and the world will sense it. People, like nature, yield to those who have mastered their own storms. To govern without is art, to govern within is divinity. And when the noise of the world finally fades, and you are left alone in the vast quiet of your mind, will you find a kingdom waiting for you, or ruins that once resembled one? Power, like fire, cannot be handed gently. It must be taken, tempered, and tested before it burns in another's grasp. The ruler who thinks he can give power is a fool. The wise one knows he can only prepare the worthy to seize it. The inheritance of power is not a gift, it is a trial, for what is inherited too easily is rarely held for long. Every ruler faces the same dilemma: how to ensure continuity without surrender. Empires collapse not from rebellion, but from succession unguarded. The throne, left to blood alone, invites ruin. Bloodline is nature's promise. Discipline is civilization's. You must therefore teach your successors obedience before authority. Let them taste command only after they've knelt beneath it. He who has not served cannot rule without arrogance. He who has never feared cannot lead without pity. The inheritance of power must be constructed as a labyrinth, not a straight road. Only those who endure its design deserve to emerge at its center. Give your heirs challenges disguised as privileges. Give them trust that feels like burden, and responsibility that tests their endurance. Observe how they carry silence, how they endure humiliation, how they react to restraint. These are the measures of future kings, not charm or lineage. Never reveal the totality of your wisdom to a successor. Give them fragments, contradictions, paradoxes. Let them struggle to unify them. For it is struggle, not instruction, that engraves intelligence into the soul. The ruler who inherits answers grows lazy. The one who inherits riddles learns to think. You are not raising a follower. You are creating a worthy rival whose understanding of you will be both admiration and weapon. The inheritance of power also demands selective cruelty. Shielding your heirs from pain breeds softness. Expose them to hardship early, betrayal, failure, solitude. Let them feel loss without comfort, success without applause. When they learn to govern their emotions, they will govern men. A prince who expects fairness will die by deceit, but one who has tasted betrayal will recognize it before it arrives. To preserve a dynasty, you must instill hierarchy before affection. Love your successors as you would an army, with discipline, not indulgence. Familiarity dulls authority. The father who becomes friend loses both son and sovereignty. Maintain distance, mystery, and occasional terror. It is not cruelty, it is calibration. Affection without fear breeds contempt. A ruler's warmth must always come with the scent of command. The heir must also learn invisibility. Teach him that legacy is not about being seen, but being continued. Those who crave attention will rule like actors. Those who crave order will rule like gods. You must strip from your successor the hunger for approval. Teach him that to be unseen is not weakness, it is strategy. The greatest inheritance is not admiration, but the ability to endure solitude without collapse. In your final years, observe who circles you. Every court becomes a vulture's nest near succession. Loyalty mutates into calculation. Love becomes language of survival. This is the true test of inheritance, not who flatters, but who endures. The one who remains steady when your favor fades is the one who understands power beyond reward. Make him the keeper of your silence. He will preserve what others will betray. You must also prepare for betrayal within your own blood. History is a record of sons killing fathers, brothers strangling brothers, mothers poisoning heirs. Sentiment does not suspend law. Therefore, trust only structure. Create institutions that outlive emotion. Councils bound by fear, ministers bound by debt, armies bound by loyalty to the crown, not the man. Even if blood turns against you, the system must remain faithful. The inheritance of power is not only about survival, it is about transformation. Each successor must be both mirror and rebellion. Too similar, and he becomes shadow. Too different, and he becomes enemy. You must teach him to evolve your design without erasing it. The empire must breathe, not fossilize. Your teachings must be elastic, adaptable to time, resistant to decay. This is how empires live longer than flesh. When you sense your own decline approaching, do not announce it. Transfer authority gradually, invisibly. Allow the next ruler to believe he has earned it. Make him feel his ascension was conquest, not charity. Those who believe they've taken power will defend it fiercely. Those who believe they've been given it will waste it quickly. Reward him only with what he can hold. Every inch of freedom must be paid in discipline. But remember, no heir will ever truly replace you. Each generation is a translation, not a replication. Your role is not to preserve yourself in them, but to preserve the pattern of control. The dynasty survives when its principles become instinct. That is your true legacy. Not statues, not palaces, but a lineage of minds trained to command. Modern leaders fail because they confuse inheritance with sentiment. They give too much too soon. They mistake admiration for readiness. They build heirs who look regal but think as subjects. The true ruler must do the opposite. Raise a successor who can kill him symbolically before the world does so literally. Train the heir to overthrow you in principle, and he will preserve you in spirit. So remember this: inheritance is not the passing of power, but the continuation of purpose. To rule wisely is to build a lineage that rules itself. Power is not eternal, but the pattern of its flow can be. Teach your successor to obey first, to think second, and to conquer third, and he will one day stand where you stood, unshaken, unafraid, unforgotten. And when your crown grows heavy and your breath grows thin, when your successor kneels before you with eyes that carry both love and ambition, will you bless him or will you smile, knowing that what you built will outlive even your name? Long after the ruler dies, his shadow remains. Power leaves fingerprints on the air, a residue of command that lingers in memory and myth. This is the ghost of authority, the invisible continuation of rule that outlives the flesh. The wise ruler builds it deliberately. He governs not only for the present but for the afterlife of his image. For it is not the crown that endures, but the echo of the hand that once wore it. The ghost of authority is born the moment men begin to act in your absence. When your presence no longer needs to enforce obedience, when silence carries your command, then you have transcended rule and entered the realm of permanence. The living ruler governs by decree, the dead ruler governs by habit. The people obey not from fear but from memory. You must therefore craft not only laws but reflexes. Your voice must remain even when your breath does not. To create a lasting ghost, you must master the theater of legacy. Every gesture in life becomes ritual in death. Every phrase becomes doctrine. You must move with awareness, speak with intention, and behave as if history watches, because it does. Let no word escape without design, no silence without meaning. The way you sit, the way you pause, the way you forgive, these will be remembered longer than your victories. The people will forget your face but not your manner. That is the architecture of ghosts. A ruler's death is not the end of his authority, it is its revelation. In life, you command through fear and reward, in death, through memory and comparison. The living successors will be measured against the weight of your myth. The ghost becomes judge, arbiter, and standard. Therefore, you must die at your highest point, not in decline, not in weakness, not in decay. The ruler who lingers beyond his greatness buries his ghost with his body. To ensure your authority survives, intertwine it with structure, bind your image to the state, so that to question you becomes to question the nation itself. Build temples not of stone but of identity, symbols, institutions, ideologies. Let your name become indistinguishable from order. The ghost of authority thrives when it can hide behind necessity. They may curse your memory, but they will still live by your design. Your words must also outlive your mouth. Craft writings, decrees, reflections that future generations can interpret endlessly. Ambiguity is immortality. Speak in principles, not instructions. Give the next rulers enough clarity to worship, but enough mystery to debate. Every interpretation of your intent will renew your existence. The man who can no longer be questioned is dead. The one who can still be discussed never truly dies. A ghost must be both loved and feared. Too much love breeds revision. Too much fear breeds erasure. The perfect ghost walks between reverence and dread. They must remember you with admiration wrapped in discomfort, the way one remembers lightning. Make them grateful for your rule, but afraid to replicate it. Make them whisper your name as both curse and prayer. Even your enemies can serve your ghost. The more they vilify you, the more they preserve you. Every accusation becomes another monument. Every rebellion that defines itself against your methods ensures that your design endures. Opposition is not the destruction of legacy, it is its proof. The ghost of authority feeds on both worship and hatred, as long as it is remembered. Modern rulers vanish because they live only for applause. They crave visibility, not eternity. They chase popularity instead of permanence. The crowd forgets them as soon as the next spectacle begins. The true ruler does the opposite. He withholds. He leaves gaps, silences, mysteries. Absence is the seed of immortality. Men cannot idolize what they fully understand. The ghost of authority thrives on incompletion. You must also control the manner of your departure. Death must not come as surprise. It must feel scripted. Whether in peace or conflict, design your exit as performance. Let your final act confirm your myth, serene, calculated, unyielding. The last words you speak must contain both closure and command. Continue, remember, obey, build. The crowd will echo these words for generations, confusing obedience to your ghost with loyalty to the future. Within your circle, appoint disciples, not heirs. Heirs inherit crowns, disciples inherit purpose. Teach them not just what to rule, but how to preserve you. Let them build temples of language, schools, philosophies, traditions, that all trace their origin to your thought. The ghost of authority must possess institutions like spirit within body. Through them, you will whisper centuries after your dust settles. The greatest test of a ruler's immortality is silence. If men still pause before acting because they imagine your gaze, then you have succeeded. The ruler who can command from beyond the grave has conquered the one enemy all kings fear, time. For death is merely distance. Absence is merely another form of influence. The throne may be empty, but the room will still feel occupied. So remember this, the flesh is temporary, the echo is eternal. Build not for applause, but for memory. Speak not to the living, but to those unborn. Govern not for peace, but for perpetuity. Let your name be the law they cannot escape, the ghost they cannot exercise, the mirror they cannot look away from. And when centuries pass, and men who never knew your face still tremble at the mention of your name, will you envy their worship, or will you smile, knowing that even death obeyed you? Power must be seen to be believed. And yet, the most dangerous mistake a ruler can make is to believe that the crown itself holds power. The crown is not authority, it is theater. It is not the throne that commands men, but what it represents. The crown is a symbol, a mirror of order, sanctity and inevitability. Those who bow before it do not kneel to gold or jewels, but to the idea that someone must rule. The wise ruler understands this illusion and uses it as both armor and weapon. The crown is the mask of divinity. It tells the people that the ruler is more than a man, that he is concept, destiny, law-given flesh. Without this mask, the ruler becomes vulnerable, another mortal in the marketplace of opinion. You must therefore protect the myth of the crown more fiercely than the metal itself. Let the people believe it chosen by heaven, blessed by ancestry, ordained by fate. Men obey more easily when they can imagine that obedience is sacred. But the symbol must always remain larger than the person who wears it. The moment you confuse yourself with the crown, the illusion collapses. The people do not love you. They love what your image allows them to believe about themselves, safety, order, and meaning. They project onto the crown their hunger for structure. You are merely the lens through which their fear becomes faith. The ruler's greatest strength lies not in his personality, but in his impersonality. The crown's power depends on distance. The more familiar you become, the more human you appear, and humanity is the enemy of reverence. Reveal too much, and the spell breaks. Mystery sustains obedience. You must therefore govern through ceremony, not confession. Let the people see your form, not your fatigue, your silence, not your doubts. The ruler who tries to be understood will soon be forgiven, and forgiveness is the beginning of equality. The symbol of the crown must also absorb contradiction. It must represent mercy while commanding fear, humility while enforcing hierarchy, peace while wielding violence. This balance is the art of rule, to embody opposites so seamlessly that no man can accuse you of hypocrisy without confirming your divinity. Men expect complexity from gods, they resent it from mortals, therefore appear as both, beyond judgment, yet bound by duty. The true genius of the crown lies in its invisibility. It is not the object itself that matters, but the atmosphere it creates. A ruler crowned in cloth but surrounded by awe is mightier than a ruler crowned in gold but surrounded by doubt. The crown is belief sculpted into metal, fragile but made eternal by repetition. Every ritual, every salute, every anthem reforges it anew. When you wear it, remember that it weighs more than it appears. It carries centuries of expectation, fear, and reverence. Yet the crown, like fire, must be contained. If it grows too radiant, it blinds even the one who wears it. Some rulers lose themselves in the performance. They begin to believe their own legend, mistaking applause for immortality. But the wise ruler sees through the symbol even as he sustains it. He wears the mask while knowing it is a mask. This double consciousness, belief and awareness, is the rarest strength of all. When crises arise, the crown must speak before the man. Personal opinions, emotions, and grievances are dust compared to the symbol's demand. The ruler must ask not, "What do I want?" but "What does the crown require?" For the crown is continuity. It is the bridge between generations, the invisible hand guiding the dead and the unborn alike. To betray it for impulse is to betray the entire fiction that makes power possible. You must also protect the crown from proximity. The closer men come to the seat of power, the more they see its mechanics. Advisors, ministers, lovers, all must be kept at distance from the illusion. If they see too much of the human behind the emblem, they will begin to act as equals. Never allow them to forget that the crown does not rest on your head alone. It hovers above it, untouchable, untamed. Even you serve it. Ritual sustains the crown's immortality. The act of coronation, the raising of banners, the bowing of heads. These are not superstitions, but psychological architecture. Each repetition engraves reverence deeper into the collective mind. 1,000 years of habit cannot be overthrown by reason. The modern man laughs at ritual and wonders why he is ruled by chaos. A civilization that ceases to kneel before symbols will soon kneel before violence. Understand this paradox. The crown protects you from men, but it also imprisons you. You can never remove it, not even in solitude. Once you wear it, every gesture becomes a message, every silence an interpretation. The ruler belongs not to himself, but to the image he maintains. Freedom is the price of sovereignty, but captivity within purpose is a nobler chain than liberty without meaning. The modern world has forgotten this. It seeks rulers who are authentic, relatable, human. It desires kings without crowns, authority without distance, and so it produces leaders who command neither fear nor faith, men too transparent to be trusted, too visible to be venerated. The true ruler must be the opposite, opaque, disciplined, unreachable. The crown must remain the sun, radiant, distant, worshipped but never touched. The symbol of the crown must also evolve with time. Its power lies in adaptation disguised as permanence. Allow its form to shift subtly, its rituals to modernize, its language to change, but the essence must remain. The crown is divine order wearing human form. So long as men crave stability, they will crave it. The symbol may outlive nations, but only if it continues to mirror man's need for meaning. So remember this, you are not the master of the crown, you are its steward. You do not own it, you protect it from decay. The people will one day forget your name, but the crown will endure, polished by time, worshipped by strangers, feared by descendants. And when the day comes that you lay it down, your hair grey, your eyes hollow from carrying its weight, will you sigh with relief as a man freed, or tremble as a god returning to dust? Gold rusts, monuments crumble, and armies fade into dust. But myth endures. It is the only true currency of eternity. The ruler who understands this no longer seeks wealth or worship, he seeks narrative. For power, stripped of story, dissolves with death, but power wrapped in myth transcends it. 1,000 years after your bones turn to ash, men will still bow to the idea of you if your myth was built correctly. Myth is the art of turning fact into prophecy. It does not describe what happened, it defines what must have happened. Truth is fragile, but myth is immortal because it satisfies the heart, not the mind. The masses do not crave accuracy, they crave meaning. The ruler must therefore craft his legend not through deeds alone, but through deliberate misunderstanding. Let history record what it pleases. Your task is to guide how it will be felt. To build myth, you must first embrace contradiction. Perfection is forgettable, paradox is divine. You must be both cruel and merciful, feared and loved, distant and human. The people must never fully understand you, for mystery is the oxygen of memory. The moment they can explain you, they no longer revere you. The greatest figures in history are not admired for clarity, but for depth that cannot be reached. Myth grows in the shadows of uncertainty. The ruler's myth begins in his lifetime, but blooms only after his death. Every rumor becomes scripture, every silence a parable. Thus you must live as if watched by future centuries. Every decision, every gesture, every punishment must feel symbolic. The more allegorical your life appears, the less it belongs to the present. The ruler who lives like a myth will one day rule as one. But you cannot create myth by declaring it. It must appear as discovery, not design. The crowd must believe they are the storytellers. They must think your greatness emerged naturally, without your hand guiding it. To achieve this, give them fragments of your legend, moments of awe, acts of restraint, rare glimpses of vulnerability, and let them assemble the rest. The story they build will be stronger than the one you tell. People defend their own myths more fiercely than any truth imposed upon them. Myth also requires witnesses. The ruler must surround himself with chroniclers, artists, poets, and thinkers who can translate his image into eternity. Do not merely employ them, inspire them. Let them believe they are serving destiny, not duty. Their art will sanctify your rule, for what are kings without bards? What are empires without language to remember them? The sword conquers nations, the poem conquers centuries. You must also control your flaws. Every myth requires tragedy, a scar, a betrayal, a loss. Perfection breeds envy. Suffering breeds reverence. Allow one visible wound in your story. Let the people believe it humanized you, purified you, made you wise. Pain, when sculpted correctly, becomes halo. The ruler who hides all weakness is forgotten. The one who endures it publicly becomes legend. Myth thrives on simplicity. History may record complexity, but memory worships archetypes. You must become a symbol, the builder, the liberator, the reformer, the iron hand, the serene mind. Choose the archetype that fits your temperament and feed it carefully. Let every public act reinforce it. When your image and your archetype merge completely, even lies about you will sound true. But the myth must also evolve. What you mean to one generation must differ for the next. The people of peace must see you as protector. The people of struggle must see you as conqueror. The people of decline must see you as warning. The myth that can shift shape never dies. You must therefore build not one identity, but an ecosystem of interpretations. Let each age rediscover you according to its hunger. That is how immortality breathes. In governance, myth is the most efficient law. The people will obey written decrees reluctantly, but they will obey myth instinctively. If they believe you were chosen by destiny, your word becomes sacred. Myth turns command into ritual, punishment into purification, obedience into devotion. The ruler who governs through myth no longer enforces, he inspires. His rule feels inevitable, even after he is gone. But beware of false myth, those constructed for flattery, not fear. The stories told by sycophants die with their tellers. You must ensure your myth arises from respect, not convenience. It must contain enough truth to wound and enough mystery to heal. Let the people's admiration mix with a trace of unease, for awe without dread is entertainment, not loyalty. Modern rulers fail because they confuse myth with fame. They seek followers, not disciples. They chase virality, not vision. Fame ends the moment attention shifts. Myth endures when meaning remains. The ruler who wishes to last must abandon the hunger for presence and pursue the art of absence. Let your myth grow when you are silent. Let it speak for you when the world forgets how to listen. The currency of myth also depends on silence after triumph. Speak too much of your achievements and they shrink. Leave them unspoken and they expand in the minds of others. The less you explain yourself, the more they will believe. The wise ruler plants mystery like seed. Every unanswered question about him grows into devotion. And yet, every myth requires death. Not just the ending of life, but the ending of visibility. You must disappear at your peak. The vanishing of power is more sacred than its possession. When you withdraw into legend, your absence becomes proof of transcendence. Men will say, "He was too great for this world," and in that sentence, your spirit will reign forever. So remember this. The ruler who dies remembered rules longer than the one who lives obeyed. Wealth fades, lineage dissolves, conquest erodes, but myth endures because it does not need to be real to be true. And when centuries pass, and your name becomes whisper and warning, and strangers kneel before statues whose origins they've forgotten, will you mourn that you are no longer seen, or will you smile, knowing that your ghost has become God? Silence is the final language of rulers. Words persuade, gestures impress, but silence dominates. It is the atmosphere of command, the invisible crown that settles over a room before power speaks. The weak man explains himself. The ruler does not need to. When silence surrounds him, men begin to supply the meaning themselves, each one projecting his own fear, reverence, or guilt. That is the true mastery of rule, to make others interpret your quiet as divinity. To wield silence is to understand tension. Words release pressure, silence stores it. Every second you withhold speech, the world tightens its gaze. Men begin to lean forward, desperate for sound, inventing explanations to ease their discomfort. Let them. What they imagine will always be more powerful than what you could have said. The silence of a ruler is not emptiness, it is a mirror, reflecting every man's soul back to him. You must learn to speak only when it matters most, when words can shape reality. The rest of the time remain unreadable. The ruler who comments on everything becomes background noise. The one who speaks rarely becomes scripture. Each word must fall like judgment, slow and deliberate, echoing beyond the moment. The fewer the words, the greater their gravity. The crowd must feel that your sentences were carved, not spoken. Silence also protects the mind. Every opinion revealed is a piece of strategy surrendered. Those who speak too freely dig their own grave with eloquence. Keep your thoughts hidden beneath calm stillness. Let advisors guess, enemies speculate, and allies doubt. Mystery multiplies authority. Men cannot strike what they cannot define. Your stillness must feel impenetrable, as though behind your eyes lies a depth too vast to map. There are many kinds of silence. The silence of patience, the silence of contempt, the silence of strategy, and the silence of finality. You must master them all. Use each as a weapon suited to the moment. When challenged, pause longer than comfort allows. Your stillness will unnerve more than rage ever could. When accused, remain quiet. The absence of defense will make your accusers appear hysterical. When insulted, offer no reply. Men destroy themselves against the wall of your composure. The ritual of silence begins within. The ruler must be internally quiet before he can silence others. The noise of self-doubt, vanity, and fear must be subdued. Each day, withdraw into stillness and listen for the hum beneath thought, that steady pulse of certainty that requires no audience. Only those who have learned to sit with their own storm can command the storms of others. Silence must be performed, not merely practiced. It is theater of restraint. Your gestures must slow, your gaze must linger, your breathing must remain measured. The crowd will begin to move in your rhythm. They will fill the void you create with obedience. Stillness alters time, it bends perception. When you do not rush, the world feels slower. When you are calm, chaos dissolves. Rulers who master silence command even clocks. But beware, silence can become arrogance if not directed. Use it not to distance, but to dominate. Your quiet must have purpose, to study, to observe, to prepare. The silent man who learns nothing is simply mute. The ruler's silence must absorb information like stone absorbs heat, releasing it only when needed. Every minute you say nothing, you must be learning everything. Silence is also the most refined form of cruelty. It denies the enemy the dignity of acknowledgement. Men crave confrontation as proof of relevance. Your indifference starves them. Do not shout down your rivals, outlast them in quiet. The absence of your reaction will corrode them faster than retaliation. In time, their fury will sound like madness against your calm. To be ignored by power is a fate worse than defeat. In governance, silence must be ritualized. Hold councils where you speak last, or not at all. Let ministers argue, advisors clash, and courtiers sweat. The more they speak, the more they reveal. When you finally do respond, do so softly. The sudden drop in tone will feel like thunder. Silence magnifies presence. The one who needs to shout has already lost the throne in his throat. Silence also purifies legacy. Words are mortal, silence is timeless. When you die, your speeches will fade, your decrees will be rewritten, but your quiet moments will be mythologized. Men will imagine what you thought, what you meant, what you withheld. The less you explain, the longer they will ponder. In this way, silence extends beyond death, continuing to command the minds of the living. The modern world fears silence. It fills every void with chatter, every pause with noise. But the ruler must resist this sickness. To speak constantly is to confess insecurity. To be silent is to remind the world that your existence is not dependent on its attention. In an age of voices, the quiet man becomes divine. Even in solitude, silence is your prayer. It is where you face the truth no subject can see, the weight of your decisions, the ghosts of your actions, the question of meaning that no crown can answer. This silence is not peace, it is confrontation. Only within it do you see yourself without disguise. And only those who can look upon their naked power without trembling deserve to wield it. So remember this. Silence is not emptiness. It is the architecture of control. It is the cathedral where authority prays to itself. Every pause is a command. Every withheld word a throne. Speak less, watch more, and let your stillness echo through the corridors of eternity. And when history grows loud with new rulers, each shouting to prove their worth, will your silence not sound louder than their noise? The crown gleams brightly, but it is heavier than iron. To command is not to be free, but to be burdened. Each decision, no matter how small, carries the invisible cost of consequence. Men imagine that power liberates. In truth, it binds. The ruler's throne is both seat and shackle, elevated above others, yet immovably fixed. He cannot descend without chaos, nor rest without decline. This is the paradox of sovereignty. To hold power is to be owned by it. The weight of command is measured not in gold or blood, but in silence. The silence that follows a decree, the silence before punishment, the silence after betrayal. These are the moments when power reveals its cost. The ruler's sleep is light, for his conscience cannot afford darkness. He carries in his chest the collective heartbeat of those who depend on him, even those who curse him. Each cry ignored, each life measured, becomes a stone in the crown. To rule is to exist perpetually between mercy and necessity. Every act of compassion threatens weakness. Every act of cruelty risks revolt. The ruler's art lies in choosing which poison to drink more often. There are no clean decisions, only those that preserve more than they destroy. The masses will never understand this. They believe justice is clear, morality absolute. But justice is written in shifting light, and morality bends to the weight of consequence. The burden of command is not the fear of making mistakes, but the certainty of causing pain. Every law will harm someone. Every victory will cost something sacred. The wise ruler accepts this without complaint. He knows that to protect one thing, he must sacrifice another. Weak rulers hesitate because they crave innocence. The strong understand that innocence is the first casualty of leadership. There are no guiltless kings, only efficient ones. Loneliness is the silent tax of authority. The higher you ascend, the fewer voices you can trust. Companionship becomes performance. Affection becomes theater. The ruler is surrounded by smiles that hide calculations. He must read loyalty as language and betrayal as dialect. There will come nights when even victory feels hollow, when triumph echoes too loudly in an empty room. It is then you will understand that leadership is not the art of being loved, but the discipline of being alone. Every command divides the world. The ruler speaks, and the line between friend and foe shifts. To lead is to stand in the crossfire of expectation. If you favor one side, you betray the other. If you choose neither, both will betray you. Yet indecision is the greatest betrayal of all, the betrayal of purpose. The ruler must act swiftly, even when unsure. History forgives wrong decisions more easily than hesitation. Movement, not certainty, sustains authority. The weight of command also lies in the necessity of masks. You must appear composed even when bleeding, confident even when doubting. The people draw stability from your calm, not from your honesty. Reveal too much fear, and you spread it. Reveal too much truth, and they will flee from it. You must learn to lie gracefully, not out of malice, but mercy. The illusion of control is often kinder than the confession of chaos. And yet, there are moments when the mask must fall. When war turns hopeless, when famine consumes faith, when betrayal splits the court, then the ruler must show his wounds, not to elicit pity, but but to remind his followers that he bleeds for them. Controlled vulnerability reawakens loyalty. Men follow rulers who appear human only at the edges of divinity. Show too much and you crumble. Show too little and they forget why they kneel. Command also demands memory. A ruler who forgets the cost of obedience becomes tyrant without realizing it. The weight of power dulls empathy. Repetition numbs reflection. You must force yourself to remember the faces of the condemned, the pleas you ignored, the eyes that dimmed under your rule. Do not remember to weep. Remember to stay aware. Forgetting is the first step toward blindness, and blindness is how empires die in daylight. The strongest rulers carry the weight of command like armor, not chain. They do not seek to escape it, for they know it is proof of worth. Responsibility is the rent one pays for greatness. To lead without feeling the burden is to be unfit for the throne. Power without conscience is tyranny. Conscience without power is tragedy. The balance of both is sovereignty. Modern leaders flee this weight. They hide behind committees, share decisions, dilute blame. They mistake consensus for wisdom, comfort for leadership. But power that is shared too widely loses heat, like a fire spread too thin. The ruler must bear the pressure alone, for only under pressure does clarity emerge. Diamonds form where the weight is greatest. At times you will long for simplicity, for the days before command, when choices were small and hearts unscarred. You will envy those who sleep soundly, those whose failures affect no one. But such longing is a form of decay. The ruler who yearns to be free of his burden no longer deserves it. To command is to carry, to endure, to remain unbroken beneath the invisible load that lesser men could not survive. In your final years, when your hand trembles over each decree, you will feel the crown's true heaviness, not on your head, but on your soul. You will see the faces of those raised and those ruined by your will. The sum of their lives will weigh more than gold or glory. You will realize that command is not about power, but about endurance to hold the world's chaos without collapsing beneath it. So remember this, the privilege of rule is inseparable from its burden. To carry the weight is the proof you were chosen. Do not seek to be light. Gravity is what keeps the ruler standing while others drift. And when the crown finally slips, when your body bends under years of decisions and the world prepares to move on, will you lay it down gently, or will you let it crush you, smiling, knowing that it was the weight itself that made you king? Every conquest ends in captivity. The ruler who wins too often discovers that triumph becomes its own confinement, a cell gilded with praise, locked by expectation, guarded by memory. The world applauds your ascent, but never forgives your stillness. Once you have conquered, they will no longer allow you to simply exist. You must keep conquering or fade. The throne is not a reward, it is a sentence. Victory is intoxicating because it feels like freedom. But beneath its sweetness lies a poison more subtle than defeat. Defeat frees the mind to dream again. Victory binds it to its own perfection. Once you are victorious, every action becomes comparison, not to others, but to yourself. You are no longer allowed to be human. You have become symbol, expectation, standard. The higher you rise, the less you belong to yourself. The prison of victory is built from 3 walls: repetition, vanity, and fear. Repetition chains you to past success. Vanity makes you worship your own reflection. Fear whispers that the next loss will erase everything you've built. The ruler must recognize these walls before they close around him. Otherwise, he will spend his remaining years guarding his legacy instead of expanding his soul. Repetition is the first seduction. It tells you that what worked once will work again. It lulls you into imitation of your former glory. But greatness repeated becomes parody. The ruler must destroy his own triumphs before they fossilize. You must burn your victories to stay alive. Innovation is rebellion against memory. The ruler who refuses to evolve will be remembered not for his power, but for the moment he stopped growing. Vanity is subtler. It hides beneath applause, whispering that the world cannot continue without you. The crowd feeds your illusion, for they love the sight of gods who believe their own divinity. But vanity is a slow suffocation. It fills the lungs with pride until there is no air left for awareness. The ruler must remain suspicious of admiration. The louder they cheer, the closer you are to blindness. Listen instead to silence. It is the only honest audience left. Fear is the final wall, the invisible one. After victory, You will fear loss more than you ever feared failure. You will begin to calculate, to hesitate, to avoid risk. The courage that built your empire will erode beneath the weight of preservation. You will build systems not to grow, but to protect. You will choose safety disguised as prudence. And in doing so, you will begin to rot behind your own fortress. The ruler who clings to what he has already won has already begun to lose. True mastery lies in knowing how to break free from victory without destroying it. You must learn to retreat strategically, to vanish while the legend still glows. Step away before the applause turns to curiosity. Leave mysteries unsolved, ambitions unfinished. Perfection dies when complete. A ruler who departs mid-sentence will be remembered as eternal. To escape the prison of victory, you must become student again. Return to uncertainty. Seek challenge, not comfort. Walk among those who have not yet won, and feel the fire that once moved you. Greatness decays in isolation. Only friction sharpens. Every empire once secure becomes a mausoleum unless its ruler remembers how to bleed for progress. The mind must remain restless, or the throne becomes coffin. Victory's other danger lies in illusion, the belief that success confirms moral righteousness. Many rulers confuse conquest with approval, power with virtue. They begin to think the universe itself favors them. But the universe is impartial. It rewards only cause and consequence. The wise ruler knows that fortune is loan, not inheritance. Every triumph must be paid for in humility, or it will collect its interest in downfall. After long victory, enemies fade, and idleness becomes the new threat. In peace, the ruler must find new wars, not against others, but against stagnation. War against comfort, against pride, against repetition. Create new challenges when the world no longer provides them. The ruler who ceases to struggle ceases to rule. You must remain dangerous, even to your own success. The prison of victory also isolates. You will find that men no longer speak truth to you. They will praise without conviction, agree without belief, smile without loyalty. The throne distorts reality. Each compliment adds a layer of fog around your perception. To escape, you must cultivate those rare voices who still dare to oppose you. Enemies disguised as allies, allies disguised as critics. They are your last mirrors in a hall of flattery. In your quietest moments, you will feel the sorrow of achievement, that strange emptiness that follows conquest. You will wonder if the struggle was the only thing that gave your power meaning. You will look upon your victories and feel no joy, only distance. This is not failure, it is awakening. It is the soul reminding you that motion, not arrival, is life. The ruler must forever walk toward horizons that recede. To govern your victories, you must see them as chapters, not conclusions. Each triumph is a bridge, not a monument. Stand upon it too long, and it collapses. Cross it, and you reach a new kingdom within yourself. The purpose of victory is transformation, to refine you, not to enshrine you. The ruler who understands this becomes timeless. Modern rulers are prisoners of their own applause. They chase recognition like oxygen, mistaking fame for rule and comfort for peace. Their victories are loud but short-lived. They become monuments to ego rather than testaments to will. But the ancient mind knows this truth, that silence after victory is the sound of destiny demanding its next act. So remember this: triumph must never be the end. Every victory must contain its own undoing, every conquest its own rebirth. To be truly free, you must learn to rule after winning, not over men, but over the emptiness that follows conquest. And when all your enemies are gone, when the drums of glory fade and the throne feels colder than the grave, will you remain ruler of the world, or will the weight of your victories finally make you kneel? Every ruler must one day vanish. The weak disappear by accident, the wise disappear by design. For all power decays when it becomes predictable, and even glory, when seen too long, begins to rot. Disappearance is not retreat, it is renewal. It is the final strategy of control, to remain everywhere in influence, yet nowhere in body. The man who masters vanishing learns to rule from absence as completely as he once ruled through presence. Disappearance begins long before departure. It begins with detachment. You must slowly loosen the world's hold on your image. Withdraw gestures, reduce appearances, thin your voice until only silence remains. Let curiosity replace familiarity. Let rumors bloom where routine once stood. Men respect what they miss. They will not realize you are gone until they feel the vacuum where your shadow once kept them warm. Every act of disappearance is an act of authorship. You are writing the final chapter of your myth. You must craft it with precision, for the manner in which a ruler vanishes decides how long his ghost will linger. Depart clumsily, and you are forgotten. Depart artfully, and you are immortal. A well-timed disappearance freezes perception. It ensures the world remembers you at your highest, never your decline. Men recall only the flame that burned, not the smoke that followed. There are many ways to vanish. Some rulers disappear into legend, others into rumor. Some fade behind successors, others into solitude. Choose your form according to your nature. The ambitious vanish through legacy, leaving systems, writings, or doctrines that outlive their flesh. The mystic vanishes through mystery, creating a silence so profound that it becomes scripture. The conqueror vanishes through prophecy, ensuring that his return is forever awaited, though it never comes. Before you vanish, leave unfinished works, roads unbuilt, laws half-written, questions unanswered. Perfection concludes, incompletion endures. The people will fill your silence with imagination, painting your absence with the colors of eternity. They will not mourn your leaving, they will mythologize it. Each generation will claim to understand your reasons. Each scholar will write another theory, each believer another prayer. The ruler who disappears leaves behind, not an ending, but a labyrinth. Disappearance is also a purification. The longer you stay visible, the more corruption clings to you. Expectations, alliances, hatreds. To disappear is to dissolve the parasites of power. It is a return to essence, to the mind that first conceived dominion. In absence, you become clean again. The wise ruler vanishes not to hide from consequence, but to shed contamination. Absence restores divinity, where exposure had bred fatigue. But to disappear successfully, you must prepare the stage. The people must feel guided, not abandoned. The state must function as if your hand still directs it. A sudden vanishing breeds chaos. A graceful fading breeds reverence. Begin with delegation. Empower loyal instruments who carry your rhythm. Then let them believe they are leading while unknowingly maintaining your pattern. By the time you are gone, the structure of your influence must move like an echo of your will. You must never announce departure. Announcements invite grief and rebellion. Leave quietly, leaving only signs for those wise enough to notice. Let your withdrawal feel natural, like dusk following daylight. By the time they realize you are gone, they will already be living in your design. And when they finally speak your name, it will not be as ruler or tyrant, but as something elemental, a force that once passed through the world and left it altered. The art of disappearance also requires mastery of ego. Most rulers cannot vanish because they crave audience. They need to be seen to feel alive. But the true sovereign understands that power at its peak does not need witness. He does not fear being forgotten, for he knows that absence itself is presence. The fire does not beg to be remembered. The warmth it leaves behind ensures it is. In private, disappearance is liberation. To vanish from the gaze of others is to return to the gaze of God, or to the self that preceded ambition. You will hear, perhaps for the first time in decades, the sound of your own mind uncluttered by duty. You will feel again the humility that power silences. You will discover that solitude, when chosen, is not loneliness but sovereignty distilled to its purest form. Modern rulers fail this art. They cling to visibility like drowning men to debris. They remain on stage long after their voice has grown hollow, mistaking endurance for immortality. But the true ruler knows that to be unseen is not to be irrelevant. It is to become unassailable. The invisible king cannot be dethroned. His rule continues in whispers, symbols, institutions, and habits. Power hidden is power perfected. You must also disappear from within yourself. Withdraw from the desire to be remembered. Release the need to control what comes next. Let your name dissolve into function, your image into legend. The ego screams to be eternal, but eternity belongs to the nameless. When you finally cease to care for how they recall you, you will have achieved what even empires cannot: peace without dependence. And yet disappearance must never feel like death. It must feel like ascension. Those who look for you must not find ruin, but trace the impression of something greater now unseen. Your silence must feel intentional, your absence deliberate. The ruler who vanishes as though into light ensures that every generation will wonder, did he truly leave, or did he simply rise beyond our reach? So remember this, power's final act is not dominance, but departure. The world will not understand. They will search for you in archives, in monuments, in the echoes of your last decree, but you will already be beyond them, invisible, eternal, untouchable. And when they whisper your name centuries later, asking why you vanished when you still could have ruled, will you answer from the shadows, or will you let the silence speak for you as it always has? Power is not a line that climbs, it is a circle that closes. Every ruler who rises will one day return to where he began, though the path back is disguised as triumph. The young seek control to escape obedience, the old seek peace to escape control. But in the end, both find themselves kneeling before the same truth. Every dominion consumes its maker. The circle of power devours all who believe it can be owned. At first, you chase power because you think it will free you. You mistake command for liberation, rule for self-definition. And for a time, it works. You rise, you command, and the world obeys your pulse. But the higher you ascend, the more invisible your cage becomes. Every victory ties another thread around your will, expectations, dependencies, responsibilities, ghosts. Freedom fades, not in failure, but in success. The king chained to his own crown is freer than no man. The circle begins its return the moment the ruler starts defending rather than expanding. When ambition turns into maintenance, when vision becomes vigilance, the ruler has entered the second half of his orbit. He no longer moves through power, power moves through him. The throne becomes less a tool than a weight, pressing down on the very spirit that once lifted it. This is how kings decay, not in war, but in the slow corrosion of success. To complete the circle wisely, you must recognize when to let the current carry you back. Fighting the return is how rulers destroy themselves. They cling to relevance, mistaking decay for betrayal. But the circle does not betray, it completes. Every force that brought you upward now demands payment. Influence is borrowed energy, and all borrowed things must be returned. The wise ruler repays with grace. The fool resists and is dragged screaming into obscurity. Yet there is beauty in the return. To see the world you once ruled from the opposite side of the crown, to realize that command was never about conquest but comprehension. Power teaches through exhaustion. Only after carrying it long enough do you see what it truly was, a mirror reflecting your own nature back at you. It never belonged to you, it revealed you. The kingdom you ruled externally was always a metaphor for the one within. Those who fail to learn this truth end in bitterness. They curse betrayal, lament decline, rage at irrelevance. They cannot accept that their circle has closed because they built their identity on assent. But you must build on awareness. See that to rule and to be ruled are not opposites, but alternating phases of the same motion. Today you command, tomorrow you submit, not to others, but to the law of the eternal cycle. All strength, unchecked, collapses into its opposite. This is why even the greatest rulers eventually resemble those they once overthrew. The tyrant becomes priest, the conqueror becomes diplomat, the revolutionary becomes bureaucrat. The circle turns relentlessly, converting every victor into the very thing he despised. It is not hypocrisy, it is gravity. You cannot escape what you orbit. You can only choose how gracefully you complete the turn. To master the circle, you must not resist its symmetry. You must use it. Learn to end your reign as consciously as you began it. Step down before being dragged down. Withdraw while your legend still commands awe, not pity. Let the people call it sacrifice, not surrender. In doing so, you transform the end into renewal, the descent into myth. The ruler who exits voluntarily breaks the illusion of mortality. He chooses his own completion. The circle of power also governs civilizations. Empires expand, reach glory, decay, and return to dust, only to rise again under new banners. Each believes itself eternal, each calls the last primitive, and each walks the same geometry. The wise ruler does not mourn the fall of empires, he anticipates it. He builds his institutions to bend with the circle rather than shatter against it. Flexibility, not permanence, is the secret of lasting influence. In personal command, the circle manifests as reflection. The ruler begins to resemble the subjects he shapes. The people mirror his virtues, his flaws, his habits, until the distinction blurs. In time, he sees himself in their obedience, and they see themselves in his rule. That is the final irony. The ruler and the ruled are two halves of one whole. They create each other. To despise the masses is to despise one's own reflection. The circle also teaches humility. You will one day be forgotten by those you led. The world will replace you with others who believe their rise is unique. Let them. They too are fragments of the same eternal motion. The wise do not cling to immortality. They become it by understanding that it was never theirs to claim. Eternity belongs to the cycle, not to the figure who moves through it. Modern rulers believe they can escape the circle through innovation, through technology, through spectacle. They think they can outpace nature itself. But progress does not abolish pattern, it only accelerates it. Every empire collapses faster now, because it burns brighter. The circle spins quicker in the age of speed, but its shape remains the same. The more man believes he has broken it, the tighter its grip becomes. When you feel the first tremor of decline, do not despair. It is not punishment, but passage. You are returning home. You are shedding power to rediscover peace, discarding control to find comprehension. The same hand that reached upward must now release. To die still clinging is to remain trapped. To let go is to ascend through surrender. So remember this. All power ends where it began, in stillness. The circle is not your enemy, it is your reflection. To fight it is to prolong agony. To embrace it is to become timeless. And when you finally reach the point from which you once began, stripped of titles, surrounded by silence, crowned only by memory, will you curse the return as loss, or recognize it as completion, the final act of sovereignty that even death must bow to? There are rulers who live, and there are rulers who remain. The former command men, the latter command time. The eternal Machiavellian is not a person, but a pattern. The undying intelligence that moves through history, changing names, faces, nations, and yet always the same. He exists wherever order is sculpted from chaos, wherever ambition learns patience, wherever control hides beneath grace. He is the whisper behind every throne, the shadow that survives every revolution. He cannot die because he never lived as a man. He lived as an idea. The eternal Machiavellian understands that power itself is not progress, but nature. Empires rise and fall as waves do, not as tragedies but as functions of eternal rhythm. What endures is not the ruler but the principle, control disguised as benevolence, dominance wrapped in reason, ruthlessness balanced by restraint. The weak call this manipulation, the wise call it harmony. The eternal Machiavellian moves through both moralities like a ghost through walls, untouched by judgment, concerned only with function. He knows that men never truly change, only their costumes do. In every century, the same hunger repeats itself under new vocabulary. One age kneels before gods, another before ideologies, another before data. But beneath the surface, the architecture of control remains constant. Fear, desire, security, admiration. The eternal Machiavellian needs only to understand these four levers. The rest adjusts itself with history's passing fashions. He walks unseen through palaces and parliaments, corporations and churches, digital screens and silent wars. He has no uniform, no flag, no nation. Sometimes he wears a crown, sometimes a mask, sometimes anonymity. He knows that to endure, one must evolve, not in form, but in invisibility. The more transparent the world becomes, the more powerful the unseen hand. The eternal Machiavellian rules by absence, not by presence. The visible ruler is only a vessel. He has mastered detachment beyond morality. To him, good and evil are instruments, not destinies. The eternal Machiavellian chooses whichever serves equilibrium. He will save a people today only to conquer them tomorrow. He will destroy a tyrant, not from compassion, but from calculus. In his silence, there is design. In his mercy, manipulation. In his cruelty, purification. He does not seek worship, he seeks results. The eternal Machiavellian also understands that knowledge is the only empire immune to conquest. Armies dissolve, but ideas infiltrate. His dominion is mental, a kingdom of perception. Every generation believes it has outgrown him, and every generation unknowingly repeats his laws. He does not fight history, he becomes its vocabulary. His doctrine is rewritten endlessly under new names: pragmatism, realpolitik, strategy, psychology. The language changes, the logic remains. To live as the eternal Machiavellian is to carry both serenity and severity in perfect balance. Serenity, because he accepts the inevitability of human weakness. Severity, because he exploits it without hesitation. He feels nothing personal toward mankind, neither love nor hate, only understanding. Understanding is the highest form of power. To predict is to control. To control is to shape destiny without violence. He rules not by sword, but by insight. Those who glimpse him mistake his calm for cruelty. They call him manipulator, cynic, devil, but they forget it is through his coldness that civilization survives its passions. Without such minds, order would drown in sentiment. Without his detachment, peace would rot beneath pity. The eternal Machiavellian carries humanity's contradictions, like Atlas carries the heavens, not out of affection but necessity. His immortality is not granted by gods, but by replication. Every era births new minds who rediscover his design on their own. Thinkers, rulers, strategists, artists. They never meet, yet they recognize each other in silence. Their words differ, but their tone is identical, measured, calm, sharp as a blade. Each carries the same ancient certainty, that power is neither moral nor immoral, but elemental. To master it is to serve nature itself. And so the eternal Machiavellian speaks through them still, through the politician who smiles while calculating, through the general who delays war to win peace, through the writer who shapes nations with a sentence. His essence flows like an undercurrent beneath every act of control, every display of restraint, every triumph of cunning over impulse. His temple is not built of marble but of moments, the moments when intelligence overcomes emotion. Even his downfall, when it comes, is strategic. He allows himself to be forgotten so that he may return unrecognized. He buries himself in time like a serpent in winter, waiting for the next spring of instability. And when chaos blooms again, as it always does, he rises, reborn in a new mind, a new age, a new mask. The eternal Machiavellian never returns as memory, he returns as instinct. Modern men, surrounded by noise, believe themselves beyond manipulation. They speak of transparency, equality, enlightenment, yet they remain ruled by the same quiet forces he designed centuries ago. They scroll, consume, obey, thinking themselves free. They cannot see the architecture that shapes their desires because it no longer wears a crown. It wears convenience, it wears comfort, it wears democracy itself. But the eternal Machiavellian smiles through history's mirrors. He knows freedom and control are siblings, not opposites. He knows that the world will always prefer guidance to chaos, and that men will always trade autonomy for certainty. His law, older than empires, remains untouched. He who understands human nature rules it. And so, the circle closes once more. The ruler dies, the principle persists. The thrones change, the psychology does not. Machiavelli's wisdom was never confined to Florence or to flesh. It was the blueprint of eternity. Wherever men dream of mastery, wherever silence outweighs speech, wherever cunning refines mercy, the eternal Machiavellian breathes. He is not a ghost, nor a god, but a mirror held up to civilization, reflecting back its hunger for control and its worship of order. You may destroy his books, burn his effigies, curse his name, but you cannot erase the logic that birthed him, for it is the logic of survival, the heartbeat of ambition, the mathematics of power itself. So remember this: rulers will come and go, but the eternal Machiavellian endures, not as a man, but as a method. His voice will whisper in every leader's conscience. His presence will haunt every kingdom. His discipline will guide every mind that dares to see the world as it is. And when history ends, and the world grows quiet, and even the memory of empires fades into dust, will his doctrine die with them, or will it still breathe in you, waiting for its next empire to rule?